preternaturally beautiful, by good wizards and evil sorcerers, whose powers are unlimited. The wheeling for woe, by mermen and mermaids, flying horses, talking animals, and reasoning elephants, by magic rings and their slaves, and by talismanic couches which rival the carpet of Solomon. Hence, as one remarks, these fairy tales have pleased and still continue to please almost all ages, all ranks and all different capacities. Dr. Hawkesworth, FN number 246, observes that these fairy tales find favor because even their machinery, wild and wonderful as it is, has its laws, and the magicians and enchanters perform nothing but what was naturally to be expected from such beings, after we had once granted them existence. Mr. Heron rather supposes the very contrary is the truth of the fact. It is surely the strangeness, the unknown nature, the anomalous character of the supernatural agents here employed, that makes them to operate so powerfully on our hopes, fears, curiosities, sympathies, and, in short, on all the feelings of our hearts. We see men and women, who possess qualities to recommend them to our favor, subjected to the influence of beings, whose good or ill will, power or weakness, attention or neglect, are regulated by motives and circumstances which we cannot comprehend, and hence, we naturally tremble for their fate, with the same anxious concern, as we should for a friend wandering, in a dark night, amidst torrents and precipices, or preparing to land on a strange island, while he knew not whether he should be received, on the shore, by cannibals waiting to tear him piecemeal, and devour him, or by gentle beings, disposed to cherish him with fond hospitality. Both writers have expressed themselves well, but meseems each has secured, as often happens, a fragment of the truth and holds it to be the whole truth. Granted that such spiritual creatures as jinns walk the earth, we are pleased to find them so very human, as wise and as foolish in word and deed as ourselves. Similarly, we admire in a landscape natural forms like those of Stafford or the palisades which favor the works of architecture. Again, supposing such preternaturalisms to be around and amongst us, the wilder and more capricious they prove, the more our attention is excited and our forecasts are baffled to be set right in the end. But this is not all. The grand source of pleasure in fairy tales is the natural desire to learn more of the wonderland which is known to many as a word and nothing more, like Central Africa before the last half-century. Thus the interest is that of the personal narrative of a grand exploration to one who delights in travels. The pleasure must be greatest where faith is strongest, for instance amongst imaginative races like the Celts and especially Orientals, who imbibe supernaturalism with their mother's milk. I am persuaded, writes Mr. Bale St. John, FN number 247, that the great scheme of preternatural energy, so fully developed in the 1001 Nights, is believed in by the majority of the inhabitants of all the religious professions both in Syria and Egypt. He might have added by every reasoning being from prince to peasant, from mullah to Badawi, between Morocco and outer Indiana. The fairy tale in the Nights is wholly and purely Persian. The gifted Iranian race, physically the noblest and the most beautiful of all known to me, has exercised upon the world history an amount of influence which has not yet been fully recognized. It repeated for Babylonian art and literature what Greece had done for Egyptian, whose dominant idea was that of working for eternity. Hellas and Iran instinctively chose as their characteristic the idea of beauty, rejecting all that was exaggerated and grotesque, and they made the sphere of art and fancy as real as the world of nature and fact. The innovation was hailed by the Hebrews. The so-called books of Moses deliberately and ostentatiously ignored the future state of rewards and punishments, the other world which ruled the life of the Egyptian in this world, the lawgiver, whoever he may have been, Osasif or Moshe, apparently held the tenet unworthy of a race whose career he was directing to conquest and isolation in dominion. But the Jews, removed to Mesopotamia, the second cradle of the creeds, presently caught the infection of the Asiatic media, superadded Babylonian legend to Egyptian myth, stultified the law by supplementing it with the absurdities of foreign fable and ended, as the Talmud proves, with becoming the most wildly superstitious and otherworldly of mankind. The same change befell al-Islam. The whole of its supernaturalism is borrowed bodily from Persia, which had imparadised earth by making it the abode of angels. Muhammad, a great and commanding genius, blighted and narrowed by surroundings and circumstances to something little higher than a Covenanter or a Puritan, declared to his followers, "I am sent to stablish the manners and customs." And his deficiency of imagination made him dislike everything but women, perfumes, and prayers, with an especial aversion to music and poetry, plastic art and fiction. Yet his system, unlike that of Moses, demanded thaumaturgy and metaphysical entities, and these he perforce borrowed from the Jews who had borrowed them from the Babylonians, his soul and spirit, his angels and devils, his cosmogony, his heavens and hells, even the bridge over the great depth are all either Talmudic or Iranian. But there he stopped and would have stopped others. His enemies among the Quraysh were in the habit of reciting certain Persian fabliaux and of extolling them as superior to the silly and equally fictitious stories of the glorious Quran. The leader of these scoffers was one Nasr ibn Haris who, taken prisoner after the Battle of Badr, was incontinently decapitated, by apostolic command, for what appears to be a natural and sensible preference. It was the same furious fanaticism and one-ideaed intolerance which made Caliph Omar destroy all he could find of the Alexandrian library and prescribe burning for the holy books of the Persian bears. And the taint still lingers in Islam. It will be said of a pious man, he always studies the Quran, the traditions and other books of law and religion, and he never reads poems nor listens to music or to stories. Muhammad left a dispensation or rather a reformation so arid, jejunal material that it promised little more than the law of Moses, before this was vivified and racially baptized by Mesopotamian and Persic influences. But human nature was stronger than the prophet and, thus outraged, took speedy and absolute revenge. Before the first century had elapsed, Orthodox al-Islam was startled by the rise of Tasawwuf for Sufism FN number 248, a revival of classic Platonism and Christian Gnosticism, with a mingling of modern Hylozoism, which, quickened by the glowing imagination of the East, speedily formed itself into a creed the most poetical and impractical, the most spiritual and the most transcendental ever invented, satisfying all man's hunger for belief which, if placed upon a solid basis of fact and proof, would forthright cease to be belief. I will take from the Nights, as a specimen of the true Persian romance, The Queen of the Serpents, Volume V. 298, the subject of Lane's Carline denunciation. The first gorgeous picture is the session of the snakes which, like their Indian congeners the Naga kings and queens, have human heads and reptile bodies, an Egyptian myth that engendered the old serpent of Genesis. The Sultan welcomes Hasib Karim al-Din, the hapless lad who had been left in a coven to die by the greedy woodcutters, and, in order to tell him her tale, introduces the adventures of Balukiya. The latter is an Israelite converted by editor and scribe to Mohammedanism, but we can detect under his assumed faith the older creed. Solomon is not buried by authentic history beyond the 7 mystic seas, but at Jerusalem or Tiberias, and his seal ring suggests the Jam-i-Jam, the crystal cup of the great king Jamshid. The descent of the archangel Gabriel, so familiar to al-Islam, is the manifestation of Bahman, the first intelligence, the mightiest of the angels who enabled Zarathustra Zoroaster to walk like Balukiya over the Dalati or Caspian Sea. FN number 249, amongst the sights shown to Balukiya, as he traverses the 7 oceans, is a battle royal between the believing and the unbelieving jinns, true Majin dualism, the eternal duo of the two roots or antagonistic principles, good and evil, Hormuzd and Ahriman, which Milton has debased into a commonplace modern combat fought also with cannon. Sakra Jinni is Isham chief of the Diffs, and Kaf, The encircling mountain is a later addition of Persian Olbos. So in the Mantak al-Tayr, colloquy of the flyers, the birds, emblems of souls, seeking the presence of the gigantic feathered biped Simurgh, their god, traverse 7 seas, according to others 7 wadis, of search, of love, of knowledge, of competence, of unity, of stupefaction, and of altruism, that is annihilation of self, the several stages of contemplative life. At last, standing upon the mysterious island of the Simurgh and casting a clandestine glance at him, they saw 30 birds FN number 250, in him, and when they turned their eyes to themselves the 30 birds seemed one Simurgh, they saw in themselves the entire Simurgh, they saw in the Simurgh the 30 birds entirely. Therefore they arrived at the solution of the problem we and thou, that is, the identity of God and man. They were forever annihilated in the Simurgh and the shade vanished in the sun. Ibid. 3. 250. The Wild Ideas Concerning Khalat and Millet, Volume V. 319, are again Gbra. From the seed of Kaamaz, the androgyne, like pre-Adamite man, sprang a tree shaped like 2 human beings, and thence proceeded Messiah and Messiana, first man and woman, progenitors of mankind, who, though created for Shahidistan, light land, were seduced by Ahriman. This two-man tree is evidently the duality of physis and antiphysis, nature and her counterpart, the battle between Mih, Izad or Mithra with his Sarush and Ferista, seraphs and angels, against the Diffs who are the children of time led by the archdemon Isham. Thus when Hormuzd created the planets, the dog, and all useful animals and plants, Ahriman produced the comets, the wolf, noxious beasts and poisonous growths. The Hindus represent the same metaphysical idea by Brahma the creator and Visvakarma, the anti-creator, FN number 251, miscalled by Europeans Vulcan. The former fashions a horse and a bull and the latter caricatures them with an ass and a buffalo. Evolution turned topsy-turvy. After seeing 9 angels and obtaining an explanation of the 7 stages of earth which is supported by the Gafai Zaman, the energy, symbolized by a bull, implanted by the creator in the mundane sphere, Balukia meets the 4 archangels, to wit Gabriel who is the Persian Rohan Bakshur life-giver, Michael or Beshta, Raphael or Israfil alias Sardai Bahisht, and Azazel or Azrael who is Doom or Mordad, the death-giver, and the 4 are about to attack the dragon, that is, the demons hostile to mankind who were driven behind Olbos Kaf by Tamuraz, the ancient Persian king. Balukia then recites an episode within an episode, the story of Jansha, itself a Persian name and accompanied by 2 others, Volume V. 329, the mise-en-scene being Kabul and the king of Khorasan appearing in the proem. Jansha, the young prince, no sooner comes to man's estate than he loses himself out hunting and falls in with cannibals whose bodies divide longitudinally, each moiety going its own way. These are the shik, split ones, which the Arabs borrowed from the Persian Nimchara or half-faces. They escape to the ape island whose denizens are human in intelligence and speak articulately, as the Universal East believes they can. These simiads are at chronic war with the ants, alluding to some obscure myth which gave rise to the gold diggers of Herodotus and other classics, emmets in size somewhat less than dogs but bigger than foxes. FN number 252. The episode then falls into the banalities of Oriental folklore. Jansha, passing the Sabatian river and reaching the Jews' city, is persuaded to be sewn up in a skin and is carried in the normal way to the top of the mountain of gems where he makes acquaintance with Sheikh Nasr, lord of the birds. He enters the usual forbidden room, falls in love with a pattern swan maiden, wins her by the popular process, loses her and recovers her through the Mangyogmas, whose name, like that of King Tegmas, is a burlesque of the Greek, and, finally, when she is killed by a shark, determines to mourn her loss till the end of his days. Having heard this story, Balukia quits him, and, resolving to regain his natal land, falls in with Khizr, and the Green Prophet, who was Wazir to Kekobad, the century B.C., and was connected with Macedonian Alexander, enables him to win his wish. The rest of the tale calls for no comment. Thirdly and lastly, we have the histories, historical stories and the honor of great men in which Easterns as well as Westerns delight. The gravest writers do not disdain to relieve the dullness of chronicles and annals by means of such discussions, humorous or pathetic, moral or grossly indecent. The dates must greatly vary. Some of the anecdotes relating to the early caliphs appear almost contemporary. Others, like Ali of Cairo and Abu al-Shamat, may be as late as the Ottoman conquest of Egypt, 16th century. All are distinctly Sunnite and show fierce animus against the Shia heretics, suggesting that they were written after the destruction of the Fatimite dynasty, 12th century, by Salah al-Din, Saladin the Kurd, one of the latest historical personages and the last king named in the Knights. FN number 253. These anecdotes are so often connected with what the learned Frenchman terms the infericta Horaunuricid, FN number 254, that the great caliph becomes the hero of this portion of the Knights. Aaron the Orthodox was the central figure of the most splendid empire the world had seen, the viceregent of Allah combining the powers of Caesar and Pope, and wielding them right worthily according to the general voice of historians. To quote a few, Ali bin Talib al-Khorasani described him, in AD 934, a century and a half after his death when flattery would be tongue-tied, as one devoted to war and pilgrimage, whose bounty embraced the folk at large. Sayadi, Ob. AD 1291, tells a tale highly favorable to him in the Gulistan, Lib. I. 36. Fakhr al-Din FN number 255, 6th century, lauds his merits, eloquence, science and generosity, and al-Sayuti, Nat. AD 1445, asserts he was one of the most distinguished of caliphs and the most illustrious of the princes of the earth. p. 290. The Sheikh al-Nafsoi FN number 256, 16th century, in his Rosalatia Finaza al-Katir equals scented garden site for heart delight, calls Harun, Chapt. 7, the master of munificence and bounty, the best of the generous. And even the latest writers have not ceased to praise him. Says Al-Aziz Effendi the Cretan, in the story of Juad FN number 257, p. 81, Harun was the most bounteous, illustrious and upright of the Abbasid caliphs. The fifth Abbasid was fair and handsome, of noble and majestic presence, a sportsman and an athlete who delighted in polo and archery. He showed sound sense and true wisdom in his speech to the grammarian poet Al-Asma'i, who had undertaken to teach him Polonimensnes Gemeas en public, et nivus empresses par trop de mi donna de avis en particulier. Attens ordinarement que vos interroge, et contentes vos de mi donren response precises que vos demanderai, sans wirenage outa de superflu. Gods vos tu develoi a mi preoccupa por vos ad remark riens, et por vos donna de laterite. Ni vos attends gemeas drop en long zule historias et les traditions que vos miracinteras, season vos endan la permission. Losc vos veri que meloiena ride lequite dans jugments, ramenes moiav et dusr, sans user de paroles fatches is nideri promons. Ensnes moi principalement les choses qui sont les plus nécessaires pour les discours que je dois faire en public, dans les mosquies et tales, et ni parles pointent to mes obscures, ou mystérieux, nev et des paroles trop riches. FN number 258. He became well-read in science and letters, especially history and tradition, for his understanding was as the understanding of the learned, and, like all educated Arabs of his day, he was a connoisseur of poetry which at times he improvised with success. FN number 259, he made the pilgrimage every alternate year and sometimes on foot, while his military expeditions almost equaled his pilgrimages. Day after day during his caliphate he prayed 100 vows, never neglecting them, save for some especial reason, till his death, and he used to give from his privy purse alms to the extent of 100 dirhams per diem. He delighted in panegyric and liberally rewarded its experts, one of whom, Abd al-Samak the preacher, fairly said of him, "Thy humility in thy greatness is nobler than thy greatness." No caliph, says al-Naif, had been so profusely liberal to poets, lawyers and divines, although as the years advanced he wept over his extravagance amongst other sins. There was vigorous manliness in his answer to the Grecian emperor who had sent him an insulting missive: "In the name of Allah." From the commander of the faithful Harun al-Rashid, to Nicephorus the Roman dog. "I have read thy writ, O son of a miscreant mother. Thou shalt not hear, thou shalt see my reply." Nor did he cease to make the Byzantine feel the weight of his arm till he knacked, FN number 260, his camel in the imperial courtyard, and this was only one instance of his indomitable energy and hatred of the infidel. Yet, if the West is to be believed, he forgot his fanaticism in his diplomatic dealings and courteous intercourse with Carolus Magnus. FN number 261, finally, his civilized and well-regulated rule contrasted as strongly with the barbarity and turbulence of Occidental Christendom, as the splendid court and the luxurious life of Baghdad and its carpets and hangings evinced the quasi-savagery of London and Paris, whose palatial halls were spread with rushes. The great caliph ruled 23 years and a few months, AH 170-193 equals AD 786-808, and, as his youth was checkered and his reign was glorious, so was his end obscure. FN number 262, after a vision foreshadowing his death, FN number 263, which happened, as becomes a good Muslim, during a military expedition to Khorasan, he ordered his grave to be dug and himself to be carried to it in a covered litter. When sighting the fosse he exclaimed, "O son of man, thou art come to this." Then he commanded himself to be set down and a perfection of the Quran to be made over him in the litter on the edge of the grave. He was buried, at 45, at Sanabad, a village near Tis. Aaron the Orthodox appears in the Nights as a headstrong and violent autocrat, a right royal figure according to the Muslim ideas of his day. But his career shows that he was not more tyrannical or more sanguinary than the normal despot of the East, or the contemporary kings of the West. In most points, indeed, he was far superior to the historic misrulers who have afflicted the world from Spain to furthest China. But a single great crime, a tragedy whose details are almost incredibly horrible, marks his reign with a stain of infamy, with a blot of blood never to be washed away. This tale, full of the waters of the eye, as Ferdowsi sings, is the massacre of the Barmecides, a story which has often been told and which cannot here be passed over in silence. The ancient and noble Iranian house, belonging to the Ibn war Arabized Persians, had long served the Umayyads till, early in our 8th century, Khalid bin Bamak, FN number 264, the chief, entered the service of the first Abbasid and became Wazir and Intendant of Finance to Al-Safar. The most remarkable and distinguished of the family, he was in office when Al-Mansur transferred the capital from Damascus, the headquarters of the hated Umayyads, to Baghdad, built ad hoc. After securing the highest character in history by his personal gifts and public services, he was succeeded by his son and heir, John, a statesman famed from early youth for prudence and profound intelligence, liberality and nobility of soul. FN number 265, he was charged by the Caliph al-Mahdi with the education of his son Harun, hence the latter was accustomed to call him father, and, until the assassination of the fantastic tyrant al-Hadi, who proposed to make his own child caliph, he had no little difficulty in preserving the youth from death in prison. The Orthodox, once seated firmly on the throne, appointed Yahya his grand wazir. This great administrator had 4 sons, Al-Fazl, Jafar, Muhammad, and Musa, FN number 266, in whose time the house of Bamek rose to that height from which decline and fall are, in the east, well nigh certain and immediate. Al-Fazl was a foster brother of Harun, an exchange of suckling infants having taken place between the two mothers for the usual object, a tightening of the ties of intimacy. He was a man of exceptional mind, but he lacked the charm of temper and manner which characterized Jafar. The poets and rhetoricians have been profuse in their praises of the cadet who appears in the Nights as an adviser of calm sound sense, an intercessor and a peacemaker, and even more remarkable than the rest of his family for an almost incredible magnanimity and generosity effrayante. Muhammad was famed for exalted views and nobility of sentiment, and Musa for bravery and energy. Of both it was justly said, they did good and harmed not. FN number 267. For 10 years, not including an interval of 7, from the time of al-Rashid's accession, AD 786, to the date of their fall, AD 803, Yahya and his sons, Al-Fazl and Jafar, were virtually rulers of the great heterogeneous empire, which extended from Mauritania to Tartary, and they did notable service in arresting its disruption. Their downfall came sudden and terrible like a thunderbolt from the blue. As the Caliph and Jafar were halting in Al-Amr, the convent, near Anbar town on the Euphrates, after a convivial evening spent in different pavilions, Harun during the dead of the night called up his page Yazir al-Rikla, FN number 268, and bade him bring Jafar's head. The messenger found Jafar still carousing with the blind poet Abu Zakr and the Christian physician Gabriel ibn Bakshi Ashu, and was persuaded to return to the Caliph and report his death. There was the radding, and he expressed a regret. I shall owe thee my life, and, if not, whatso Allah will be done. Jafar followed to listen and heard only the Caliph exclaim, O succor of thy mother's clitoris, if thou answer me another word, I will send thee before him. Whereupon he at once bandaged his own eyes and received the fatal blow. Al-Asma'i, who was summoned to the presence shortly after, recounts that when the head was brought to Harun he gazed at it, and summoning 2 witnesses commanded them to decapitate Yazir, crying, I cannot bear to look upon the slayer of Jafar. His vengeance did not cease with the death. He ordered the head to be gibbeted at one end and the trunk at the other abutment of the Tigris bridge where the corpses of the vilest malefactors used to be exposed, and, some months afterwards, he insulted the remains by having them burn, the last and worst indignity which can be offered to a Muslim. There are indeed pity and terror in the difference between 2 such items in the treasury accounts as these: 400,000 dinars, £200,000, to a robe of honour for the Wazir Jafar bin Yahya, and 10 kairat, 5 shil, to naphtha and reeds for burning the body of Jafar the Barmecide. Meanwhile Yahya and Al-Fazl, seized by the Caliph Harun's command at Baghdad, were significantly cast into the prison Habs al-Zanadika of the Gbers, and their immense wealth which, some opine, hastened their downfall, was confiscated. According to the historian, al-Tabari, who, however, is not supported by all the analysts, the whole Barmecide family, men, women, and children, numbering over 1,000, were slaughtered with only 3 exceptions: Yahya, his brother Muhammad, and his son Al-Fazl. The Caliph's foster father, who lived to the age of 74, was allowed to die in jail, AH 805, after 2 years' imprisonment at Raqqa. Al-Fazl, after having been tortured with 200 blows in order to make him produce concealed property, survived his father 3 years and died in November AH 808, some 4 months before his terrible foster brother. A pathetic tale is told of the son warming water for the old man's ears by pressing the copper ewer to his stomach. The motives of this terrible massacre are variously recounted, but no sufficient explanation has yet been, or possibly ever will be, given. The popular idea is embodied in the Nights. FN number 269, Harun, wishing Jafar to be his companion even in the harem, had wedded him, pro forma, to his eldest sister Abassa, the loveliest woman of her day, and brilliant in mind as in body, but he had expressly said, I will marry thee to her, that it may be lawful for thee to look upon her, but thou shalt not touch her. Ja'afar bound himself by a solemn oath, but his mother Itaba was mad enough to deceive him in his cups, and the result was a boy, Ibn Khalikan, or, according to others, twins. The issue was sent under the charge of a confidential eunuch and a slave girl to Mecca for concealment, but the secret was divulged to Zubaydah, who had her own reasons for hating husband and wife and cherished an especial grievance against Yahya. FN number 270. Thence it soon found its way to headquarters. Harun's treatment of Abbasis supports the general conviction. According to the most credible accounts, she and her child were buried alive in a pit under the floor of her apartment. But, possibly, Ja'afar's perjury was only the last straw. Already Al-Fazl bin Rabi'a, the deadliest enemy of the Barmecides, had been entrusted, AD 786, with there was a writ which he kept 7 years. Ja'afar had also acted generously but imprudently in abetting the escape of Yahya ibn Abdullah, Sayyid and allied, for whom the Caliph had commanded confinement in a close dark dungeon. When charged with disobedience, the Wazir had made full confession, and Harun had, they say, exclaimed, Thou hast done well. But was heard to mutter, Allah slay me and I slay thee not. FN number 271. The great house seems at times to have abused its powers by being too peremptory with Harun and Zubaydah, especially in money matters. FN number 272, and its very greatness would have created for it many and powerful enemies and detractors who plied the Caliph with anonymous verse and prose. Nor was it forgotten that, before the spread of Al-Islam, they had presided over the Noba or Pyrathrum of Balkh, and Harun is said to have remarked anent Yahya, the zeal for Magianism, rooted in his heart, induces him to save all the monuments connected with his faith. FN number 273, hence the charge that they were Zanadaka, a term properly applied to those who study the Zen scripture, but popularly meaning mundanists, positivists, reprobates, atheists, and it may be noted that, immediately after al-Rashid's death, violent religious troubles broke out in Baghdad. Ibn Khalikan, FN number 274, quotes Sa'd ibn Salim, a well-known grammarian and traditionist who philosophically remarked, of a truth the Barmecides did nothing to deserve al-Rashid's severity, but the day of their power and prosperity had been long, and whatso endureth long waxeth longsome. Fakhr al-Din says, p. 27, on the tribu onkaru I no manias by ears et orgules to Ja'afar, et Fadl, al-Fazl. Manias Kale Roy's Nisorian supporter. According to Ibn Badran, the poet, when the Caliph's sister Ulayya FN number 275, asked him, O my lord, I have not seen thee enjoy one happy day since putting Ja'afar to death, wherefore didst thou slay him? He answered, My dear life, and I thought that my shirt knew the reason I would rend it in pieces. I therefore hold with al-Masudi. As regards the intimate cause of the catastrophe, it is unknown and Allah is omniscient. Aaron the Orthodox appears sincerely to have repented his enormous crime. From that date he never enjoyed refreshing sleep. He would have given his whole realm to recall Ja'afar to life, and, if any spoke slightingly of the Barmecides in his presence, he would exclaim, God damn your fathers! Cease to blame them or fill the void they have left. And he had ample reason to mourn the loss. After the extermination of the wise and enlightened family, the affairs of the Caliphate never prospered. Fazl bin Rabi'a, though a man of intelligence and devoted to letters, proved a poor substitute for Yahya and Ja'afar, and the Caliph is reported to have applied to him the couplet colon. No sire sire, FN number 276, I bid you spare your calumnies or their place replace. His unwise elevation of his 2 rival sons filled him with fear of poison, and, lastly, The violence and recklessness of the popular mourning for the Barmecides, FN number 277, whose echo has not yet died away, must have added poignancy to his tardy penitence. The crime still sticks fiery off from the rest of Harun's career. It stands out in ghastly prominence as one of the most terrible tragedies recorded by history, and its horrible details make men write passionately on the subject to this our day. FN number 278. As of Harun, so of Zubaydah, it may be said that she was far superior in most things to contemporary royalties, and she was not worse at her worst than the normal despot queen of the morning land. We must not take seriously the tales of her jealousy in the Nights, which mostly end in her selling off or burying alive her rivals, but, even were all true, she acted after the recognized fashion of her exalted sisterhood. The secret history of Cairo, during the last generation, tells of many a viceregal dame who committed all the crimes, without any of the virtues which characterize Harun's cousin's spouse. And the difference between the manners of the caliphate and the respectability of the 19th century may be measured by the tale called Al-Mamun and Zubaydah. FN number 279, the lady, having won a game of forfeits from her husband, and being vexed with him for imposing unseemly conditions when he had been the winner, condemned him to lie with the foulest and filthiest kitchen wench in the palace, and thus was begotten the caliph who succeeded and destroyed his son. Zubaydah was the granddaughter of the second Abbasid al-Mansur, by his son Jafar, whom the Knights persistently term Al-Qasim. Her name was Amat al-Aziz, or Handmaid of the Almighty. Her cognomen was Jafar, as her husband's was Abu Jafar, and her popular name Greenkin derives from Zubda, FN number 280, cream or fresh butter, on account of her plumpness and freshness. And she was as majestic and munificent as her husband, and the hymn of prayer was never hushed in her palace. Al-Masudi FN number 281, makes a historian say to the dangerous Caliph al-Qahir, the nobleness and generosity of this princess, in serious matters as in her diversions, place her in the highest rank, and he proceeds to give ample proof. Al-Sayuti relates how she once filled a poet's mouth with jewels which he sold for 20,000 dinars. Ibn Khalikan, I. 523, affirms of her charity was ample, her conduct virtuous, and the history of her pilgrimage to Mecca and of what she undertook to execute on the way is so well known that it were useless to repeat it. I have noted, Pilgrimage 3. 2. How the Darb al-Shaki or Eastern Road from Mecca to Al-Medina was due to the piety of Zubaydah, who dug wells from Baghdad to the Prophet's burial place and built not only cisterns and caravanserais, but even a wall to direct pilgrims over the shifting sands. She also supplied Mecca, which suffered severely from want of water, with a chief requisite for public hygiene by connecting it, through levelled hills and hewn rocks, with the Ain al-Mashhash in the Arafat sub-range, and the fine aqueduct, some 10 miles long, was erected at a cost of 1,700,000 to 2 million of gold pieces. FN number 282. We cannot wonder that her name is still famous among the Bedouin and the sons of the holy cities. She died at Baghdad, after a protracted widowhood, in AH 216, and her tomb, which still exists, was long visited by the friends and dependents who mourned the loss of a devout and most liberal woman. The reader will bear with me while I run through the tales and add a few remarks to the notices given in the notes. The glance must necessarily be brief, however extensive be the theme. The admirable introduction follows, in all the texts and MSS known to me, the same main lines but differs greatly in minor details, as will be seen by comparing Mr. Payne's translation with Lane's and mine. In the tale of the sage Duban appears the speaking head which is found in the Camel, in Murkond and in the Kitab al-Uyan, M.C. Barbiad Maynard, v. 503, traces it back to an abbreviated text of Al-Masudi. I would especially recommend to students the Porter and the Three Ladies of Baghdad, I. 82, whose mighty orgy ends so innocently in general marriage. Lane 3. 746, blames it because it represents Arab ladies as acting like Arab courtesans, but he must have known that during his day the indecent frolic was quite possible in some of the highest circles of his beloved Cairo. To judge by the style and changes of person, some of the most archaic expressions suggest the hand of the Ra'i or professional tale-teller, yet as they are in all the texts they cannot be omitted in a loyal translation. The following story of the 3 apples perfectly justifies my notes concerning which certain carpers complain. What Englishman would be jealous enough to kill his cousin wife because a blackamoor in the streets boasted of her favours? But after reading what is annotated in volume I-6, and purposely placed to give the keynote of the book, he will understand the reasonable nature of the suspicion, and I may add that the same cause has commended these skunks of the human race to debauched women in England. The next tale, sometimes called the Two Wazirs, is notable for its regular and genuine drama intrigue which, however, appears still more elaborate and perfected in other pieces. The richness of this Oriental plot invention contrasts strongly with all European literatures except the Spaniard's, whose taste for the theatre determined his direction, and the Italian, which in Boccaccio's day had borrowed freely through Sicily from the East. And the remarkable deficiency lasted till the Romantic movement dawned in France, when Victor Hugo and Alexander Dumas showed their marvellous powers of faultless fancy, boundless imagination and scenic luxuriance, raising French poetry from the dead and not mortally wounding French prose. FN number 283. The Two Wazirs is followed by the gem of the volume, The Adventure of the Hunchback Jester, I. 225, also containing an admirable surprise and a fine development of character, while its wild but natural simplicity and its humour are so abounding that it has echoed through the world to the farthest west. It gave to Addison the story of Al-Nushkar FN number 284, and to Europe the term Barmecide Feast, from the Tale of Shakebag, volume I. 343. The adventures of the corpse were known in Europe long before Gland as shown by 3 Fabliaux in Barbazon. I have noticed that the barber's tale of himself, I. 317, is historical, and I may add that it is told in detail by Al-Masudi, Chapt. Xif. Follows the tale of Nur al-Din Ali, and what Gilland miscalls the Fair Persian, a brightly written historiette with not a few touches of true humour. Noteworthy are the Slaver's Address, Volume 2. 15. The fine description of the Baghdad Garden, Volume 2. 21-24. The Drinking Party, Volume 2. 25. The Caliph's Frolic, Volume 2. 31-37. And the Happy End of the Hero's Misfortunes, Volume 2. 44. Its brightness is tempered by the gloomy tone of the tale which succeeds, and which has variants in the Baubahar, a Hindustani version of the Persian tale of the 4 Darwishes, and in the Turkish Kirkvezir or Book of the 40 Vezes. Its dismal peripeties are relieved only by the witty indecency of Eunuch Bucket and the admirable humour of Eunuch Kafur, whose half-lie is known throughout the East. Here also the lover's agonies are piled upon him for the purpose of unplaying at last. The Oriental tale-teller knows by experience that, as a rule, doleful endings don't pay. The next is the long romance of chivalry, King Omar bin al-Numan etc., which occupies an eighth of the whole repertory and the best part of 2 volumes. Mr. Lane omits it because obscene and tedious, showing the license with which he translated, and he was set right by a learned reviewer, FN number 285, who truly declared that the omission of half a dozen passages out of 400 pages would fit it for printing in any language. FN number 286, and the charge of tediousness could hardly have been applied more unhappily. The tale is interesting as a picture of medieval Arab chivalry and has many other notable points. For instance, the lines 386, beginning Allah holds the kingship, are a lesson to the Manichaeanism of Christian Europe. It relates the doings of 3 royal generations and has all the characteristics of Eastern art. It is a phantasmagoria of holy places, palaces and harems, convents, castles and caverns, here restful with gentle landscapes. 240, and there bristling with furious battle pictures. 117, 221 8, 249, and tales of princely prowess and knightly derring do. The characters stand out well. King Numan is an old lecher who deserves his death. The ancient dame Zat al-Dawahi merits the title Lady of Calamities. To her foes, Princess Briza appears as a charming Amazon, doomed to a miserable and pathetic end. Zor al-Makan is a wise and pious royalty. Nazat al-Zaman, though a longsome talker, is a model sister. The Wazir Dandan, a sage and sagacious counsellor, contrasts with a chamberlain, an ambitious miscreant. Kanmakan is the typical Arab knight, gentle and brave. Now managing the mouths of stubborn steeds, now practicing the proof of warlike deeds. And the kind-hearted, simple-minded stoker serves as a foil to the villains, the kidnapping Badawi and Guzban the detestable Negro. The fortunes of the family are interrupted by 2 episodes, both equally remarkable. Taj al-Muluk FN number 287, is the model lover whom no difficulties or dangers can daunt. In Aziz and Aziza, 291, we have the beau ideal of a loving woman. The writer's object was to represent a softie who had the luck to win the love of a beautiful and clever cousin and the mad folly to break her heart. The poetical justice which he receives at the hands of women of quite another stamp leaves nothing to be desired. Finally, the plot of King Omar is well worked out, and the gathering of all the actors upon the stage before the curtain drops may be improbable, but it is highly artistic. The long crusading romance is relieved by a sequence of 16 fabliaux, partly historiettes of men and beasts and partly apologues proper a subject already noticed. We have then, 162, the saddening and dreary love tale of Ali bin Bakr, a Persian youth and the Caliph's concubine Shams al-Nahar. Here the end is made doleful enough by the deaths of the 2 martyrs, who are killed off, like Romeo and Juliet, FN number 288, a lesson that the course of true love is sometimes troubled and that men as well as women can die of the so-called tender passion. It is followed, 212, by the long tale of Kamar al-Zaman, or Moon of the Age, the first of that name, the Camaralzaman whom Galland introduced into the best European society. Like the ebony horse, it seems to have been derived from a common source with Peter of Provence and Cleomades and Clairmond, and we can hardly wonder at its wide diffusion. The tale is brimful of life, change, movement, containing as much character and incident as would fill a modern 3-volume, and the supernatural pleasantly jostles the natural. Danash, a Jinnah Maymuna, daughter of Al-Dimuriyat, FN number 289. A renowned king of the Jann, being as human in their jealousy about the virtue of their lovers as any children of Adam, and so their metamorphosis to fleas has all the effect of a surprise. The troupe is again drawn with a broad firm touch. Prince Charming, the hero, is weak and willful, shifty and immoral, hasty and violent. His 2 spouses are rivals in abominations as his sons, Amjad and Azad, are examples of a fraternal affection rarely found in half-brothers by sister wives. There is at least one fine melodramatic situation, 228, and marvelous feats of indecency, a practical joke which would occur only to the canopic mind. 305, emphasized the recovery of her husband by that remarkable blackguard, the Lady Buda. The interpolated tale of Nama and Naomi. 4. A simple and pleasing narrative of youthful amours, contrasts well with the boiling passions of the incestuous and murderous queens and serves as a pause before the grand denouement when the parted meet, the lost are found, the unwedded are wedded, and all ends merrily as a 6th century novel. The long tale of Aladdin, Our old friend Aladdin is wholly out of place in its present position. 4. 29. It is a counterpart of Ali Nur al-Din and Miriam the Girdle Girl, Volume 9. And the mention of the Shah-Banar or Harbour Master. 4. 29. The Consul, p. 84. The Capitan, Capitano, the use of cannon at sea and the choice of Genoa City, p. 85. Prove that it belongs to the XVTH or 5th century and should accompany Kamar al-Zaman too. And Marif at the end of the nights. Despite the lutist Zubaydah being carried off by the jinn, the magic couch, a modification of Solomon's carpet, and the murder of the king who refused to Islamize, it is evidently a European tale, and I believe with Dr. Batcher that it is founded upon the legend of Charlemagne's daughter Emma and his secretary Eginhard, as has been noted in the counterpart, Volume 9. 1. This quasi-historical fiction is followed here succession of fable-yaux, novel and historiettes which fill the rest of the Volume 4, and the whole of Volume V, till we reach the terminal story, The Queen of the Serpents, Volume V, pages 304 to 329. It appears to me that most of them are historical and could easily be traced. Not a few are in al-Masudi, for instance the grim tale of Hatim of Ta'i, Volume 4, 94, is given bodily in Meads of Gold, 327, and the two adventures of Ibrahim al-Mahdi with a barber surgeon, Volume 4, 103, and the Merchant's Sister, Volume 4, 176, are in his pages, Volume 7, 68 and 18. The City of Lebtate, Volume 4, 99, embodies the legend of Don Rodrigo, last of the Goths, and may have reached the ears of Washington Irving. Many Column Durham, Volume 4, 113, is held by all Muslims to be factual, and sundry writers have recorded the tricks played by Al-Mamun with the pyramids of Giza which still show his handiwork. FN number 290, The Germ of Isaac of Mosul, Volume 4, 119, is found in Al-Masudi who, 7. 65, names Burton the poetess, Ibn Kul, I. 268, and Harun al-Rashid and the Slave Girl, Volume 4, 153, is told by a host of writers. Ali the Persian is a rollicking tale of fun from some Iranian jest book. Abu Muhammad Height Lazy Bones belongs to the cycle of Sindbad the Seaman, with a touch of Whittington and his cat, and Zumurrud, Smaragdine, in Ali Shah, Volume 4, 187, shows at her sale the impudence of Miriam the Girdle Girl and in bed the fastening device of the Lady Buda, the ruined man who became rich, etc. Volume 4, 289, is historical, and Al-Masudi, 7. 281, relates the coquetry of Mabuba the concubine, Volume 4, 291. The historian also quotes 4 couplets, 2 identical with nose, 1 and 2 in the Nights, Volume 4, 292, and adding colon. Then see the slave who lords it o'er her lording lover privacy and public sight. Behold these eyes that one like Juf saw, Allah on Juf rain boons infinite. And Al-Wujud, Volume V, 32, is a love tale which has been translated into a host of Eastern languages, and the lovers of the Banwara belong to Al-Masudi's Martyrs of Love, 7. 355, with the Osrite love of Ibn Khaldun, 4. 537. Harun and the Three Poets, Volume V, 77, has given to Cairo a proverb which Burckhardt, number 561, renders the day obliterates the word or promise of the night, 4. The promise of night is effaced by day. It suggests congruous Doris colon. For who all night obtained her grace, she can next day disown, etc. Harun and the Three Slave Girls, Volume V, 81, smacks of Gargantua, lib. I. C. 11. It belongs to me, said one, 'tis mine, said another, and so forth. The Simpleton and the Sharper, Volume V. 83, Like the Foolish Dominie, Volume V. 118, is an old Joe Miller in Hindu as well as Muslim folklore. Kisra-e-Ainashwan, Volume V. 87, is The King, the Owl and the Villages of Al-Masudi, 3. 171, who also notices the Persian monarch's 4 seals of office, 2. 204, and Masrur Eunuch and Ibn al-Karabi, Volume V. 109, is from the same source as Ibn al-Maghazili, the reciter and eunuch belonging to the Caliph al-Mu'tazid, Volume 8. 161. In the Tale of Tuadad, Volume V. 139, we have the fullest development of the disputations and displays of learning then so common in Europe, test the admirable Crichton, and these were affected not only by Eastern tale-tellers but even by sober historians. To us it is much like padding when Nuzhat al-Zaman, Volume 2. 156 etc., fags her hapless hearers with a discourse covering 16 mortal pages, when the Wazir Dandan, Volume 2. 195, etc., reports at length the cold speeches of the 5 high-bosomed maids and the Lady of Calamities, and when Word Khan, in presence of his papa, Knight Skamksif 16, discharges his patristic excitations and heterogeneous knowledge. Yet al-Masudi also relates, at dreary extension, Volume V. 369, the disputation of the 12 sages in presence of Barmecide Yei upon the origin, the essence, the accidents and the omnes res of love, and in another place, 7. 181, shows Honain, author of the Book of Natural Questions, undergoing a long examination before the Caliph al-Wasik, Vathak, and describing, amongst other things, the human teeth. See also the Dialogue or Catechism of Al-Hajjaj and Ibn al-Kiraya in Ibn Khalikin, Volume I. 238-240. These disjecta membra of tales and annals are pleasantly relieved by the 7 voyages of Sindbad the Seaman, Volume V. 183. The Arabian Odyssey may, like its Greek brother, descend from a noble family, the Shipwrecked Mariner, a Coptic travel tale of the 12th dynasty, B.C. 3500, preserved on a papyrus at St. Petersburg. In its actual condition Sindbad is a fanciful compilation, like Defoe's Captain Singleton, borrowed from travellers' tales of an immense variety and extracts from Al-Idrisi, Al-Qazwini and Ibn al-Wardi. Here we find the Polyphemus, the Pygmies and the Cranes of Homer and Herodotus, the escape of Aristomenes, the Plinian monsters well known in Persia, the magnetic mountain of St. Brennan, Brandonus, the aeronautics of Duke Ernest of Bavaria FN number 291, and sundry cuttings from Muslim writers dating between the 9th and 14th centuries. FN number 292, the Sheikh of the Seaboard appears in the Persian romance of Qamar Orpa translated by Franklin, all the particulars absolutely corresponding. The Odyssey is valuable because it shows how far eastward the medieval Arab had extended. Already in the ignorance he had reached China and had formed a centre of trade at Canton. But the higher merit of the centre was to produce one of the most charming books of travel ever written, like Robinson Crusoe, the delight of children and the admiration of all ages. The hearty life and realism of Sindbad are made to stand out in strong relief by the deep melancholy which pervades the City of Brass, Volume V. 83, a dreadful book for a dreary day. It is curious to compare the doleful verses, pp. 103, 105, with those spoken to Caliph al-Mutawakkil by Abu al-Hasan Ali, A1 Masudi, 7. 246. We then enter upon the Venerable Sindbad name, The Malice of Women, Volume V. 122, of which, according to the Kitab al-Fihrist, Volume I. 305, there were 2 editions, a Sinbad al-Kabir and a Sinbad al-Saghir, the latter being probably an epitome of the former. This bundle of legends, I have shown, was incorporated with the Knights as an editor's edition, and as an independent work it has made the round of the world. Space forbids any detailed notice of this choice collection of anecdotes for which a volume would be required. I may, however, note that The Wife's Device, Volume Vi. 152, has its analogues in the Catha, Chapt. 13, in the Gesta Romanorum, No. 28, and in Boccaccio, Day 3, 6 and Day Vi. 8, modified by La Fontaine to Richard Minutlo, Cont. Zlib. I. Tale 2, it is quoted almost in the words of the Knights by the Sheikh al-Nafsoi, p. 207. That most witty and indecent tale The Three Wishes, Volume Vi. 180, has forced its way disguised as a babe into our nurseries. Another form of it is found in the Arab proverb more luckless than Barsus, Camus, a fair Israelite who persuaded her husband, also a Jew, to wish that she might become the loveliest of women. Jehovah granted it, spitefully as Jupiter. The consequence was that her contumacious treatment of her mate made him pray that the beauty might be turned into a bitch, and the third wish restored her to her original state. The Story of Judah, Volume Vi. 207, is Egyptian, to judge from its local knowledge, pp. 217 and 254, together with its ignorance of Morocco, p. 223. It shows a contrast, in which Arabs delight, of an almost angelical goodness and forgiveness with a well-nigh diabolical malignity, and we find the same extremes in Abusir the noble-minded Barber and the hideously inhuman Abuka. The excursion to Mauritania is artfully managed and gives a novelty to the mise-en-scene. Ghurab and Ajib, Vi. 207, 7. 91, belongs to the cycle of Antar and King Omar bin Numan. Its exaggerations make it a fine type of Oriental chauvinism, pitting the superhuman virtues, valor, nobility and success of all that is Muslim, against the scum of the earth which is non-Muslim. Like the exploits of Friar John of the Chopping Knives, Rabelais c. 27, it suggests ridicule cast on impossible battles and tales of giants, paynims and paladins. The long romance is followed by 13 historiettes, all apparently historical. Compare Hind, Daughter of Al-Naman, Volume 8. 7 145, and Isaac of Mosul and the Devil, Volume 7. 136, 139, with Al-Masudi v. 365 and Vi. 340. They end in two long detective tales like those which M. Gaboriau has popularized, The Rogueries of Dalila and The Adventures of Mercury Ali, based upon the principle, one thief what's another. The former, who has appeared before, Volume 2. 329, seems to have been a noted character, Al-Masudi says, 8. 175, in a word is Sheikh Al-Ukab, outrivaled in his rogueries and the ingenuities of his wiles Dalila, the crafty and other tricksters and coney catchers, ancient and modern. The Tale of Ardashir, Volume 7. 209-264, lacks originality. We are now entering upon a series of pictures which are replicas of those preceding. This is not the case with the charming Undine, Junna the Sea-born, Volume 7. 264-308, which, like Abdullah of the Land and Abdullah of the Sea, Volume 9. Knight CMXL, describes the vying time of merman and merwoman. Somewhat resembling Swift's inimitable creations, the Howie Nachms for instance, they prove, amongst other things, that those who dwell in a denser element can justly blame and severely criticize the contradictory and unreasonable prejudices and predilections of mankind. Saif al-Muluk, Volume 8. Night Clivi, the romantic tale of two lovers, shows by its introduction that it was originally an independent work, and it is known to have existed in Persia during the 11th century. This novel has found its way into every Muslim language of the East, even into Sindhi, which calls the hero Saif Here we again meet the old man of the sea, or rather the sheikh of the seaboard, and make acquaintance with the jinn whose soul is outside his body. Thus he resembles Hermotimus of Clazomene in Apollonius, whose spirit left his mortal frame a discretion. The author, philanthropically remarking, Volume 8. 4. Knowest thou not that a single mortal is better, in Allah's sight, than 1,000 jinn? Brings the wooing to a happy end which leaves a pleasant savour upon the mental palate. Hassan of Bassora, Volume 8. 7. 145, is a master treatise on a large scale like Sindbad, but his voyages and travels extend into the supernatural and fantastic rather than the natural world. Though long, the tale is by no means wearisome, and the characters are drawn with a fine firm hand. The hero, with his hen-like persistency of purpose, his weeping, fainting and versifying, is interesting enough and proves that love can find out the way. The charming adopted sister, the model of what the feminine friend should be, the silly little wife who never knows that she is happy till she loses happiness, the violent and hard-hearted queen with all the cruelty of a good woman, and the manners and customs of Amazon land are outlined with a lifelike vivacity. Kali for the next tale, Volume 8. 147. 184, is valuable as a study of Eastern life, showing how the fisherman emerges from the squalor of his surroundings and becomes one of the caliph's favorite cup companions. Ali Nur al-Din, Volume 8. 264, and King Jalad, Volume 9, Night Ksif, have been noted elsewhere, and there is little to say of the concluding stories which bear the evident impress of a more modern date. Dr. Johnson thus sums up his notice of The Tempest. Whatever might have been the intention of their author, these tales are made instrumental to the production of many characters, diversified with boundless invention, and preserved with profound skill in nature, extensive knowledge of opinions, and accurate observation of life. Here are exhibited princes, courtiers and sailors, all speaking in their real characters. There is the agency of airy spirits and of earthy goblin, the operations of magic, the tumults of a storm, the adventures of a desert island, the native effusion of untaught affection, the punishment of guilt, and the final happiness of those for whom our passions and reason are equally interested. We can fairly say this much and far more for our tales. Views as a tout ensemble in full and complete form, they are a drama of Eastern life, and a dance of death made sublime by faith and the highest emotions, by the certainty of expiation and the fullness of atoning equity, where virtue is victorious, vice is vanquished, and the ways of Allah are justified to man. They are a panorama which remains can speckle upon the mental retina. They form a phantasmagoria in which archangels and angels, devils and goblins, men of air, of fire, of water, naturally mingle with men of earth, where flying horses and talking fishes are utterly realistic, where king and prince meet fisherman and pauper, lamia and cannibal, where citizen jostles Badawi, eunuch meets knight, the qazi hobnobs with a thief, the purant bias sit down to the same tray with the bawd and the pimp, where the professional religionist, the learned Quranist and the strictest moralist consort with the wicked magician, the scoffer and the debauchee poet like Abu Nawas, where the courtier jests with the bull and where the sweep is bedded with the noble lady. And the characters are finished and quickened by a few touches swift and sure as the glance of sunbeams. The work is a kaleidoscope where everything falls into picture, gorgeous palaces and pavilions, grisly underground caves and deadly worlds, gardens fairer than those of the Hesprid, seas dashing with clashing billows upon enchanted mountains, valleys of the shadow of death, air voyages and promenades in the abysses of ocean, the duello, the battle and the siege, the wooing of maidens and the marriage rite. All the splendor and squalor, the beauty and baseness, the glamour and grotesqueness, the magic and the mournfulness, the bravery and the baseness of Oriental life are here. Its pictures of the three great Arab passions, love, war and fancy, entitle it to be called Blood, Musk and Hashish. FN number 293, and still more, the The genius of the storyteller quickens the dry bones of history, and by adding fiction to pact revives the dead past. The caliphs and the caliphate return to Baghdad and Cairo, whilst Asmodeus kindly removes the terrace roof of every tenement and allows our curious glances to take in the whole interior. This is perhaps the best proof of their power. Finally, the picture gallery opens with a series of weird and striking adventures and shows as a tailpiece an idyllic scene of love and wedlock in halls before reeking with lust and blood. I have noticed in my foreword that the two main characteristics of the Knights are pathos and humour, alternating with highly artistic contrast, and carefully calculated to provoke tears and smiles in the coffee-house audience which paid for them. The sentimental portion mostly breathes a tender passion and a simple sadness. Such are the Badawi's Dying Farewell, Volume I. 75, The Lady's Broken Heart on account of her lover's hand being cut off, Volume I. 277, The Wazir's Death, The Mourner's Song and the Tongue of the Case, Volume 2. 10. The Murder of Princess Abriza with the babe sucking its dead mother's breast, Volume 2. 128, and, generally, The Last Moments of Good Muslims, e.g. Volume 167, which are described with inimitable tastefulness and naivety. The sad and the gay mingle in the character of the good hammam stoker who becomes a rowai crot, and the melancholy deepens in the tale of the mad lover, Volume V. 138, The Blacksmith Who Could Handle Fire Without Hurt, Volume V. 271, The Devotee Prince, Volume V. 3, and The Whole Tale of Aziza, Volume 2. 298, whose angelic love is set off by the sensuality and selfishness of her more fortunate rivals. A new note of absolutely tragic dignity seems to be struck in The Sweep and the Noble Adi, Volume 4. 125, showing the piquancy of sentiment which can be evolved from the common and the unclean. The pretty conceit of the lute, Volume V. 244, is afterwards carried out in the song, Volume 8. 281, which is a masterpiece of originality, FN number 294, and, in the Arabic, of exquisite tenderness and poetic melancholy, the wail over the past and the vain longing for reunion. And the very depths of melancholy, of majestic pathos and of true sublimity are reached in Many Colindaram, Volume 4. 113, and The City of Brass, Volume V. 83, the metrical part of the latter shows a luxury of woe. It is one long wail of despair which echoes long and loud in the hearer's heart. In my foreword I have compared the humorous vein of the comic tales with our northern word, chiefly for the dryness and slyness which pervade it. But it differs in degree as much as the pathos varies. The staple article is Cain-chaff, a peculiar banter possibly inherited from their pagan forefathers. Instances of this are found in The Cock and Dog, Volume I. 22, The Eunuch's Address to the Cook, Volume I. 244, The Wazir's Exclamation, Too Little Pepper, Volume I. 246, The Self-Communing of Judah, Volume V. 219, The Hashish Eater in Ali Shah, Volume 4. 213, The Scene Between the Brother Wazirs, Volume I. 197, The Treatment of the Gobbo, Volume I. 221, 228, The Water of Zamzam, Volume I. 284, and The Eunuch's Bucket and Kafir FN number 295, Volume 2. 49, 51. At times it becomes a masterpiece of fun, of rollicking ray-blaze and humour underlaid by the caustic mother-wit of Sancho Panza, as in the Orgy of the Ladies of Baghdad, Volume I. 92, 93, The Holy Ointment Applied to the Beard of Luca the Knight Unxuentrigim Salomonum, Volume 2. 222, and Jafar and the Old Badawi, Volume V. 98, with its reminiscence of Chaffee King Amasis. This reaches its acme in the description of ugly old age, Volume V. 3, in The Three Wishes, the wickedest of satires on the altar sexus, vi. 180, in Ali the Persian, Volume 4. 139, in The Lady and Her Five Suitors, Volume vi. 172, which corresponds and contrasts with the dully told story of a Parkosa and her four lovers of the Kafir, p. 17, and in The Man of Aliaman, Volume 4. 245, where we find the true Falstaffian touch. But there is sterling wit, sweet and bright, expressed without any artifice of words, in the immortal barber's tales of his brothers, especially the second, the fifth and the sixth, volume I. 324, 325 and 343. Finally, wherever the honest and independent old debauchee Abu Nawas makes his appearance, the fun becomes feminine and Milesian. B. The manner of the knights. And now, after considering the matter, I will glance at the language and style of the knights. The first point to remark is the peculiarly happy framework of the recueil, which I cannot but suspect set an example to the Decameron and its host of successors. FN number 296, the admirable introduction, a perfect mise-en-scene, gives the amplest raison d'etre of the work, which thus has all the unity required for a great romantic recueil. We perceive this when reading the contemporary Hindu work the Kathasarit Sagara, FN number 297, which is at once so like and so unlike the Knights. Here the preamble is insufficient, the whole is clumsy for want of a thread upon which the many independent tales and fables should be strung. FN number 298, and the consequent disorder and confusion tell upon the reader, who cannot remember the sequence without taking notes. As was said in my foreword, without the Knights no Arabian Nights. And now, so far from holding the pauses an intolerable interruption to the narrative, I attach additional importance to these pleasant and restful breaks introduced into long and intricate stories. Indeed, beginning again I should adopt the plan of the California edit, opening and ending every division with a dialogue between the sisters. Upon this point, however, opinions will differ, and the critic will remind me that the consensus of the MSS would be wanting. The Bressel edit, in many places, merely interjects the number of the night without interrupting the tale. The miss in the Bibliothèque Nationale used by Galland contains only XXXI, and the Frenchman ceases to use the division after the XXVth night, and in some editions after the XXVth. FN number 299, a fragmentary miss according to Scott, whose friend J. Anderson found it in Bengal, breaks away after night 29, and in the Wortley Montague, the Sultan relents at an early opportunity, the stories, as in Galland, continuing only as an amusement. I have been careful to preserve the balanced sentences with which the tales open, the tautology and the prose rhyme serving to attract attention, e.g., in days of yore and in times long gone before there was a king, etc. In England, where we strive not to waste words, this becomes once upon a time. The closings also are artfully calculated, by striking a minor chord after the rush and hurry of the incidents, to suggest repose, and they led the most pleasurable of lives and the most delectable, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the severer of societies, and they became as though they had never been. Place this by the side of Boccaccio's favourite formerly Colomnigli Conquesto poi la Scosia, e fun ricoronato, 2, 3. Et novolmente visinfino alla fine, 2, 4, molt godrono dell'ora idio factionoi goda del nostro, 3, 6, e così nella su gross si rime si anche vi si sta, vi, 8. We have further docked this tale into, and they lived happily ever after. I cannot take up the Knights in their present condition, without feeling that the work has been written down from the raw ornacle, FN number 300, the conteur or professional storyteller, also called Casses and Madder, corresponding with the Hindu bat or bard. To these men my learned friend Baron A. von Kramer would attribute the Mu'allaqat, vulgarly called the suspended poems, as being indicted from the relation of the raw Hence in our text the frequent interruption of the formula cal al roi equals quotes the reciter, dice turkey no. Moreover, the knights read in many places like a handbook or guide for the professional, who would learn them by heart, here and there introducing his gag and patter. To this business possibly we may attribute much of the ribaldry which starts up in unexpected places. It was meant simply to provoke a laugh. How old the custom is and how unchangeable is Eastern life is shown, a correspondent suggests, by the Book of Esther which might form part of the Al-Flayla. On that night, we read in chap. Vi. 1, could not the king sleep, and he commanded to bring the book of records of the chronicles, and they were read before the king. The Roi would declaim the recitative somewhat in conversational style. He would intone the sajja or prose rhyme and he would chant to the twanging of the rabab, a one-stringed viol, the poetical parts. Drive Scott FN number 301, borrows from the historian of Aleppo a lifelike picture of the storyteller. He recites walking to and fro in the middle of the coffee room, stopping only now and then, when the expression requires some emphatical attitude. He is commonly heard with great attention, and not unfrequently in the midst of some interesting adventure, when the expectation of his audience is raised to the highest pitch, he breaks off abruptly and makes his escape, leaving both his hero or heroine and his audience in the utmost embarrassment. Those who happen to be near the door endeavor to detain him, insisting upon the story being finished before he departs, but he always makes his retreat good. FN number 302, and the auditors suspending their curiosity are induced to return at the same time next day to hear the sequel. He has no sooner made his exit than the company in separate parties fall to disputing about the characters of the drama or the event of an unfinished adventure. The controversy by degrees becomes serious and opposite opinions are maintained with no less warmth than if the fall of the city depended upon the decision. At Damjir, where a murder in a coffee house had closed these hovels, pending a sufficient payment to the Pasha, and where, during the hard winter of 1885-86, the poorer classes were compelled to puff their gaff, bang, cannabis indica, and sip their black coffee in the muddy streets under a rainy sky, I found the Roi active on Sundays and Thursdays, the market days. The favourite place was the Sokoda Barra, or large bazaar, outside the town, whose condition is that of Suez and Beirut half a century ago. It is a foul slope, now slippery with a viscous mud, then powdery with fetid dust, dotted with graves and decaying tombs, unclean booths, gargotes and tattered tents, unfrequented by women, mere bundles of unclean rags, and by men wearing the hake or burnous, a Franciscan frock, tending their squatting camels and chaffering over cattle for Gibraltar beef eaters. Here the market people form a ring about the reciter, a stalwart man affecting little raiment besides a broad waist belt into which his lower chiffons are tucked, and noticeable only for his shock hair, wild eyes, broad grin and generally disreputable aspect. He usually handles a short stick, and, when drummer and piper are absent, he carries a tiny tom-tom shaped like an hourglass, upon which he taps the periods. This C or Louis, as the Irish call him, opens the drama with extempore prayer, proving that he and the audience are good Muslims. He speaks slowly and with emphasis, varying the diction with breaks of animation, abundant action and the most comical grimace. He advances, retires and wheels about, illustrating every point with pantomime, and his features, voice and gestures are so expressive that even Europeans who cannot understand a word of Arabic divine the meaning of his tale. The audience stands breathless and motionless, surprising strangers. FN number 303, by the ingenuousness and freshness of feeling hidden under their hard and savage exterior. The performance usually ends with the embryo actor going round for arms and flourishing in air every silver bit, the usual honorarium being a few-fless, that marvellous money of Barbary, big coppers worth 1/12 of a penny. All the tales I heard were purely local, but Fakhri Bey, a young Osmanli domiciled for some time in Fez and Mekines, assured me that the nights are still recited there. Many travellers, including Dr. Russell, have complained that they failed to find a complete miscopy of the nights. Evidently, they never heard of the popular superstition which declares that no one can read through them without dying. It is only fair that my patrons should know this. Burton Basher declares that the superstition dates from the 14th and 15th centuries, and he explains it in two ways. Firstly, it is a facetious exaggeration, meaning that no one has leisure or patience to wade through the long repertory. Secondly, the work is condemned as futile. When Egypt produced savants and legists like Ibn al-Hajar, al-Ani, and al-Kastani, to mention no others, the taste of the country inclined to dry factual studies and positive science, nor, indeed, has this taste wholly died out. There are not a few who, like Kari Pasha, contend that the mathematic is more useful even for legal studies than history and geography, and at Cairo the chief of the educational department has always been an engineer, i.e., a mathematician. The ulama declared war against all futilities, in which they included not only stories but also what is politely entitled authentic history. From this to the fatal effect of such lecture is only a step. Society, however, cannot rest without light literature, so the novel reading class was thrown back upon writings which had all the indelicacy and few of the merits of the nights. Turkey is the only Muslim country which has dared to produce a regular drama, FN number 304, and to arouse the energies of such brilliant writers as Munif Pasha, statesman and scholar, Ekrem Bey, literato and professor, Kemal Bey, held by some to be the greatest writer in modern Osmanli land, and Abd al-Haq Hamid Bey, first secretary of the London Embassy. The theatre began in its ruder form by taking subjects bodily from the nights. Then it annexed its plays as we do the novel, having ousted the drama from the French, and lastly it took courage to be original. Many years ago I saw Harun al-Rashid and the three Kalanars, with deerskins and all their properties de rigueur in the courtyard of Government House, Damascus, declaiming to the extreme astonishment and delight of the audience. It requires only to glance at the nights for seeing how much histrionic matter they contain. In considering the style of the nights we must bear in mind that the work has never been edited according to our ideas of the process. Consequently there is no just reason for translating the whole verbatim et literatim, as has been done by Trans, Lane and Payne in his Tales from the Arabic. FN number 305. This conscientious treatment is required for versions of an author like Kamenes, whose works were carefully corrected and arranged by a competent literator, but it is not merited by the nights as they now are. The Macnaghten, the Bullock and the Beirut texts, though printed from MSS, identical in order, often differ in minor matters. Many friends have asked me to undertake the work, but, even if lightened by the aid of sheikhs, munchies and copyists, the labour would be severe, tedious and thankless. Better leave the holes open than patch them with fancy work or with heterogeneous matter. The learned, indeed, as Lane tells us, 74, 3. 740, being thoroughly dissatisfied with the plain and popular, the ordinary and vulgar note of the language, have attempted to refine and improve it, and have more than once threatened to remodel it, that is, to make it odious. This would be to dress up Robert Burns in plumes borrowed from Dryden and Pope. The first defect of the texts is in the distribution and arrangement of the matter, as I have noticed in the case of Sindbad the Seaman, Volume V. 77. Moreover, many of the earlier nights are overlong and not a few of the others are overshort. This, however, has the prime recommendation of variety. Even the vagaries of editor and scribe will not account for all the incoherences, disorder and inconsequence, and for the vain iterations which suggest that the author has forgotten what he said. In places there are dead allusions to persons and tales which are left dark, e.g. Volume I, pp. 43, 57, 61, etc. The digressions are abrupt and useless, leading nowhere, while sundry pages are wearisome for excess of prolixity or hardly intelligible for extreme conciseness. The perpetual recurrence of mean colloquialisms and of words and idioms peculiar to Egypt and Syria FN number 306, also takes from the pleasure of the perusal. Yet we cannot deny that it has its use, this unadorned language of familiar conversation, in its day adapted for the understanding of the people, is best fitted for the Roi's craft in the camp and caravan, the harem, the bazaar and the coffee house. Moreover, as has been well said, the Nights is the only written halfway house between the literary and colloquial Arabic which is accessible to all, and thus it becomes necessary to the students who would qualify themselves for service in Muslim lands from Mauritania to Mesopotamia. It freely uses Turkish words like katan and Persian terms as Shabana, thus requiring for translation not only a somewhat archaic touch, but also a vocabulary borrowed from various sources, otherwise the effect would not be reproduced. In places, however, the style rises to the highly ornate approaching the pompous, e.g. There was aerial addresses in the Tale of King Jalad. The battle scenes, mostly admirable, Volume V. 365, are told with the conciseness of a dispatch and the vividness of an artist, the two combining to form perfect word pictures. Of the Badi or euphuistic style, parleying euphuism, and of a Isaja, the prose rhyme, I shall speak in a future page. The characteristics of the whole are naivety and simplicity, clearness and a singular concision. The gorgeousness is in the imagery, not in the language. The words are weak while the sense, as in the classical Scandinavian books, is strong, and here the Arabic differs diametrically from the florid exuberance and turgid amplifications of the Persian storyteller, which sound so hollow and unreal by the side of a chaster model. It abounds in forms such as repetitions of religious phrases which are unchangeable. There are certain stock comparisons, as Lockman's wisdom, Joseph's beauty, Jacob's grief, Job's patience, David's music, and Miriam the Virgin's chastity. The eyebrow is a nun, the eye is sad, the mouth a mim. A hero is more prudent than the crow, a better guide than the carter grouse, more generous than the cock, warier than the crane, braver than the lion, more aggressive than the panther, finer-sighted than the horse, craftier than the fox, greedier than the gazelle, more vigilant than the dog, and thriftier than the ant. The cup boy is the sun rising from the dark underworld symbolized by his collar. His cheek mole is a crumb of ambergris, his nose is a scimitar grided at the curve, his lower lip is a jujube, his teeth are the Pleiades or hailstones, his brow locks are scorpions, his young hair on the upper lip is an emerald, his side beard is a swarm of ants or a lamb, letter, enclosing the roses or anemones of his cheek. The cup girl is a moon who rivals the sheen of the sun. Her forehead is a pearl set off by the jet of her Egypt fringe, her eyelashes scorn the sharp sword, and her glances are arrows shot from the bow of the eyebrows. A mistress necessarily belongs, though living in the next street, to the Wadi Liwa and to a hostile clan of Bedouin whose blades are ever thirsting for the lover's blood and whose malignant tongues aim only at the defilement of separation. Youth is upright as an aleph, or slender and bending as a branch of the ban-tree which we should call a willow wand, FN number 307, while age, crabbed and crooked, bends groundwards vainly seeking in the dust his lost juvenility. As Barrender Slane says of these stock comparisons, Ibn Qul. I. 36, the figurative language of Muslim poets is often difficult to be understood. The narcissus is the eye, the feeble stem of that plant bends languidly under its dower, and thus recalls to mind the languor of the eyes. Pearls signify both tears and teeth, the latter are sometimes called hailstones, from their whiteness and moisture. The lips are cornelians or rubies, the gums, a pomegranate flower, the dark foliage of the myrtle is synonymous with the black hair of the beloved, or with the first down on the cheeks of puberty. The down itself is called the izar, or headstall of the bridle, and the curve of the izar is compared to the letters lam and nun. FN number 308. Ringlets trace on the cheek or neck the letter W. They are called scorpions, as the Greek, either from their dark color or their agitated movements. The eye is a sword, the eyelids scabbards, the whiteness of the complexion, camphor, and a mole or beauty spot, musk, which term denotes also dark hair. A mole is sometimes compared also to an ant creeping on the cheek towards the honey of the mouth. A handsome face is both a full moon and day. Black hair is night. The waist is a willow branch or a lance. The water of the face is self-respect. A poet sells the water of his face. FN number 309. When he bestows mercenary praises on a rich patron. This does not sound promising, yet, as has been said of Arab music, the persistent repetition of the same notes in the minor key is by no means monotonous and ends with haunting the ear, occupying the thought and touching the soul. Like the distant frog concert and chirp of the cicada, the creak of the water wheel and the stroke of hammers upon the anvil from afar, the murmur of the fountain, the sough of the wind and the plash of the wavelet, they occupy the same sorium with a soothing effect, forming a barbaric music full of sweetness and peaceful pleasure. Section 4. Social Condition. I here propose to treat of the social condition which the Nights discloses, of Al-Islam at the earlier period of its development, concerning the position of women and about the chronology of the great saga book. Al-Islam. A splendid and glorious life was that of Baghdad in the days of the mighty Caliph, FN number 310, when the capital had towered to the zenith of grandeur and was already trembling and tottering to the fall. The center of human civilization, which was then confined to Greece and Arabia, and the metropolis of an empire exceeding in extent the widest limits of Rome. It was essentially a city of pleasure, a Paris of the 6th century. The Palace of Peace, Dar al-Salam, worthy successor of Babylon and Nineveh, which had outrivaled Damascus, the smile of the Prophet, and Kufa, the successor of Hira and the magnificent creation of Caliph Omar, possessed unrivaled advantages of site and climate. The Tigris-Euphrates Valley, where the fabled Garden of Eden has been placed, in early ages succeeded the Nile Valley as a great center of human development, and the prerogative of a central and commanding position still promises it, even in the present state of decay and desolation under the unspeakable Turk, a magnificent future. FN number 311, when railways and canals shall connect it with Europe. The city of palaces and government offices, hotels and pavilions, mosques and colleges, kiosks and squares, bazaars and markets, pleasure grounds and orchards, adorned with all the graceful charms which Saracenic architecture had borrowed from the Byzantines, lay couched upon the banks of the Dajjal under a sky of marvelous purity and in a climate which makes mere life a cafe luxury of tranquil enjoyment. It was surrounded by far-extending suburbs, like Ruzafa on the eastern side, and villages like Bachanja, dear to the votaries of pleasure, and with the roar of a gigantic capital mingled the hum of prayer, the trilling of birds, the thrilling of harp and lute, the shrilling of pipes, the witching strains of the professional ulama, and the minstrel's lay. The population of Baghdad must have been enormous when the smallest number of her sons who fell victims to Hulagu Khan in 1258 was estimated at 800,000, while other authorities more than double the terrible butcher's bill. Her policy and polity were unique. A well-regulated routine of tribute and taxation, personally inspected by the Caliph, a network of waterways, canaux d'arrosage, a noble system of highways, provided with viaducts, bridges and caravanserais, and a postal service of mounted couriers enabled it to collect as in a reservoir the wealth of the outer world. The facilities for education were upon the most extended scale. Large sums, from private as well as public sources, were allotted to mosques, each of which, by the admirable rule of Al-Islam, was expected to contain a school. These establishments were richly endowed and stocked with professors collected from every land between Khorasan and Morocco. FN number 312. and immense libraries. FN number 313, attracted the learned of all nations. It was a golden age for poets and panegyrists, chronists and literati, preachers and rhetoricians, physicians and scientists who, besides receiving high salaries and fabulous presents, were treated with all the honors of Chinese mandarins, and, like these, the humblest Muslim fisherman or artisan could aspire through knowledge or savoir-faire to the highest offices of the empire. The effect was a grafting of Egyptian and Old Mesopotamian, of Persian and Greco-Latin fruits, by long time deteriorated, upon the strong young stock of Arab genius, and the result, as usual after such imping, was a shoot of exceptional luxuriance and vitality. The educational establishments devoted themselves to the three main objects recognized by the Muslim world: theology, civil law and belles lettres, and a multitude of trained counsellors enabled the ruling powers to establish and enlarge that complicated machinery of government, at once concentrated and decentralized, a despotism often fatal to the wealthy great but never neglecting the interests of the humbler lieges, which forms the beau ideal of Oriental administration. Under the chancellors of the empire the Qazis administered law and order, justice and equity, and from their decisions the poorest subject, Muslim or miscreant, could claim with the general approval of the lieges, access and appeal to the Caliph who, as Imam or Antiste of the faith, was High President of a Court of Cassation. Under wise administration, agriculture and commerce, the twin pillars of national prosperity, necessarily flourished. A scientific canalization, with irrigation works inherited from the ancients, made the Mesopotamian valley a rival of Kemi, the Black Land, and rendered cultivation a certainty of profit, not a mere speculation, as it must ever be to those who perforce rely upon the fickle rains of the heaven. The remains of extensive mines prove that this source of public wealth was not neglected. Navigation laws encouraged transit and traffic, and ordinances for the fisheries aimed at developing a branch of industry which is still backward even during the 6th century. Most substantial encouragement was given to trade and commerce, to manufactures and handicrafts, by the flood of gold which poured in from all parts of earth, by the presence of a splendid and luxurious court, and by the call for new arts and industries which such a civilization would necessitate. The crafts were distributed into guilds and syndicates under their respective chiefs, whom the government did not govern too much. These shabanahs, muqaddams and akibs regulated the several trades, rewarded the industrious, punished the fraudulent and were personally answerable, as we still see at Cairo, for the conduct of their constituents. Public order, the sine qua non of stability and progress, was preserved, first, by the satisfaction of the lieges who, despite their characteristic turbulence, had few if any grievances, and, secondly, by a well-directed and efficient police, an engine of the statecraft which in the West seems most difficult to perfect. In the East, however, the wali or chief commissioner can reckon more or less upon the unsalaried assistance of society. The cities are divided into quarters shut off one from other by night, and every Muslim is expected, by his law and religion, to keep watch upon his neighbors, to report their delinquencies and, if necessary, himself to carry out the penal code. But in difficult cases the guardians of the peace were assisted by a body of private detectives, women as well as men. These were called turban equals the penitents, because like our Bow Street runners, they had given up an even less respectable calling. Their adventurers still delight the vulgar, as did the Newgate calendar of past generations, and to this class we owe their tales of Calamity Ahmed, Dalila the Wily One, Saladin with the Three Chiefs of Police, Volume 4, 271, and Al-Malik al-Zahir with the 16 Constables, Breslau. Edit. 11. Pages 321 to 99. Here and in many other places we also see the origin of that picaresque literature which arose in Spain and overran Europe, and which begat Le Monde Parvenu. FN number 314. I need say no more on this heading, the civilization of Baghdad contrasting with the barbarism of Europe then Germanic, the Knights itself being the best expositor. On the other hand, the action of the state religion upon the state, the condition of al-Islam during the reign of al-Rashid, its declension from the primitive greed and its relation to Christianity and Christendom, require a somewhat extended notice. In offering the following observations, it is only fair to declare my standpoints. 1. All forms of faith, that is, belief in things unseen, not subject to the senses, and therefore unknown and, in our present stage of development, unknowable, are temporary and transitory. No religion hitherto promulgated amongst men shows any prospect of being final or otherwise than finite. 2. Religious ideas, which are necessarily limited, may all be traced home to the old seat of science and art, creeds and polity in the Nile Valley, and to this day they retain the clearest signs of their origin. 3. All so-called revealed religions consist mainly of three portions: a cosmogony more or less mythical, a history more or less falsified, and a moral code more or less pure. Al-Islam, it has been said, is essentially a fighting faith and never shows to full advantage save in the field. The faith and luxury of a wealthy capital, the debauchery and variety of vices which would spring up therein, naturally as weeds in a rich fallow, and the cosmopolitan views which suggest themselves in a meeting place of nations, were sore trials to the primitive simplicity of the religion of resignation, the saving faith. Harun and his cousin wife, as has been shown, were orthodox and even fanatical, but the Barmecides were strongly suspected of heretical leanings, and while the many-headed showed itself, as usual, violent, and ready to do battle about an azan call, the learned, who sooner or later leaven the masses, were profoundly dissatisfied with the dryness and barrenness of Muhammad's creed, so acceptable to the vulgar, and were devising a series of schisms and innovations. In the Tale of Tawaddud, Volume V. 189, the reader has seen a fairly extended catechism of the creed, din, the ceremonial observances, mazhab, and the apostolic practices, sanat, of the Shafi school which, with minor modifications, applies to the other three orthodox. Europe has by this time clean forgotten some tricks of her former bigotry, such as Mahomet, an idol, and Muhammadi, Memory FN number 315, a place of Muslim worship. Educated men no longer speak with the glee of the great impostor Mahomet, nor believe with the learned and violent doctor predicts that he was foolish and wicked enough to dispossess certain poor orphans, the sons of an inferior artificer, the Banu Najjar. A host of books has attempted, though hardly with success, to enlighten popular ignorance upon a crucial point, namely, that the founder of Islam, like the founder of Christianity, never pretended to establish a new religion. His claims, indeed, were limited to purging the school of Nazareth of the dross of ages and of the manifold abuses with which long use had infected its early constitution. Hence to the unprejudiced observer his reformation seems to have brought it nearer the primitive and original doctrine than any subsequent attempts, especially the Judaizing tendencies of the so-called Protestant churches. The Meccan apostle preached that the Hanafiya or Orthodox belief, which he subsequently named Al-Islam, was first taught by Allah, in all its purity and perfection, to Adam and consigned to certain inspired volumes now lost, and that this primal holy writ received additions in the days of his descendants Shais, Seth, and Idris, Enoch, the founder of the Sabian, not Sabian, faith. Here, therefore, Al-Islam at once avoided the deplorable assumption of the Hebrews and the Christians, an error which has been so injurious to the science and their progress, of placing their first man in circa B.C. 4000 or somewhat subsequent to the building of the pyramids, the pre-Adamite FN number 316. Races and dynasties of the Muslims remove a great stumbling block and square with the anthropological views of the present day. In process of time, when the Adamite religion demanded a restoration and a supplement, its pristine virtue was revived, restored and further developed by the books communicated to Abraham, whose dispensation thus takes the place of the Hebrew Noah and his Noachide. In due time the Torah, or Pentateuch, superseded and abrogated the Abrahamic dispensation. The Zabur of David, a book not confined to the Psalms, reformed the Torah. The Injil or Evangel reformed the Zabur and was itself purified, quickened and perfected by the Quran, which means the reading or the recital. Hence Locke, with many others, held Muslims to be unorthodox, that is, anti-Trinitarian Christians who believe in the Immaculate Conception, in the Ascension and in the divine mission of Jesus, and when Priestley affirmed that Jesus was sent from God, all Muslims do the same. Thus they are, in the main point of doctrine connected with the deity, simply Arians as opposed to Athanasians. History proves that the former was the earlier faith which, though formally condemned in A.D. 325 by Constantine's Council of Nice, FN number 317, overspread the Orient beginning with Eastern Europe, where Ulfilas converted the Goths, which extended into Africa with the Vandals, claimed a victim or martyr as late as in the 16th century, FN number 318, and has by no means died out in this our day. The Talmud had been completed a full century before Muhammad's time, and the Evangel had been translated into Arabic. Moreover, travel and converse with his Jewish and Christian friends and companions must have convinced the Meccan apostle that Christianity was calling as loudly for reform as Judaism had done. FN number 319, an exaggerated Trinitarianism or rather tritheism, a fourth person and saint worship, had virtually dethroned the deity, whilst Mariolatry had made the faith a religio mulibre, and superstition had drawn from its horrid fecundity an incredible number of heresies and monstrous absurdities. Even ecclesiastic writers draw the gloomiest pictures of the Christian Church in the 4th and 7th centuries, and one declares that the kingdom of heaven had become a hell. Egypt, distracted by the bloodthirsty religious wars of Copt and Greek, had been covered with hermitages by a Jens Eatener of semi-maniacal superstition. Syria, ever ferocious of heresies, had allowed many of her finest tracts to be monopolized by monkeries and nunneries. FN number 320, after many a tentative measure, Muhammad seems to have built his edifice upon two bases, the unity of the Godhead and the priesthood of the paterfamilias. He abolished forever the sacerdos alter Christus, whose existence, as someone acutely said, is the best proof of Christianity, and whom all know to be its weakest point. The Muslim family, however humble, was to be the model in miniature of the state, and every father in Islam was made priest and pontiff in his own house, able unaided to marry himself, to circumcise, to baptize as it were, his children, to instruct them in the law and canonically to bury himself. Volume 8. 22. Ritual, properly so called, there was none. Congregational prayers were merely those of the individual en masse, and the only admitted approach to a sacerdotal order were the ulama or scholars learned in the legistic and the mullah or schoolmaster. By thus abolishing the priesthood, Muhammad reconciled ancient with modern wisdom. Cito Dominum, said Cato, Protita familiarum divinam facia, no priest at a birth, no priest at a marriage, no priest at a death, is the aspiration of the present rationalistic school. The Meccan apostle wisely retained the compulsory sacrament of circumcision and the ceremonial ablutions of the Mosaic law, and the 5 daily prayers not only diverted man's thoughts from the world but tended to keep his body pure. These two institutions had been practiced throughout life by the founder of Christianity, but the followers who had never seen him, abolished them for purposes evidently political and propagandist. By ignoring the truth that cleanliness is next to godliness, they paved the way for such saints as Simon Stylites and Sabahu, like the lowest Hindu orders of ascetics, made filth a contaminant and an evidence of piety. Even now English Catholic girls are at times forbidden by Italian priests a frequent use of the bath as a signpost to the sin of luxury. Muhammad would have accepted the morals contained in the Sermon on the Mount much more readily than did the Jews from whom its matter was borrowed. FN number 321. He did something to abolish the use of wine, which in the East means only its abuse, and he denounced games of chance, well knowing that the excitable races of subtropical climates cannot play with patience, fairness or moderation. He set aside certain sums for charity to be paid by every believer, and he was the first to establish a poor rate, zakat. Thus he avoided the shame and scandal of mendicancy which, beginning in the Catholic countries of southern Europe, extends to Syria and as far east as Christianity is found. By these and other measures of the same import he made the ideal Muslim's life physically clean, moderate and temperate. But Muhammad, the mastermind of the age, had, we must own, a genuine prophetic power, a sinking of self in the divine not distinguishable in kind from the inspiration of the Hebrew prophets, especially in that puritanical and pharisaic narrowness which, with characteristic simplicity, can see no good outside its own petty pale. He had insight as well as outsight, and the two taught him that personal and external reformation were mean matters compared with elevating the inner man. In the purer faith, which he was commissioned to abrogate and to quicken, he found two vital defects equally fatal to its energy and to its longevity. These were, and are, its egoism and its degradation of humanity. Thus it cannot be a pleroma, it needs a higher law. FN number 322. As Judaism promised the good to all manner of temporal blessings, issue, riches, wealth, honor, power, length of days, so Christianity offered the good Christian, as a bribe to lead a godly life, personal salvation and a future state of happiness, in fact the kingdom of heaven, with an alternative threat of hell. It never rose to the height of the Hindu Brahmins and Lao Tzu, the ancient teacher, of Zeno the Stoic and his disciples the noble Pharisees FN number 323, who believed and preached that virtue is its own reward. It never dared to say, do good for good's sake, FN number 324. Even now it does not declare with Cicero, the sum of all is that what is right should be sought for its own sake, because it is right, and not because it is enacted. It does not even now venture to say with fellow Judas, the good man seeks the day for the sake of the day, and the light from the light's sake, and he labors to acquire what is good for the sake of the good itself, and not of anything else. So far for the egotism, naive and unconscious, of Christianity, whose burden is, do good to escape hell and gain heaven. And no less defect in the school of Galilee is its slow view of human nature. Adopting a sober and authentic history an Osirian Hebrew myth which Philo and a host of rabbis explain away, each after his own fashion, Christianity dwells, lovingly as it were, upon the fall of man FN number 325, and seems to revel in the contemptible condition to which original sin condemned him, thus grovelling before God ad majorem de gloriam. To such a point was and is this carried that the Synod of Dort declared, infants infidelium moriant in infantiae probatos esse statuimus, nay, many of the Orthodox still hold a Christian babe dying and baptized to be unfit for a higher existence, and some have even created a limbo expressly to domicile the innocents of whom is the kingdom of heaven. Here, if anywhere, the cloven foot shows itself and teaches us that the only solid stratum underlying priestcraft is one composed of pound s. d. And I never can now believe it, my lord. Bishop, we come to this earth ready damned, with the seeds of evil sown quite so thick at our birth, sings Edwin Arnold. FN number 326, we ask, can infatuation or hypocrisy, for it must be the one or the other, go farther? But the Adamical myth is opposed to all our modern studies. The deeper we dig into the earth's crust, the lower are the specimens of human remains which occur, and hitherto not a single find has come to revive the faded glories of Adam, the goodliest man of men since born, his sons, the fairest of her daughters Eve. Thus Christianity, admitting, like Judaism, its own saints and santons, utterly ignores the progress of humanity, perhaps the only belief in which the wise man can take unmingled satisfaction. Both have proposed an originally perfect being with hyacinthine locks, from whose type all the subsequent humans are degradations physical and moral. We on the other hand hold, from the evidence of our senses, that early man was a savage very little superior to the brute, that during man's millions of years upon earth there has been a gradual advance towards perfection, at times irregular and even retrograde, but in the main progressive, and that a comparison of man in the 6th century with the caveman FN number 327, affords us the means of measuring past progress and of calculating the future of humanity. And was far from rising to the moral heights of the ancient sages. He did nothing to abate the egotism of Christianity. He even exaggerated the pleasures of its heaven and the horrors of its hell. On the other hand, he did much to exalt human nature. He passed over the fall with a light hand. He made man superior to the angels. He encouraged his fellow creatures to be great and good by dwelling upon their nobler not their meaner side. He acknowledged, even in this world, the perfectibility of mankind, including womankind, and in proposing the loftiest ideal he acted unconsciously upon the grand dictum of chivalry honor oblige. FN number 328, his prophets were mostly faultless men, and, if the pure of Allah sinned, he sinned against himself. Lastly, he made Allah predetermine the career and fortunes, not only of empires, but of every created being, thus inculcating sympathy and tolerance of others, which is true humanity, and a proud resignation to evil as to good fortune. This is the doctrine which teaches the vulgar Muslim a dignity observed even by the blind traveller, and which enables him to display a moderation, a fortitude, and a self-command rare enough amongst the followers of the purer creed. Christian historians explain variously the portentous rise of Al-Islam and its marvelous spread over vast regions, not only of pagans and idolaters but of Christians. Prydex disingenuously suggests that it seems to have been purposely raised up by God, to be a scourge to the Christian Church for not living in accordance with their most holy religion. The popular excuse is by the free use of the sword. This, however, is mere ignorance. In Muhammad's deigned early Al-Islam only actual fighters were slain, FN number 329, the rest were allowed to pay the jizya, or capitation tax, and to become tributaries, enjoying almost all the privileges of Muslims. But even had forcible conversion been most systematically practiced, it would have afforded an insufficient explanation of the phenomenal rise of an empire which covered more ground in 8 years than Rome had gained in 800. During so short a time the grand revival of monotheism had consolidated into a mighty nation. Despite their eternal blood feuds, the scattered Arab tribes, a 6 years campaign had conquered Syria, and a luster or two utterly overthrew Persia, humbled the Greco-Roman, subdued Egypt and extended the faith along northern Africa as far as the Atlantic. Within 3 generations the Copts of Nile land had formally cast out Christianity, and the same was the case with Syria, the cradle of the Nazarene, and Mesopotamia, one of his strongholds, although both were backed by all the remaining power of the Byzantine Empire. Northwestern Africa, which had rejected the idolatro-philosophic system of pagan and imperial Rome, and had accepted, after lukewarm fashion, the Arian Christianity imported by the Vandals, and the Nicene mystery of the Trinity, hailed with enthusiasm the doctrines of the Quran and has never ceased to be most zealous in its Islam. And while Mohammedanism speedily reduced the limits of Christendom by 1/3, while throughout the Arabian, Saracenic and Turkish invasions whole Christian peoples embraced the monotheistic faith, there are hardly any instances of defection from the new creed and, with the exception of Spain and Sicily, it has never been suppressed in any land where once it took root. Even now, when Mohammedanism no longer wields the sword, it is spreading over wide regions in China, in the Indian archipelago, and especially in Western and Central Africa, propagated only by self-educated individuals. trading travelers, while Christianity makes no progress and cannot exist on the Dark Continent without strong support from government. Nor can we explain this honorable reception by the licentiousness ignorantly attributed to Al-Islam, one of the most severely moral of institutions, or by the allurements of polygamy and concubinage, slavery, FN number 330, and a wholly sensual paradise devoted to eating, drinking FN number 331, and the pleasures of the sixth sense. The true and simple explanation is that this grand reformation of the Christianity was urgently wanted when it appeared that it suited the people better than the creed which it superseded, and that it has not ceased to be sufficient for their requirements, social, sexual and vital. As the practical Orientalist, Dr. Leitner, well observes from his own experience, the Mohammedan religion can adapt itself better than any other and has adapted itself to circumstances and to the needs of the various races which profess it, in accordance with the spirit of the age. FN number 332. Hence, I add, its wide diffusion and its impregnable position. The dead hand, stiff and motionless, is a forcible simile for the present condition of Al-Islam, but it results from limited and imperfect observation, and it fails in the sine qua non of similes and metaphors, a foundation of fact. I cannot quit this subject without a passing reference to an admirably written passage in Mr. Palgrave's Travels FN number 333, which is essentially unfair to Al-Islam. The author has had ample opportunities of comparing creeds, of Jewish blood and born a Protestant. He became a Catholic and a Jesuit. Pere Michel Cohen FN number 334, in a Syrian convent. He crossed Arabia as a good Muslim and he finally returned to his premier ramo, Anglicanism. But his picturesque depreciation of Mohammedanism, which has found due appreciation in more than one popular volume, FN number 335, is a notable specimen of special pleading, of the ad captandum in its modern and least honest form. The writer begins by assuming the arid and barren Wahhabism, which he had personally studied, as a fair expression of the saving faith. What should we say to a Muslim traveller who would make the Calvinism of the sourest Covenanter model, genuine and ancient Christianity? What would sensible Muslims say to these propositions of Professor Maccabeus and the Synod of Dort? Good works are an obstacle to salvation. God does by no means will the salvation of all men. He does will sin, and he destines men to sin. As sin? What would they think of the inadmissible grace, the perseverance of the elect, the supralapsion and the sublapsion, and, finally, of a deity, the author of man's existence, temptation and fall, who deliberately preordains sin and ruin? Father Cohen carries out into the regions of the extreme his strictures on the one grand vitalizing idea of Al-Islam: there is no God but God, FN number 336. And his deduction concerning the pantheism of forced sounds and real and unsound, compared with the sensible remarks upon the same subject by Dr. Badger's FN number 337, who sees the abstruseness of the doctrine and does not care to include it in hard and fast lines or to subject it to logical analysis. Upon the subject of predestination, Mr. Palgrave quotes, not from the Quran, but from the ahadith or traditional sayings of the Apostle, but what importance attaches to a legend in the Mishnah, or oral law, of the Hebrews utterly ignored by the written law. He joins the many in complaining that even the mention of the love of God is absent from Muhammad's theology, burking the fact that it never occurs in the Jewish scriptures and that the genius of Arabic, like Hebrew, does not admit the expression. Worse still, he keeps from his reader such Quranic passages as, to quote no other, Allah loveth you and will forgive your sins, 3:29. He pities Allah for having no son, companion or counselor, and, of course, he must equally commiserate Jehovah. Finally, his views of the lifelessness of Al-Islam are directly opposed to the opinions of Dr. Leitner and the experience of all who have lived in Muslim lands. Such are the ingenious but not ingenuous distortions of fact, the fine instances of the pathetic fallacy, and the noteworthy illustrations of the falsehood of extremes, which have engendered Mohammedanism a real abyss, the worst form of monotheism, FN number 338, and which have been legally seized upon and further deformed by the authors of popular books, that is, volumes written by those who know little for those who know less. In al-Rashid's day a mighty change had passed over the primitive simplicity of al-Islam, the change to which faiths and creeds, like races and empires and all things sublunary, are subject. The proximity of Persia and the close intercourse with the Greco-Romans had polished and greatly modified the physiognomy of the rugged old belief. All manner of metaphysical subtleties had cropped up, with usual disintegrating effect, and some of these threatened even the unity of the Godhead. Musaylima and Karmat had left traces of their handiwork. The Mutazilites, separatists or scissors, actively propagated their doctrine of a created and temporal Quran. The Khariji or Ibazi, who rejects and reviles Abu Turab, Caliph Ali, contended passionately with the Shia who reviles and rejects the other three successors, and these sectarians, favoured by the learned, and by the Abbasids in their jealous hatred of the Umayyads, went to the extreme length of the Ali, the god-makers of Ali, whilst the Dari and the Zindiq, the Mandanist and the Agnoetic, proposed to sweep away the whole edifice. The Neoplatonism and Gnosticism, which had not essentially affected Christendom, FN number 339, found in al-Islam rich fallow and gained strength and luxuriance by the solid materialism and conservatism of its basis. Such were a few of the distracting and resolving influences which time had brought to bear upon the true believer, and which, after some half a dozen generations, had separated the several schisms by a wider breach than that which yawns between Orthodox, Romanist and Lutheran. Nor was this scandal in al-Islam abated until the Tartar sword applied to it the sharpest remedy. Woman. The next point I propose to consider is the position of womanhood in the Nights, so curiously at variance with the stock ideas concerning the Muslim home and domestic policy still prevalent, not only in England, but throughout Europe. Many readers of these volumes have remarked to me with much astonishment that they find the female characters more remarkable for decision, action and manliness than the male, and are wonderstruck by their masterful attitude and by the supreme influence they exercise upon public and private life. I have glanced at the subject of the sex in al-Islam to such an extent throughout my notes that little remains here to be added. Women, all the world over, are what men make them, and the main charm of Amazonian fiction is to see how they live and move and have their being without any masculine guidance. But it is the old avenue fable. Who drew the lion vanquished? 'Twas a man. The books of the ancients, written in that stage of civilization when the sexes are at civil war, make women even more than in real life the creatures of their masters. Hence, from the dawn of literature to the present day, the sex has been the subject of disappointed abuse and eulogy almost as unmerited. Ecclesiastes, perhaps the strangest specimen of an inspired volume the world has yet produced, boldly declares one upright man among 1,000 I have found, but a woman among all have I not found. Volume 7. 28, thus confirming the pessimism of Petronius : Femina nulla bona est, et si bona contagia telenescio quo fateris maleficta bonuist. In the Psalms again, 30:15, we have the old sneer at the three insatiables, hell, earth and the parts feminine, os valve, and rabbinical learning has embroidered these and other texts, producing a truly hideous caricature. A Hades attributed to Mohammedans, they, women, lack wits and faith. When Eve was created, Satan rejoiced, saying, Thou art half of my host, the trustee of my secret and my shaft wherewith I shoot and miss not. Another tells us, I stood at the gate of heaven, and lo, most of its inmates were poor, and I stood at the gate of hell, and lo, most of its inmates were women. FN number 340, take care of the glass vials, cried the prophet to a camel guide singing with a sweet voice. Yet the Meccan apostle made, as has been seen, his own household produce to perfections. The blatant popular voice follows with such dicts as, women are made of nectar and poison, women have long hair and short wits, and so forth. Nor are the Hindus behindhand. Woman has fickleness implanted in her by nature like the flashings of lightning. Katha SSI 147. She is valueless as a straw to the heroic mind. 169. She is hard as adamant in sin and soft as flour in fear. 170. And, like the fly, she quits camphor to settle on compost. 2. I7. What dependence is there in the crowing of a hen? Women's opinions, says the Hindi proverb, also a virgin with grey hairs. That is a monster, and, wherever wendeth a fairy face a devil wendeth with her. The same superficial view of holding woman to be lesser, and very inferior, man is taken generally by the classics, and Euripides distinguished himself by misogyny, although he drew the beautiful character of Alcestis. Simonides, more merciful than Ecclesiastes, after naming his swine women, dog women, cat women, etc., ends the decade with the admirable bee-woman, thus making 10% honest. In medieval Germanic Europe, the doctrine of the Virgin Mother gave the sex a status unknown to the ancients except in Egypt, where Isis was the helpmate and completion of Osiris. In modern parlance, the woman clothed with the Sunday, the kindly and courtly Palmerin of England, in whose pages gentlemen may find their choice of sweet inventions and gentlewomen be satisfied with courtly expectations, suddenly blurts out, but in truth women are never satisfied by reason, being governed by accident or appetite. Chaps. Slicks. The knights, as might be expected from the emotional East, exaggerate these views. Women are mostly secretaries of the god Wunsch, beings of impulse, blown about by every gust of passion, stable only in instability, constant only in inconstancy. The false ascetic, the perfidious and murderous grown in the old hag procuress who pimps lacum calcum, FN number 341, for mere pleasure, in the luxury of sin, are drawn with an experienced and loving hand. Yet not the less do we meet with examples of the dutiful daughter, the model lover matronly in her affection, the devoted wife, the perfect mother, the saintly devotee, the learned preacher, Univera the chaste widow, and the self-sacrificing heroic woman. If we find, Volume 3, 216, the sex described as colon. In awful cast by kites where'er they list. And the studied insults of Volume 3, 318, we also come upon an admirable sketch of conjugal happiness, Volume 7, 43, and, to mention no other, Shahrazad's attestation to Shahrazad's excellence in the last charming pages of the Nights. FN number 342, it is the same with the Katha whose praise and dispraise are equally enthusiastic. For example, women of good family are guarded by their virtue, the sole efficient chamberlain, but the Lord himself can hardly guard the unchaste. Who can stem a furious stream and a frantic woman? 328. Excessive love in woman is your only hero for daring. 339. Thus fair ones, naturally feeble, bring about a series of evil actions which engender discernment and aversion to the world. But here and there you will find a virtuous woman who adorneth a glorious house as the streak of the moon around the breadth of the heavens. 346. So you see, King, honourable matrons are devoted to their husbands, and 'tis not the case that women are always bad. 624. And there is true wisdom in that even balance of feminine qualities advocated by our Hindi class book, the Toti Name Parrot volume. The perfect woman has 7 requisites. She must not always be merry. 1. Nor sad. 2. She must not always be talking. 3. Nor silently musing. 4. She must not always be adorning herself. 5. Nor neglecting her person. 6. And 7. At all times she must be moderate and self-possessed. The legal status of womankind in Islam is exceptionally high, a fact of which Europe has often been assured, although the truth has not even yet penetrated into the popular brain. Nearly a century ago one Mirza Abu Talib Khan, an Amaldar or revenue collector, after living 2 years in London, wrote an apology for, or rather of indication of, his countrywoman which is still worth reading and quoting. FN number 343, nations are but superficial judges of one another. Where customs differ they often remark only the salient distinctive points which, when examined, prove to be of minor importance. Europeans seeing and hearing that women in the East are cloistered as the Grecian matron was wont and that wives may not walk out with their husbands and cannot accompany them to balls and parties, moreover, that they are always liable, like the ancient Hebrew, to the mortification of the sister wife, have most ignorantly determined that they are mere serviles and that their lives are not worth living. Indeed, a learned lady, Miss Martine, once visiting a harem went into ecstasies of pity and sorrow because the poor things knew nothing of say trigonometry and the use of the globes. Sunni thought otherwise, and my experience, like that of all old dwellers in the East, is directly opposed to this conclusion. I have noted, that Muhammad, in the 5th year of his reign, FN number 344, after his ill-advised and scandalous marriage FN number 345, with his foster daughter Zainab, established the hijab or veiling of women. It was probably an exaggeration of local usage, a modified separation of the sexes, which extended and still extends even to the Badawi, must long have been customary in Arabian cities, and its object was to deliver the sexes from temptation, as the Quran says, 32. Purer will this practice be for your hearts and their hearts. FN number 346, the women, who delight in restrictions which tend to their honor, accepted it willingly and still affect it. They do not desire a liberty or rather a license which they have learned to regard as inconsistent with their time-honored notions of feminine decorum and delicacy, and they would think very meanly of a husband who permitted them to be exposed, like Heter, to the public gaze. FN number 347, as Zubayr Pasha, exiled to Gibraltar for another's treason, said to my friend, Colonel Buckle, after visiting quarters evidently laid out by a jealous husband, we Arabs think that when a man has a precious jewel, 'tis wiser to lock it up in a box than to leave it about for anyone to take. The Eastern adopts the instinctive, the Western prefers the rational method. The former jealously guards his treasure, surrounds it with all precautions, fends off from it all risks, and if the treasure go astray, kills it. The latter, after placing it in evidence upon an eminence in ball dress with back and bosom bare to the gaze of society, a bundle of charms exposed to every possible seduction, allows it to take its own way, and if it be misled, he kills or tries to kill the misleader. It is a fiery trial, and the few who safely pass through it may claim a higher standpoint in the moral world than those who have never been sorely tried. But the crucial question is whether Christian Europe has done wisely in offering such temptations. The second and main objection to Muslim custom is the marriage system, which begins with a girl being wedded to a man whom she knows only by hearsay. This was the habit of our forebears not many generations ago, and it still prevails amongst noble houses in southern Europe, where a lengthened study of it leaves me doubtful whether the love marriage, as it is called, or wedlock with an utter stranger, evidently the two extremes, is likely to prove the happier. The sister wife is or would be a sore trial to monogamic races like those of Northern Europe, where here, all but the equal of keys in most points mental and physical and superior in some, not infrequently proves herself the man of the family, the only man in the boat. But in the East, where the sex is far more delicate, where a girl is brought up in polygamy, where religious reasons separate her from her husband, during pregnancy and lactation, for 3 successive years, and where often enough like the Mormon damsel she would hesitate to nigger it with a one-wife man, the case assumes a very different aspect and the load, if burden it be, falls comparatively light. Lastly, the patriarchal household is mostly confined to the grandee and the Richard, whilst holy law and public opinion, neither of which can openly be disregarded, assign command of the household to the equal or first wife and jealously guard the rights and privileges of the others. Mirza Abu Talib, the Persian prince, FN number 348, offers 6 reasons why the liberty of the Asiatic women appears less than that of the Europeans, ending with, "I'll fondly place on either man that can to this reply." He then lays down 8 points in which the Muslim wife has greatly the advantage over her Christian sisterhood, and we may take his first as a specimen. Custom, not contrary to law, invests the Mohammedan mother with a despotic government of the homestead, slaves, servants and children, especially the latter. She alone directs their early education, their choice of faith, their marriage and their establishment in life, and in case of divorce she takes the daughters, the sons going to the sire. She has also liberty to leave her home, not only for 1 or 2 nights, but for a week or a fortnight, without consulting her husband, and whilst she visits a strange household, the master and all males above 15 are forbidden the harem. But the main point in favour of the Muslim wife is her being a legal sharer. Inheritance is secured to her by Quranic law. She must be dowered by the bridegroom to legalize marriage, and all she gains is secured to her, whereas in England a married woman's property act was completed only in 1882 after many centuries of the grossest abuses. Lastly, Muslims and Easterns in general study and intelligently study the art and mystery of satisfying the physical woman. In my foreword I have noticed among barbarians the system of making men, FN number 349, that is, of teaching lads first arrived at puberty the nice conduct of the instrument imparatum plantandis civibus, a branch of the knowledge tree which our modern education grossly neglects, thereby entailing untold miseries upon individuals, families and generations. The mock virtue, the most immodest modesty of England and of the United States in the 6th century, pronounces the subject foul and fulsome. Society sickens at all details, and hence it is said abroad that the English have the finest women in Europe and least know how to use them. Throughout the East such studies are aided by a long series of volumes, many of them written by learned physiologists, by men of social standing and by religious dignitaries high in office. The Egyptians especially delight in aphrodisiac literature treating, as the Turks say, de lapati odysseus de la tale, and from 1500 to 2000 copies of a new work, usually lithographed in cheap form, readily sell off. The Pudibun Lane makes allusion to in quotes, A. N. I. 216, one of the most outspoken, a 464 pages, called the Halbat Alfumator Race Course of the Bay Horse, a poetical and horsey term for grape wine. Attributed by Terbalot to the Qazi Shams al-Din Muhammad, it is wholly upon the subject of wassail and women till the last few pages, when his reverence exclaims, "This much, O reader, I have recounted, the better thou mayst know what to avoid," and so forth, ending with condemning all he had praised. FN number 350, even the divine and historian Jalaluddin al-Suyuti is credited with having written, though the authorship is much disputed, a work entitled, Kitab al-Izar fil Malnika equals the Book of Exposition in the Science of Coition. My copy, a lithograph of 33 pages, undated, but evidently clean, begins with exclaiming Alhamdulillah, Lord to the Lord who adorned the virginal bosom with breasts and who made the thighs of women anvils for the spear handles of men. To the same amiable theologian are also ascribed the Kitab Nawazir al-Lake equals Green Splendors of the Copse in Copulation, an abstract of the Kitab al-Wishar Fifod al-Nika equals Book of the Zone on Coition Boon. of the abundance of pornographic literature we may judge from a list of the following 7 works given in the second page of the Kitabuja al-Sheikh Ilas Saber Fiqh al-Bar FN number 351, equals Book of Age Rejuvenescence in the Power of Concupiscence. It is the work of Ahmad bin Sulayman, surnamed Ibn Kamil Pasha. 1. Kitab al-Bar by al-Nali. 2. Kitab al-Az wal-Ariyas, Book of the Bridal and the Brides, by al-Jahiz. 3. Kitab al-Fin, Maiden's Book, by Ibn Hujab al-Naman. 4. Kitab al-Izar Fizra al-Nikah, Book of the Exposition on the Mysteries of Married Fruition. 5. Kitab Jami al-Itsa, The Compendium of Pleasure, by Ibn Samsamani. 6. Kitab Bajan, Yarjan, Wajanahib, FN number 352. 7. Kitab al-Manaqah wal-Muftah fi Asnaf al-Jima wal-Atiq, Book of Canal Copulation and the Initiation into the Modes of Coition and its Instrumentation, by Aziz al-Din al-Masihi, FN number 353. To these I may add the Litzat al-Nisa, Pleasures of Women, a textbook in Arabic, Persian and Hindustani. It is a translation and a very poor attempt, omitting much from, and adding naught to, the famous Sanskrit work Ananga, Stage of the Bodiless One, that is Cupido, or Hindu Art of Love, Ars Amoris Indica. FN number 354. I have copies of it in Sanskrit and Marathi, Gujarati and Hindustani. The latter is an unpaged 8vo of pp. 66. Including 8 pages of most grotesque illustrations showing the various the figure veneris or positions of copulation, which seem to be the triumphs of contortionists. These pamphlets, lithographed in Bombay, are broadcast over the land. FN number 355. It must not be supposed that such literature is purely and simply aphrodisiacal. The learned Springer, a physician as well as an Arabist, says, Al-Masudi p. 384, of a tractate by the celebrated Raises in the Leiden Library, the number of curious observations, the correct and practical ideas and the novelty of the notions of Eastern nations of these subjects, which are contained in this book, render it one of the most important productions of the medical literature of the Arabs. I can conscientiously recommend to the anthropologist a study of the Kutab al-Bar. C. Pornography. Here it will be advisable to supplement what was said in my foreword, p. 13, concerning the turpiloquium of the Knights. Readers who have perused the 10 volumes will probably agree with me that the naive indecencies of the text are rather cordicere than prurience, and, when delivered with mirth and humour, they are rather the excrements of wit than designed for debauching the mind. Crude and indelicate with infantile plainness, even gross and, at times, nasty in their terrible frankness, they cannot be accused of corrupting suggestiveness or subtle insinuation of vicious sentiment. Theirs is a coarseness of language, not of idea. They are indecent, not depraved, and the pure and perfect naturalness of their nudity seems almost to purify it, showing that the matter is rather of manners than of morals. Such throughout the East is the language of every man, woman and child, from prince to peasant, from matron to prostitute. All are, as the naive French traveller said of the Japanese, si grossios quils ni savent nomale choses que parlenom. This primitive stage of language sufficed to draw from Elaine and Burckhardt strictures upon the most immodest freedom of conversation in Egypt, where, as all the world over, there are 3 several stages for names of things and acts sensual. First we have the mokru, the popular term, soon followed by the technical and scientific, and, lastly, the literary or figurative nomenclature, which is often much more immoral because more attractive, suggestive and seductive than the raw word. And let me observe that the highest civilization is now returning to the language of nature. In Laglu with M. J. Richipin, a triumph of the realistic school, we find such archaic expressions as lapati, butane, fautualas exquatedix, Unfacity used betarad, tutsfajuda, etc. A violent bagger. And so forth. FN number 356. To those critics who complain of these raw vulgarisms and puerile indecencies in the Knights, I can reply only by quoting the words said to have been said by Dr. Johnson to the lady who complained of the naughty words in his dictionary. You must have been looking for them, madam. But I repeat, p. 14. There is another element in the Knights, and that is one of absolute obscenity, utterly repugnant to English readers, even the least prudish. It is chiefly connected with what our neighbours call a vice contra nature, as if anything can be contrary to nature, which includes all things. FN number 357. Upon this subject I must offer details, as it does not enter into my plan to ignore any theme which is interesting to the Orientalist and the anthropologist. And they, methinks, do abundant harm who, for shame or disgust, would suppress the very mention of such matters, in order to combat a great and growing evil deadly to the birth-rate, the mainstay of national prosperity. The first requisite is careful study. As Albert Bolstoet, Bishop of Ratisbon, rightly says, quem alum non evitatum nisi cognitum, ideo necessis cognoscirum undicium coetus et multiplicae docentia insto libro. Equally true, a professor mantigates the words, FN number 358, Cascia lay plates do si humano nom de la poudre, snest au contraire hypocrisy up. The late Mr. Grote had reason to lament that when describing such institutions as the far-famed of Thebes, the sacred band annihilated at Cherona, he was compelled to a reticence which permitted him to touch only the surface of the subject. This was inevitable under the present rule of Kant. FN number 359, in a book intended for the public, but the same does not apply to my version of the Knights. And now I proceed to discuss the matter serousement, honnêtement, historiquement, to show it in decent nudity, not in suggestive fig leaf or fildivin. D. Pederasty. The execrabilis familia pathicorum first came before me by a chance of earlier life. In 1845, when Sir Charles Napier had conquered and annexed Sind, despite a faction, mostly venal, which sought favour with the now-defunct Court of Directors to the Honourable East India Company, the veteran began to consider his conquest with a curious eye. It was reported to him that Karachi, a townlet of some 2,000 souls and distant not more than a mile from camp, supported no less than 3 lupanas or boarders, in which not women but boys and eunuchs, the former demanding nearly a double price, FN number 360, lay for hire. Being then the only British officer who could speak Sindhi, I was asked indirectly to make inquiries and to report upon the subject, and I undertook the task on express condition that my report should not be forwarded to the Bombay government, from whom supporters of the conqueror's policy could expect scant favour, mercy or justice. Accompanied by a Munshi, Mirza Muhammad Hussain of Shiraz, and habited as a merchant, Mirza Abdullah the Bushairi, FN number 361, passed many an evening in the townlet, visited all the poorna and obtained the fullest details, which were duly dispatched to Government House. But the devil's brother presently quitted Sind, leaving in his office my unfortunate official. This found its way with sundry other reports, FN number 362, to Bombay and produced the expected result. A friend in the Secretariat informed me that my summary dismissal from the service had been formally proposed by one of Sir Charles Napier's successors, whose decease compels me passia sepulto. But this excess of outraged modesty was not allowed. Subsequent inquiries in many and distant countries enabled me to arrive at the following conclusions: 1. There exists what I shall call a sotadic zone, bounded westwards by the northern shores of the Mediterranean, N. lat. 43, and by the southern, N. lat. 30. Thus the depth would be 780 to 800 miles, including meridional France, the Iberian Peninsula, Italy and Greece, with the coast regions of Africa from Morocco to Egypt. 2. Running eastward, the Sotadic zone narrows, embracing Asia Minor, Mesopotamia and Chaldea, Afghanistan, Sindh, the Punjab and Kashmir. 3. In Indochina, the belt begins to broaden, enfolding China, Japan and Turkestan. 4. It then embraces the South Sea Islands and the New World where, at the time of its discovery, Sotadic love was, with some exceptions, an established racial institution. 5. Within the Sotadic zone, the vice is popular and endemic, held at the worst to be a mere peccadillo, whilst the races to the north and south of the limits here defined practice it only sporadically amid the opprobrium of their fellows who, as a rule, are physically incapable of performing the operation and look upon it with the liveliest disgust. Before entering into topographical details concerning pederasty, which I hold to be geographical and climatic, not racial, I must offer a few considerations of its cause and origin. We must not forget that the love of boys has its noble, sentimental side. The Platonists and pupils of the Academy, followed by the Sufis or Muslim Gnostics, held such affection, pure as ardent, to be the beau ideal which united in man's soul the creature with the Creator. Professing to regard youths as the most cleanly and beautiful objects in this phenomenal world, they declared that by loving and extolling the chef d'apostrophe corporeal and intellectual, of the demiurgus, disinterestedly and without any admixture of carnal sensuality, they are paying the most reverent adoration to the causa causans. They add that such affection, passing as it does the love of women, is far less selfish than fondness for and admiration of the other sex which, however innocent, always suggests sexuality. FN number 363, and Easterns add that the devotion of the moth to the taper is purer and more reverent than the bulbul's love for the rose. Amongst the Greeks of the best ages the system of boy favourites was advocated on considerations of morals and politics. The lover undertook the education of the beloved through precept and example, while the two were conjoined by a tie stricter than the fraternal. Hieronymus the Peripatetic strongly advocated it because the vigorous disposition of youth and the confidence engendered by their association often led to the overthrow of tyrannies. Socrates declared that a most valiant army might be composed of boys and their lovers, for that of all men they would be most ashamed to desert one another. And even Virgil, despite the foul flavour of formos and pasta corridon, could write : Nissus amabio piri. The only physical cause for the practice which suggests itself to me, and that must be owned to be purely conjectural, is that within the Sotadic zone there is a blending of the masculine and feminine temperaments, a gracis which elsewhere occurs only sporadically. Hence the male feminism whereby the man becomes patiens as well as agents, and the woman a tribade, a votary of muscular Sappho, FN number 364, queen of frictrices or abbas. FN number 365, Professor Mantegazza claims to have discovered the cause of this pathological love, this perversion of the erotic sense, one of the marvelous list of amorous vagaries which deserve, not prosecution but the pitiful care of the physician and the study of the psychologist. According to him, the nerves of the rectum and the genitalia, in all cases closely connected, are abnormally so in the pathic, who obtains, by intromission, the venereal orgasm which is usually sought through the sexual organs. So amongst women there are tributs who can procure no pleasure except by foreign objects introduced a posteriori. Hence his threefold distribution of sodomy: 1. Peripheral or anatomical, caused by an unusual distribution of the nerves and the hyperesthesia. 2. Luxurious, when levaturgo is preferred on account of the narrowness of the passage. And 3. The psychical. But this is evidently superficial. The question is what causes this neuropathy, this abnormal distribution and condition of the nerves. FN number 366. As Prince Bismarck finds a moral difference between the male and female races of history, so I suspect a mixed physical temperament affected by the manifold subtle influences must together in the word climate. Something of the kind is necessary to explain the fact of this pathological love extending over the greater portion of the habitable world, without any apparent connection of race or media, from the polished Greek to the cannibal Tupi of the Brazil. Walt Whitman speaks of the ashen grey faces of onanists, the faded colours, the puffy features and the unwholesome complexion of the professed pederast with his peculiar cachectic expression, indescribable but once seen never forgotten, stamped the breed, and Dr. G. Adolf is justified in declaring Aljuans pederassen erkenen sich in Andersnell, oft met ein thick. This has nothing in common with the feminism which betrays itself in the Pathic by womanly gait, regard and gesture. It is a something sui generic, and the same may be said of the colour and look of the young priest who honestly refrains from women and their substitutes. Dr. Daddy, in his well-known work, Etudes medico-regales zoleatintat so mers, and Dr. Adolf note a peculiar infundibaliform disposition of the after and smoothness and want of folds even before any abuse has taken place, together with special forms of the male organs in confirmed pederasts. But these observations have been rejected by Casper, Hoffman, Waddell and Dr. J. H. Henrik Danny, notes Zorla Sodomy, Lyon, 1880, and it is a medical question whose discussion would here be out of place. The origin of pederasty is lost in the night of ages, but its history has been carefully traced by many writers, especially Viry, FN number 367, Rosenbaum FN number 368, and M. H. E. Mayer, FN number 369, the ancient Greeks who, like the modern Germans, invented nothing but were great improvers of what other races invented, attributed the formal apostolate of Sotadism to Orpheus, whose stigmata were worn by the Thracian women. Omnem refugerat Orpheus F. minam venerum illetam thricum populis fuit octa, amorem intenias transformares, citrac juventam etitis brever, et premos carpere flores. Ovid Met. X. 7985. Euripides proposed Laius father of Oedipus as the inaugurator, whereas Tinus declared that the fashion of making favourites of boys was introduced into Greece from Crete, for Malthusian reasons, said Aristotle, Pol. 2. 10, attributing it to Minos. Herodotus, however, knew far better, having discovered, 2. c. 80, that the Orphic and Bacchic rites were originally Egyptian. But the father of history was a traveller and an annalist rather than an archaeologist, and he tripped in the following passage, I. c. 135, as soon as they, the Persians, hear of any luxury, they instantly make it their own, and hence, among other matters, they have learned from the Huns a passion for boys, unnatural lust, says Modest Rawlinson. Plutarch, Demelig, Herod, 13 FN number 370, asserts with much more probability that the Persians used eunuch boys according to the Musgrisi, long before they had seen the Grecian main. In the holy books of the Hellenes, Homer and Hesiod, dealing with the heroic ages, there is no trace of pederasty, although, in a long subsequent generation, Lucian suspected Achilles and Patroclus as he did Orestes and Pylades, Theseus and Pericles. Homer's praises of beauty are reserved for the feminines, especially his favourite Helen. But the Dorians of Crete seem to have commended the abuse to Athens and Sparta and subsequently imported it into Tarentum, Agrigentum and other colonies. F.Ors in Strabo, X. 4 section 21, gives a curious account of the violent abduction of beloved boys, Greek, by the lover, Greek, of the obligations of the ravisher, Greek, to the favourite, Greek FN number 371, and of the marriage ceremonies which lasted 2 months. See also Plato, Laws I. c. 8. Servius, Adened. X. 325, informs us de cretensibus accepimus, quod inima puerim intemperance fuerant, quod postua in licens 8 in totam Greciam translatum est. the Cretans and afterwards their apt pupils the Chalcidians held it disreputable for a beautiful boy to lack a lover. Hence Zeus, the national Doric god of Crete, loved Ganymede, FN number 372, Apollo, another Dorian deity, loved Hyacinth, and Hercules, a Doric hero who grew to be a sun god, loved Hylas and a host of others. Thus Crete sanctified the practice by the examples of the gods and demigods. But when legislation came, the subject had qualified itself for legal limitation and as such was undertaken by Lycurgus and Solon, according to Xenophon, Lac. 2:13, who draws a broad distinction between the honest love of boys and dishonest Greek lust. They both approved of pure pederastia, like that of Harmodius and Aristogiton, but forbade it with serviles because degrading to a free man. Hence the love of boys was spoken of like that of women, Plato, Phaedrus, Rip. Ab. Vi. C. I9 and Xenophon, Synop. 4:10. For example, there was once a boy, or rather a youth, of exceeding beauty and he had very many lovers. This is the language of Hafez and Saadi. Aeschylus, Sophocles and Euripides were allowed to introduce it upon the stage, for many men were as fond of having boys for their favourites as women for their mistresses, and this was a frequent fashion in many well-regulated cities of Greece. Poets like Alcaeus, Anacreon, Agathon and Pindar affected it, and Theognis sang of a beautiful boy in the flower of his youth. The statesmen Aristides and Themistocles quarrelled over Stesilaus of Tos, and Pisistratus loved Charmus who first built an altar to Pyraileros, while Charmus loved Hippias, son of Pisistratus. Demosthenes the orator took into keeping a youth called Cnosian greatly to the indignation of his wife. Xenophon loved Clinias and Autolycus, Aristotle, Hermias, Theodectes FN number 373, and others, Empedocles, Pausanias, Epicurus, Bitocles, Aristippus, Eutychides and Zeno with his Stoics had a philosophic disregard for women, affecting only pederastia. A man in Athens, 4. c. 40, left in his will that certain youths he had loved should fight like gladiators at his funeral, and Chercles in Lucian abuses Callicratidas for his love of sterile pleasures. Lastly, there was the notable affair of Alcibiades and Socrates, the Sanctus Pederasta, FN number 374, being violament supsin when under the mantle non semper sine plagae Theosirexit. Athenus, v. c. I3, declares that Plato represents Socrates as absolutely intoxicated with his passion for Alcibiades. FN number 375, the ancients seem to have held the connection impure, or Juvenal would not have written Inter Socraticos notis Morphosisindos. Followed by Firmicus, 7:14, who speaks of Socratici predicoms. It is the modern fashion to doubt the pederasty of the master of Hellenic Sophrosine, the Christian before Christianity, but such a worldwide term as Socratic love can hardly be explained by the lucus non lucendo theory. We are over apt to apply our 19th century prejudices and prepossessions to the morality of the ancient Greeks who would have specimened such squeamishness in Attic salt. The Spartans, according to Agnon the academic, confirmed by Plato, Plutarch and Cicero, treated boys and girls in the same way before marriage, hence Juvenal, 11:173, uses Lacedaemonius for apathic and other writers apply it to Atribade. After the Peloponnesian War, which ended in BC 404, the use became merged in the abuse. Yet some purity must have survived, even amongst the Boeotians who produced the famous Narcissus, FN number 376, described by Ovid, Met. 339, Multi ilium juvens, multcupia puel, nulli ilium juvens, null tetagia puel, FN number 377. For Epaminondas, whose name is mentioned with 3 beloveds, established the holy regiment composed of mutual lovers, testifying the majesty of Eros and preferring to a discreditable life a glorious death. Philip's redactions on the fatal field of Cherona form their fittest epitaph. At last the Athenians, according to Aeschines, officially punished sodomy with death, but the threat did not abolish bordels of boys, like those of Karachi, the Puna and Punabosca, where slaves and perivenals stood, as the term was, near the Pnyx, the city walls and a certain tower, also about like Betis, Ist. Contratim, and paid a fixed tax to the state. The pleasures of society in civilized Greece seem to have been sought chiefly in the heresies of Levheteresis FN number 378, and Sotardism. It is calculated that the French of the 16th century had 400 names for the parts genital and 300 for their use in coition. The Greek vocabulary is not less copious, and some of its pederastic terms, of which Meyer gives nearly 100, and its nomenclature of pathological are curious and picturesque enough to merit quotation. To live the life of Abron, the Argive, that is that of a pathic or passive liver. The Agathonian song. Aeagragia equals dishonest love, also called acolasia, acrasia, arenochoiasia, etc. Alcinonians, or nonconformists. Incute curanda plus equoperate juventus. Aegomenos, the unspeakable, as the pederast was termed by the Council of Ancira, also the Agrios, Aplistus and Acalistos. Androgyne, of whom Ansonius wrote, Epic. XVI. 15. Ecce ego sum factus femina debuiro. Bardas and Badies equals clunes torquens, also talos equals a catamite. Catapigos, catapigosine equals curarius and catadactylium from dactylian, the ring, used in the sense of neresis, but applied to the coronarium puerile. Syndus, inoidos, the active liver, Greek, derived either from his genetics or quasi-Greek, equals dogmodist. Also spitalosyndus, lascivia fluens, equals a fair Ganymede. Chalcidius air, Chalcidides, from Chalcis in a bay, a city famed for leve posteriori, mostly applied to lelechementate testicules by children. Clazomen equals the buttocks, also a sotadic disease, so called from the Ionian city devoted to Venus, also used of pathic. Et tergo femina puverest. Basico etas, prop. A link boy at marriages, also a nightcap drunk before bed, and lastly an effeminate, one who perambulat omnium cubilia, catalus. Sine colpius pen ebondium basa sit in satyricon, cap. 4. Epipedesis, the carnal assault. Giton lit. Neighbor the beloved of Encolpius, which has produced the Fr. Giton equals bardic, ito. Bardassa from the Arab. Baradaj, a captive, a slave, the form is polygaton. Hibias, tyranny of, when the patient, woman or boy, mounts the agent. Aristoph. Vesp. 502. So also Calitizan equals Becer supernoriqua magiter supernum of Horace. Moctheria, depravity with boys. Pedica, when spedica, act, and pedicare, pass, so in the Latin poet colon. Penelopes primam diednes prima sequita, et primam cani, syllaba primarimi. Pathicos, pathicus, a passive, like malakos, malacus, mollis, facilis, Malsho, Trimalsho, Petronius, Malta, Maltha and Inho. Saturday 2. 25. Malvinus Tunisis demisses samblat. Praxis equals the malpractice. Pigisma equals but degree, because most actives end within the nates, being too much excited for further intromission. Phness is air, Greek equals canilin gearing tempori menstruum. Quia hoc vitium in pH nisha generate solbat. Erot. Ling. Latin, also erum ren meal. Facidus air, dinata taxtum pecanes commissum quando lambent canos vul testiculos, pseudonius, also applied to pollution of childhood. Saemorium Flores, Erasmus, Prof. 23, alluding to the androgenic prostitutions of Samos. Siphnias Greek, from Siphnos, hod. Siphanto island, equals digito podisum foderad pruriginum resting gundam, says Erasmus, see Myrob's Erotica Biblion, in this copy. Thrupsis equals the rubbing. Pederastia had in Greece, I have shown, its noble and ideal side. Rome, however, borrowed her malpractices, like her religion and polity, from those ultramaterial Etruscans and debauched with a brazen face. Even under the Republic Plautus, 2:21, makes one of his characters exclaim, in the utmost besangfroid, ultra, amateur, upage to dorso mio. With increased luxury the evil grew, and Livy notices, 39:13, at the Bacchanalia, plurivirum inter says, quam f minerum stupra. There were individual protests, for instance, S.Q. Fabius Maximus Servilinus, consul UC 612, punished his son for dubia castitis, and a private soldier, C. Lucius, killed his military tribune, Q. Lucius, for unchaste proposals. The lex Scantiniana, popularly derived from Scantinius the tribune and of doubtful date, BC 226, attempted to abate the scandal by fine and the lex Julia by death, but they were trifling obstacles to the flood of infamy which surged in with the empire. No class seems then to have disdained these sterile pleasures. L'homme n'attaquait point les a set espèces de marun note d'infamie, comme en pays de crescenti, says Bale under Anacreon. The great Caesar, the Sinuitus Calvus of Catullus, was the husband of all the wives and the wife of all the husbands in Rome, Suetonius, Cap. And his soldiers sang in his praise, Gallius Caesar, subget, Nicomedes Caesarum, suet, sighs, xlix. Whence his sobriquet Phonix Berthinicus. Of Augustus the people chaunted, Vides net indus obum digito temperit? Tiberius, with his Persiculae and Gregis ex olitorum, invented the sympigma or nexus of celery, agent zet patience, in which the spinthri, lit. Women's bracelets, were connected in a chain by the bond of flesh. FN number 379, Seneca Quaest. Nat. Of this refinement which in the earlier part of the 19th century was renewed by sundry Englishmen at Naples, Ausonius wrote, Epic. 6. I. Tres uno in lecto, steprom duo perpetantia. And Martial had said, 12:43. Quo simplegmatequing copulentia, quae plaustine and shura catena, etc. Ausonius recounts of Caligula he so lost patience that he forcibly entered the priest's Lepidus, before the sacrifice was completed. The beautiful Nero was formerly married to Pythagoras, or Doryphorus, and afterwards took to wife Sporus, who was first subjected to castration of a peculiar fashion. He was then named Sabina after the deceased spouse, and claimed queenly honours. Theotenes' 8 Trajani Pathesi were famed. The great Hadrian openly loved Antinous, and the wild debaucheries of Heliogabalus seem only to have amused, instead of disgusting, the Romans. Uranopolis allowed public luminaria where adults and meritorii puri, who began their careers early as 7 years, stood for hire. The inmates of these corpone wore sleeve tunics and dalmatics like women. As in modern Egypt, Pathic boys, we learn from Catullus, haunted the public baths. Debauchees had signals like Freemasons whereby they recognized one another. The Greek stigmatizing was made by closing the hand to represent the scrotum and raising the middle finger as if to feel whether a hen had eggs. Tatus sile poulettes on telepostrophe. Hence the Athenians called it catapigon or sodomite, and the Romans digitus imputicus or infamies, the medical finger, FN number 380, of Rabelais and the Chiromantists. Another sign was to scratch the head with the minimus digitulo caput scabiaduf. 9. 133. FN number 381. The prostitution of boys was first forbidden by Domitian, but St. Paul, a Greek, had formally expressed his abomination of the vice, Dom. I. 26, I. Cor. Vi. 8, and we may agree with Grotius, de Veret. 2. C. 13, that early Christianity did much to suppress it. At last the Emperor Theodosius punished it with fire as a profanation, because sacrosanctum esse debectur hospitium virilis anime. In the pagan days of imperial Rome, her literature makes no difference between boy and girl. Horace naively says, Saturday 2. 118, Ainsle wort verna est brasto piu. And with Hamlet, but in a dishonest sense : man delights me not, nor woman neither. Similarly, the Spaniard Martial, who is a mine of the such pederastic allusions, 1146, Civ pura is it, civ puella tibi. That marvellous satyricon which unites the wit of Molière FN number 382, with the debaucheries of Burton, whilst the writer has been described, like Rabelais, as purissimus in impuritate, is a kind of triumph of pederasty. Giton, the hero, a handsome, curly-pated hobbler-de-hoy of 17, with his culinary and wheedling tongue, is courted like one of the sequosexuous. His lovers are inordinately jealous of him, and his desertion leaves deep scars upon the heart. But no dialogue between man and wife in extremis could be more pathetic than that in the scene where shipwreck is imminent. Elsewhere everyone seems to attempt his neighbour, a man old succinctus assails Siltos, Lycus, the Tarentine skipper, would force in Colpius, and so forth, yet we have the neat and finished touch, cap. 7. The lamentation was very fine, the dying man having manumitted his slaves, albeit his wife wept not as though she loved him. How were it had he not behaved to her so well? Erotic Latin glossaries FN number 383, give some 90 words connected with pederasty, and some, which speak with Roman simplicity, are peculiarly expressive. Thus Venus alludes to women being treated as boys, hence Martial, translated by Burton, addresses Mistress Martial, X. 44, Tec buta, canos, uxor, habia duos. The capillatus or comatus is also called clamistratus, the darling curled with crisping irons, and he is an effeminatus, that is, chemulibria patitia, or a delicatus, slave or eunuch for the use of the dracus, purarius, boilover, or dominus, mart. 11. 7i. The divisor is so called from his practice his dividia or sedia, something like Martial's cacer mensulum or Juvenal's heston a career sen. Facia visibus, Q. 7. 238. Insister sem vice amor mutuum facia, plot. Trin. 2. 437, is described as a puerile vice, in which the two take turns to be active and passive. They are also called gemini and fratres equals compares in pedication. Illicita libido is equals preposterus apostica Venus, and is expressed by the picturesque phrase indica, sencurve alecum. Depilatus, devil ear pylos, glaber, levis and natespival ear are allusions to the sotadic toilette. The fine distinction between dimitir and degesia caput are worthy of a glossary, while pathica puella, bura, putus, polypomo busio, pegiacus acra, quadrupus, Scarabus and Smerdlius explain themselves. From Rome the practice extended far and wide to her colonies, especially the provincia now called Provence. Athenus, 12. 26, charges the people of Massilia with acting like women out of luxury, and he cites the saying "Meu sail to Massilia," as if it were another Corinth. Indeed, the whole Celtic race is charged with the vice by Aristotle, Paul. 2. 66, Strabo, 4. 199, and Diodorus Siculus, v. 32. Roman civilization carried pederasty also to northern Africa, where it took firm root, while the Negro and Negroid races to the south ignore the erotic perversion, except where imported by foreigners into such kingdoms as Bornu and Hausa. In old Mauritania, now Morocco, FN number 384, the Moors proper notable sodomites, Muslims, even of saintly houses, are permitted openly to keep catamites, nor do their disciples think worse of their sanctity for such license. In one case the English wife failed to banish from the home that horrid boy. Yet pederasty is forbidden by the Quran. In chapter 4:20 we read, "And if two men among you commit the crime, then punish them both, the penalty being some hurt or damage by public reproach, insult or scourging." There are 4 distinct references to Lot and the Sodomites in chapters 7, 78, 11, 77, 84, 26, I-60, I-74 and 29, 28, 35. In the first the prophet commissioned to the people says, "Proceed ye to a fulsome act wherein no creature hath foregone ye. Verily ye come to men in lieu of women lustfully." We have then an account of the reign which made an end of the wicked, and this judgment on the cities of the plain is repeated with more detail in the second reference. Here the angels, generally supposed to be 3, Gabriel, Michael and Raphael, appeared to Lot as beautiful youths, a sore temptation to the sinners, and the godly man's arm was straitened concerning his visitors because he felt unable to protect them from the erotic vagaries of his fellow townsmen. He therefore shut his doors and from behind them argued the matter. Presently the riotous assembly attempted to climb the wall when Gabriel, seeing the distress of his host, smote them on the face with one of his wings and blinded them so that all moved off crying for aid and saying that Lot had magicians in his house. Hereupon the cities which, if they ever existed, must have been fellow villages, were uplifted. Gabriel thrust his wing under them and raised them so high that the inhabitants of the lower heaven, the lunar sphere, could hear the dogs barking and the cocks crowing. Then came the rain of stones. These were clay pellets baked in hellfire, streaked white and red, or having some mark to distinguish them from the ordinary, and each bearing the name of its destination, like the missiles which destroyed the host of Abrahat al-Ashram. FN number 385. Lastly the cities were turned upside down and cast upon earth. These circumstantial and facts are repeated at full length in the other 2 chapters, but rather as an instance of Allah's power than as a warning against pederasty, which Muhammad seems to have regarded with philosophic indifference. The general opinion of his followers is that it should be punished like fornication unless the offenders made a public act of penitence. But here, as in adultery, the law is somewhat too clement and will not convict unless 4 credible witnesses swear to have seen Remenry. I have noticed, volume I, 211, the vicious opinion that the Gilman or Walden, the beautiful boys of paradise, the counterparts of the Houris, will be lawful catamites to the true believers in a future state of happiness. The idea is nowhere countenanced in Islam, and, although I have often heard debauchees refer to it, the learned look upon the assertion as scandalous. As in Morocco, so the vice prevails throughout the old regencies of Algiers, Tunis and Tripoli and all the cities of the South Mediterranean seaboard, whilst it is unknown to the Nubians, the Berbers and the wilder tribes dwelling inland. Proceeding eastward you reach Egypt, that classical region of all abominations which, marvelous to relate, flourished in closest contact with men leading the purest of lives, models of moderation and morality, of religion and virtue. Amongst the ancient Copts vice was part and portion of the ritual and was represented by 2 male partridges alternately copulating, in Terp. In Priapicam. 17. The evil would have gained strength by the invasion of Cambyses, BC 524, whose armies, after the victory over Samanitis, settled in the Nile Valley and held it, despite sundry revolts, for some 190 years. During these 6 generations the Iranians left their mark upon Lower Egypt and especially, as the late Rogers Bey proved, upon the Fayum, the most ancient delta of the Nile. FN number 386, nor would the evil be diminished by the Huns who, under Alexander the Great, liberator and saviour of Egypt, BC 332, extinguished the native dynasties, the love of the Macedonian for the Goers, the eunuch being a matter of history. From that time and under the rule of the Ptolemies the morality gradually decayed, the canopic orgies extended into private life and the debauchery of the men was equalled only by the depravity of the women. Neither Christianity nor Al-Islam could effect a change for the better, and social morality seems to have been at its worst during the past century when Sunni travelled, AD 1717. The French officer, who is thoroughly trustworthy, draws the darkest picture of the widely spread criminality, especially of the bestiality and the sodomy, chaps. 15, which formed the delight of the Egyptians. During the Napoleonic conquest, Jorbert, in his letter to General Bruix, p. I-9, says, Les Arabes et les Mamelouks ont et quelques nos prisonniers consecrate, dit on, Alcibiade, il fallait Peru y passer. Old Anglo-Egyptians still chuckle over the tale of Said Basha and Dem. De Rassenea, the hydride and highly respectable Consul General for the Netherlands, who was solemnly advised to make the experiment, active and passive, before offering his opinion upon the subject. In the present age extensive intercourse with Europeans has produced not a reformation but a certain reticence amongst the upper classes. They are as vicious as ever, but they do not care for displaying their vices to the eyes of mocking strangers. Syria and Palestine, another ancient focus of abominations, borrowed from Egypt and exaggerated the worship of androgynic and hermaphroditic deities. Plutarch, De Reside, notes that the old Nilotes held the moon to be of male-female sex, the men sacrificing to Luna and the women to Lunes. FN number 387, Isis also was a hermaphrodite, the idea being that ether or air, the lower heavens, was the menstruum of generative nature, and Damascius explained the tenet by the all-fruitful and prolific powers of the atmosphere. Hence the fragment attributed to Orpheus, the song of Jupiter, air, dash. All things from Jove descend. Jove was a male, Jove was a deathless bride, for men call air, of twofold sex, the Jove. Julius Firmicus relates that the Assyrians and part of the Africans, along the Mediterranean seaboard, hold air to be the chief element and adore its fanciful figure, imaginata figura, consecrated under the name of Juno or the Virgin Venus. Their companies of priests cannot duly serve her unless they effeminate their faces, smooth their skins and disgrace their masculine sex by feminine ornaments. You may see men in their very temples amid general groans enduring miserable dalliance and becoming passives like women, the rose mulibria party, and they expose, with boasting and ostentation, the pollution of the impure and immodest body. Here we find the religious significance of eunuchry. It was practiced as a religious rite by the Timpani tribes or Gallus, FN number 388, the castrated votary of Rio or Bonamator, in Phrygia called Cybele, self-mutilated but not in memory of 8 eyes, and by a host of other creeds, even Christianity, as sundry texts show, FN number 389, could not altogether cast out the old possession. Here too we have an explanation of sotadic love in its second stage, when it became, like cannibalism, a matter of superstition. Assuming a nature-implanted tendency, we see that like human sacrifice it was held to be the most acceptable offering to the god-goddess in the orgy or sacred ceremonies, as something set apart for peculiar worship. Hence in Rome as in Egypt the temples of Isis, in Achidos Limina, Isiae Sacraria Lune, were centers of sodomy, and the religious practice was adopted by the grand priestly castes from Mesopotamia to Mexico and Peru. We find the earliest written notices of the vice in the mythical destruction of the Pentapolis, Gen. 19, Sodom, Gomorrah, equals Amira, the cultivated country, Adama, Zeboiman or Bela. The legend has been amply embroidered by the rabbis who make the Sodomites do everything Elenvers. For example, if a man were wounded he was fined for bloodshed and was compelled to fee the offender, and if one cut off the ear of a neighbor's ass he was condemned to keep the animal till the ear grew again. The Jewish doctors declare the people to have been a race of sharpers with rogues for magistrates, and thus they justify the judgment which they read literally. But the traveller cannot accept it. I have carefully examined the lands at the north and at the south of that most beautiful lake, the so-called Dead Sea, whose tranquil loveliness, backed by the grand plateau of Moab, is an object of admiration to all save patients suffering from the strange disease Holy Land on the Brain. FN number 390, but I found no traces of craters in the neighborhood, no signs of volcanism, no remains of meteoric stones. The asphalt which named the water is a mineralized vegetable washed out of the limestones, and sulfur and salt are brought down by the Jordan into a lake without issue. I must therefore look upon the history as a myth which may have served a double purpose. The first would be to deter the Jew from the Malthusian practices of his pagan predecessors, upon whom obloquy was thus cast, so far resembling the scandalous and absurd legend which explained the names of the children of Lot by Phin and Tanma as Moab, Muab, the water or semen of the father, and Ammon as mother's son, that is, bastard. The fable would also account for the abnormal fissure containing the lower Jordan and the Dead Sea, which the late Sir R.I. Murchison used wrong-headedly to call a volcano of a depression. This geological feature, that cuts off the river basin from its natural outlet, the Gulf of Eloth, Aqaba, must date from myriads of years before there were cities of the plains. But the main object of the ancient lawgiver, Osasif, Moses or the Moside, was doubtless to discountenance a perversion prejudicial to the increase of population. And he speaks with no uncertain voice, whoso layeth with the beast shall surely be put to death. Exot. 22. I9. If a man lie with mankind as he layeth with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination, they shall surely be put to death, their blood shall be upon them. Levit. 20. 13. Where VV 15:16 threaten with death man and woman who lie with beasts. Again, there shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel. Jut. 22. 5. The old commentators on the Sodom myth are most unsatisfactory, for example Parkhurst, SVK-. From hence we may observe the peculiar propriety of this punishment of Sodom and of the neighbouring cities. By their sodomitical impurities they meant to acknowledge the heavens as the cause of fruitfulness independently upon, and in opposition to, Jehovah. FN number 391, therefore Jehovah, by raining upon them not genial showers but brimstone from heaven, not only destroyed the inhabitants, but also changed all that country, which was before as the garden of God, into brimstone and salt that is not sown nor beareth, neither any grass groweth therein. It must be owned that to this Pentapolis was dealt very hard measure for religiously and diligently practicing a popular rite which a host of cities even in the present day, as Naples and Shiraz, to mention no others, affect for simple luxury and affect with impunity. The myth may probably reduce itself to very small proportions, a few fairly villages destroyed by a storm, like that which drove Brennus from Delphi. The Hebrews entering Syria found it religionized by Syria and Babylonia, whence Akkadian Ishtar had passed west and had become Ashtoreth, Ashtaroth or Ashira. FN number 392, the Anatis of Armenia, the PH Nishon Astarte and the Greek Aphrodite, the great moon goddess, FN number 393, who is queen of heaven and love. In another phase she was Venus Milet equals the procreatrix, in Chaldaic Mauludata and in Arabic Mawalida, she who bringeth forth. She was worshipped by men habited as women and vice versa, for which reason in the Torah, Jut. 20. 5. The sexes are forbidden to change dress. The male prostitutes were called Kadesh the Holy, the women being Kadesha, and doubtless gave themselves up to great excesses. Eusebius, de Bit. Kunst. 3. c. 55, describes the school of impurity at Ephac, where women and men who were not men practiced all manner of abominations in honor of the demon, Venus. Here the Phrygian symbolism of Cybele and Attis, 8 eyes, had become the Syrian bull Tammuz and Astarte, and the Grecian Diana and Adonis, the anthropomorphic forms of the two greater lights. The site, Al-Fakir, now Wadi al-Afik on the route from Beirut to the Cedars, is a glen of wild and wondrous beauty, fitting framework for the loves of goddess and demigod, and the ruins of the temple destroyed by Constantine contrast with nature's work, the glorious fountain, Splendidua Vitro, which feeds the river Ibrahim, and still at times Adonis runs purple to the sea. FN number 394. The Phoenicians spread this androgynic worship over Greece. We find the consecrated servants and votaries of Corinthian Aphrodite called Hieroduli, Strabo 8. 6, who aided the 10,000 courtesans in gracing the Venus temple. From this excessive luxury arose the proverb popularized by Horace. One of the headquarters of the cult was Cyprus where, as Servius relates, Adan 2. 632, stood the simulacre of a bearded Aphrodite with feminine body and costume, sceptred and mitred like a man. The sexes when worshipping it exchanged habits, and here the virginity was offered in sacrifice. Herodotus, I. c. 199, describes this defloration at Babylon but sees only the shameful part of the custom, which was a mere consecration of a tribal rite. Everywhere girls before marriage belong either to the father or to the clan, and thus the maiden paid the debt due to the public before becoming private property as a wife. The same usage prevailed in ancient Armenia and in parts of Ethiopia, and Herodotus tells us that a practice very much like the Babylonian is found also in certain parts of the island of Cyprus. It is noticed by Justin, 18. c. 5. And probably it explains the Succoth-Benoth or damsels' booths which the Babylonians transplanted to the cities of Samaria. FN number 395, the Jews seem very successfully to have copied the abominations of their pagan neighbors, even in the matter of the dog. FN number 396, in the reign of wicked Rehoboam, BC 975. There were also Sodomites in the land, and they did according to all the abominations of the nations which the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. I Kings 14. 20. The scandal was abated by zealous kings, BC 958, whose grandmother FN number 397, was high priestess of Purpose, princeps in Sacris Pri Alpi. He took away the Sodomites out of the land. I Kings 15. I2. Yet the prophets were loud in their complaints, especially the so-called Isaiah, BC 760, except the Lord of hosts had left to us a very small remnant, we should have been as Sodom. I. 9. And strong measures were required from good King Josiah, BC 641, who amongst other things, brake down the houses of the Sodomites that were by the house of the Lord, where the women wove hangings for the grove. 2 Kings 23. 7. The bordels of boys, Pilaris Alienicid Hoseverant, appear to have been near the temple. Syria has not forgotten her old praxis. At Damascus I found some noteworthy cases amongst the religious of the Great Amori Mosque. As for the Druzes, we have Burkhart's authority, Travels in Syria, etc. p. 202. Unnatural propensities are very common amongst them. The Sotadic zone covers the whole of Asia Minor and Mesopotamia, now occupied by the unspeakable Turk, a race of born Bedouinists, and in the former region we first notice a peculiarity of the feminine figure, the maminclinate, jacens et panos, which prevails over all this part of the belt, whilst the women to the north and south have, with local exceptions, the mam stance of the European Virgin, FN number 398, those of Turkey, Persia, Afghanistan and Kashmir lose all the fine curves of the bosom, sometimes even before the first child, and after it the hemispheres take the form of bags. This cannot result from climate only. The women of Maruthaland, inhabiting a damper and hotter region than Kashmir, are noted for fine firm breasts even after parturition. Levice of course prevails more in the cities and towns of Asiatic Turkey than in the villages, yet even these are infected, while the nomad Turkomans contrast badly in this point with the Gypsies, those Bedouin of India. The Kurd population is of Iranian origin, which means that the evil is deeply rooted. I have noted in the nights that the great and glorious Saladin was a habitual pederast. The Armenians, as their national character is, will prostitute themselves for gain but prefer women to boys. Georgia supplied Turkey with Katamites whilst Circassius sent concubines. In Mesopotamia the barbarous invader has almost obliterated the ancient civilization which is antedated only by the Nilotic. The mysteries of old Babylon nowhere survive save in certain obscure tribes like the Mandeans, the devil worshippers and the Ali Ilahi. Entering Persia we find the reverse of Armenia, and, despite Herodotus, I believe that Iran borrowed her pathologic life from the peoples of the Tigris-Euphrates Valley and not from the then insignificant Greeks. But whatever may be its origin, the corruption is now bred in the bone. It begins in boyhood and many Persians account for it by paternal severity. Youths arrived at puberty find none of the facilities with which Europe supplies fornication. Onanism, FN number 399, is to a certain extent discouraged by circumcision, and meddling with the father's slave girls and concubines would be risking cruel punishment if not death. Hence they use each other by turns, a puerile practice known as alish takish, the Lat. Facia vicibus or mutuum facia. Temperament, media, and atavism recommend the custom to the general, and after marrying and begetting heirs, paterfamilias returns to the Ganymede. Hence all the odes of Hafiz are addressed to youth, as proved by such Arabic exclamations as Afakila equals Al-Hussein the masculine FN number 400. The object is often fanciful but it would be held coarse and immodest to address an imaginary girl. FN number 401, an illustration of the pension is told at Shiraz concerning a certain Mujtahid, the head of the Shakrid, corresponding with the Prince Archbishop in Europe. A friend once said to him, "There is a question I would fain address to your eminence but I lack the daring to do so." "Ask and fear not," replied the divine. "It is this, O Mujtahid. Figure thee in a garden of roses and hyacinths with the evening breeze waving the cypress heads, a fair youth of 20 sitting by thy side and the assurance of perfect privacy. What, prithee, would be the result?" The holy man bowed the chin of doubt upon the collar of meditation, and, too honest to lie, presently whispered, "Allah defend me from such temptation of Satan." Yet even in Persia men have not been wanting who have done their utmost to uproot the vice. In the same Shiraz they speak of a father who, finding his son in flagrant delict, put him to death like Brutus or Lynch of Galway. Such isolated cases, however, can effect nothing. Chardin tells us that houses of male prostitution were common in Persia whilst those of women were unknown. The same is the case in the present day and the boys are prepared with extreme care by diet, baths, depilation, unguents and a host of artists in cosmetics. FN number 402, Levice is looked upon at most as a peccadillo and its mention crops up in every jest book. When the Isfahan man mocked Sheikh Saadi by comparing the bald pates of Shirazian elders to the bottom of a lotus, a brass cup with a wide-necked opening used in the hammam, the witty poet turned its aperture upwards and thereto likened the well-abused podex of an Isfahan youth. Another favourite piece of Shirazian chaff is to declare that when an Isfahan father would set up his son in business he provides him with a pound of rice, meaning that he can sell the result as compost for the kitchen garden, and with a price by another meal. Hence the saying kakaipe ik u equals the soil at the lettuce root. The Isfahanis retort with the name of a station or halting place between the two cities where, under presence of making travellers stow away their riding gear, many a Shirazi had been raped. Hence Zenota called to buy bar equals carry within saddle and saddle cloth. A favourite Persian punishment for strangers caught in the harem or gainsem is to strip and throw them and expose them to the embraces of the grooms and Negro slaves. I once asked a Shirazi how penetration was possible if the patient resisted with all the force of the sphincter muscle. He smiled and said, "Ah, we Persians know a trick to get over that. We apply a sharp and tent peg to the crupper bone, os cockigis, and knock till he opens." A well-known missionary to the East during the last generation was subjected to this gross insult by one of the Persian prince-governors, whom he had infuriated by his conversion mania. In his memoirs he alludes to it by mentioning his dishonoured person, but English readers cannot comprehend the full significance of the confession. About the same time Sheikh Nasr, governor of Bushehr, a man famed for facetious laggardism, used to invite European youngsters serving in the Bombay Marine and ply them with liquor till they were insensible. Next morning the middies mostly complained that the champagne had caused a curious irritation and soreness in Lapaz posse. The same Eastern Scrogan would ask his guests if they had ever seen a Moncanon, a army top, and, on their replying in the negative, a grey-beard slave was dragged in blaspheming and struggling with all his strength. He was presently placed on all fours and firmly held by the extremities. His bag trousers were let down and a dozen peppercorns were inserted in O. The target was a sheet of paper held at a reasonable distance. The match was applied by a pinch of cayenne in the nostrils. The sneeze started the grape shot and the number of hits on the butt decided the bets. We can hardly wonder at the loose conduct of Persian women perpetually mortified by marital pederasty. During the unhappy campaign of 1856-57, in which, with the exception of a few brilliant skirmishes, we gained no glory, Sir James outran and the Bombay army showing how badly they could work, there was a formal outburst of the harems, and even women of princely birth could not be kept out of the officers' quarters. The cities of Afghanistan and Sind are thoroughly saturated with Persian vice, and the people sing Kadrika Saw and Anad, Kadrika Narakambilai, the worth of 20 the Afghan knows, Kabul prefers the other choose. FN number 403. The Afghans are commercial travellers on a large scale and each caravan is accompanied by a number of boys and lads almost in woman's attire with cold eyes and rouged cheeks, long dresses and henna'd fingers and toes, riding luxuriously in kajar or camel panniers. They are called kakai safari, or travelling wives, and the husbands drudge patiently by their sides. In Afghanistan also a frantic debauchery broke out amongst the women when they found incubi who were not pederasts, and the scandal was not the most insignificant cause of the general rising at Kabul, November 1841, and the slaughter of Macnaghten, Burns and other British officers. Resuming our way eastward we find the Sikhs and the Muslims of the Punjab much addicted to vice, although the Himalayan tribes to the north and those lying south, the Rajputs and Marathas, ignore it. The same may be said of the Kashmirians who add another kappa to the Triakakista, Cappadoc Cretans, and Kilisans. The proverb says, Agar Kartai Madamiftad, as in Sijins Kamgiri, Ekafgan, Dovam Sindhi FN number 404, same Bajins I Kashmiri. Though of men there be famine yet shun these three Afghan, Sindhi and rascally Kashmiri. M. Louis Davill describes the infamies of Lahore and Lucknow where he found men dressed as women, with flowing locks under crowns of flowers, imitating the feminine walk and gestures, voice and fashion of speech, and ogling their admirers with all the coquetry of ideas. Victor Jaquimon's Journal de Voyage describes the pederasty of Ranjit Singh, the Lion of the Punjab, and his Pathik Gulab Singh whom the English inflicted upon Kashmir as ruler by way of paying for his treason. Yet Hindus, I repeat, hold pederasty in abhorrence and are as much scandalized by being called Gandmara, Anus-Peter, or Gandu, Anusa, as Englishmen would be. During the years 1843-44 my regiment, almost all Hindu sepoys of the Bombay Presidency, was stationed at a purgatory called Bandagara, FN number 405, a sandy flat with a scatter of verdigris green milk bush some 40 miles north of Karachi, the headquarters. The dirty heap of mud and mat hovels, which represented the adjacent native village, could not supply a single woman, yet only one case of pederasty came to light, and that after a tragical fashion some years afterwards. A young Brahmin had connection with a soldier comrade of low caste, and this had continued till, in an unhappy hour, the pariah patient ventured to become the agent. The latter, in Arab, al-fil equals the da, is not an object of contempt like al-mafl equals the dun, and the high caste sepoy, stung by remorse and revenge, loaded his musket and deliberately shot his paramour. He was hanged by court-martial at Hyderabad, and, when his last wishes were asked, he begged in vain to be suspended by the feet, the idea being that his soul, polluted by exiting below the waist, would be doomed to endless transmigrations through the lowest forms of life. Beyond India, I have stated, the Sotadic zone begins to broaden out, embracing all China, Turkestan and Japan. The Chinese, as far as we know them in the great cities, are omnivorous and omnipotent. They are the chosen people of debauchery, and their systematic bestiality with ducks, goats, and other animals is equalled only by their pederasty. Campfire in Olaf Dorry, Voyage and Chine, notice the public houses for boys and youths in China and Japan. Myrab, Lenandrine, describes the drabadism of their women in hammocks. When Pekin was plundered, the harems contained a number of balls a little larger than the old musket bullet, made of thin silver with a loose bellet of brass inside, somewhat like a grillot. FN number 406. These articles were placed by the women between the labia, and an up and down movement on the bed gave a pleasant titillation when nothing better was to be procured. They have every artifice of luxury, aphrodisiacs, erotic perfumes and singular applications. Such are the pills which, dissolved in water and applied to the glans penis, cause it to throb and swell. So according to Amerigo Vespucci, American women could artificially increase the size of their husbands' parts. FN number 407. The Chinese bracelet of caoutchouc studded with points now takes the place of the harrison, or annulus hirsutus, FN number 408, which was bound between the glans and prepuce of the penis succeed annulus, that imitation of the arbivite or sota cosmo, which the Latins called phallus and fascinum, FN number 409. The French godemique and the Italians passatempo and diletto, when side dildo, every kind abounds, varying from a stuffed French letter to a cone of ribbed horn which looks like an instrument of torture. For the use of men they have the merkin, FN number 410, a heart-shaped article of thin skin stuffed with cotton and slit with an artificial vagina, 2 tapes at the top and 1 below lashed to the back of a chair. The erotic literature of the Chinese and Japanese is highly developed, and their illustrations are often facetious as well as obscene. All are familiar with that of the strong man who by a blow with his enormous phallus shivers a copper pot, and the ludicrous contrast of the huge-membered whites who land in the Isle of Women and presently escape from it, wrinkled and shriveled, true littles. Of Turkestan he know little, but what we know confirms my statement. Mr. Schuyler in his Turkestan, I. 132, offers an illustration of a bacher, pers. Baksh equals catamite, or singing boy surrounded by his admirers. Of the Tartars, Master Purchase laconically says, v. 419, they are addicted to sodomy or bury. The learned casuist Dr. Thomas Sanchez the Spaniard had, says Myra Binkad, to decide a difficult question concerning the sinfulness of a peculiar erotic perversion. The Jesuits brought home from Manila a tailed man whose movable prolongation of the os cockigis measured from 7 to 10 inches. He had placed himself between two women, enjoying one naturally while the other used his tail as a penis succedaneus. The verdict was incomplete sodomy and simple fornication. From the islands north of Japan, the sodomitical sea, and the nail of tin thrust through the prepuce to prevent sodomy. See lib. 2. Chap. 4 of Master Thomas Cordish's Circumnavigation, and Volume V. of Pinkerton's Geography translated by Walkener. Passing over to America, we find that the Sotadic Zone contains the whole hemisphere from Behring's Straits to Magellan's. This prevalence of mollities astonishes the anthropologist, who is apt to consider pederasty the growth of luxury and the especial product of great and civilized cities, unnecessary and therefore unknown to simple savagery, where the births of both sexes are about equal and female infanticide is not practiced. In many parts of the New World this perversion was accompanied by another depravity of taste-confirmed cannibalism. FN number 411, the forests and campos abounded in game from the deer to the pheasant like Penelope, and the seas and rivers produced an unfailing supply of excellent fish and shellfish, FN number 412, yet the Brazilian dupes preferred the meat of man to every other food. A glance at Mr. Bancroft FN number 413, proves the abnormal development of sodomy amongst the savages and barbarians of the New World. Even his half-frozen Hyperboreans possess all the passions which are supposed to develop most freely under a milder temperature. I. 58. The voluptuousness and polygamy of the North American Indians, under a temperature of almost perpetual winter, is far greater than that of the most sensual tropical nations. Martin's Brit. Colonies 3. 524. I can quote only a few of the most remarkable instances. Of the Conegas of Kadiak Island and the Thinkalites we read, I. 81-82, the most repugnant of all their practices is that of male concubinage. A Kadiak mother will select her handsomest and most promising boy, and dress and rear him as a girl, teaching him only domestic duties, keeping him at women's work, associating him with women and girls, in order to render his effeminacy complete. Arriving at the age of 10 or 15 years, he is married to some wealthy man who regards such a companion as a great acquisition. These male concubines are called Knutche-Korskapans, the authorities quoted being Homburg, Langsdorff, Billing, Chorus, Lisiansky and Markand. The same is the case in Nutger Sound and the Aleutian Islands, where male concubinage obtains throughout, but not to the same extent as amongst the Conegas. The objects of unnatural affection have their beards carefully plucked out as soon as the face hair begins to grow, and their chins are tattooed like those of the women. In California the first missionaries found the same practice, the youths being called Joya. Bancroft, I. 415 and authorities Palon, Crespi, Boscana, Morfras, Torquemada, Deflet and Figures. The Comanches unite incest with sodomy, I. 515. In New Mexico, according to Alegi, Ribas, and other authors, male concubinage prevails to a great extent. These loathsome semblances of humanity, whom to call beastly were a slander upon beasts, dress themselves in the clothes and perform the functions of women, the use of weapons being denied them, I. 585. Pederasty was systematically practiced by the peoples of Cuba, Quito, and other parts of Central America. The caciques and some of the headmen kept harems of youths who, as soon as destined for the unclean office, were dressed as women. They went by the name of Kumaoas, and were hated and detested by the good wives, I. 733-74. Of the Nawa nations further Pierre de Gand, alias de Musa, writes, and certain nombre de prates navient point de femmes, sterum loco puros quibus abut bencho. Speciatate si commandans pays que, June severe, tau set infects, els y eta iant si adon caimims lay on fonda six in silivera iant, tinox, campans, voyages, serii. Tom. X. p. 197. Among the Mayas of Yucatan, Las Casas declares that the great prevalence of unnatural lust made parents anxious to see their progeny wedded as soon as possible. Kingsborough's Mex. Ant. 8. 135. In Vera Paz, a god, called by some Chin and by others Caviel and Mran, taught it by committing the act with another god. Some fathers gave their sons a boy to use as a woman, and if any other approached this pathic he was treated as an adulterer. In Yucatan images were found by Burton disproving the sodomitical propensities of the people. Bancroft v. 198. De Pauwai, Recherches philosophiques sur les Americans, London, I-77I, has much to say about the subject. In Mexico generally. In the northern provinces, men married youths who, dressed like women, were forbidden to carry arms. According to Gomara, there were at the Malpais houses of male prostitution, and from Diaz and others we gather that the picadunifando was the rule. Both in Mexico and in Peru it might have caused, if it did not justify, the cruelties of the conquistadors. Pederasty was also general throughout Nicaragua, and the early explorers found it amongst the indigenes of Panama. We have authentic details concerning the vice in Peru and its adjacent lands, beginning with Kaiser de Leon, who must be read in the original or in the translated extracts of Purchas, Volume V. 942, etc., not in the cruelly castrated form preferred by the Council of the Hlut Society. Speaking of the New Granada Indians, he tells us that at Old Port, Porto Vaio, and Puna, the deal so far prevailed in their beastly devotions that there were boys consecrated to Saru in the temple, and at the times of their sacrifices and solemn feasts, the lords and principal men abused them to that detestable filthiness, that is performed their peculiar worship. Generally in the hill countries the devil, under the show of holiness, had introduced the practice, for every temple or chief house of adoration kept one or two men or more which were attired like women, even from the time of their childhood, and spake like them, imitating them in everything. With these, under pretext of holiness and religion, principal men on principal days had commerce. Speaking of the arrival of the giants FN number 414, at Point Santuilena, Kaiser says, Chap. They were detested by the natives, because in using their women they killed them, and their men also in another way. All the natives declared that God brought upon them a punishment proportioned to the enormity of their offence. When they were engaged together in their accursed intercourse, a fearful and terrible fire came down from heaven with a great noise, out of the midst of which there issued a shining angel with a glittering sword, wherewith at one blow they were all killed and the fire consumed them. FN number 415. There remained a few bones and skulls which God allowed to bide unconsumed by the fire, as a memorial of this punishment. In the Hlut Society's Bowdlerization we read of the Tumbes Islanders being very vicious, many of them committing the abominable offence, p. 24, also, if by the advice of the devil any Indian commit the abominable crime, it is thought little of and they call him a woman. In chapters L and Levi, we find exceptions. The Indians of Huancabamba, although so near the peoples of Puerto Vaio and Guayaquil, do not commit the abominable sin, and the Serranos, or island mountaineers, as sorcerers and magicians inferior to the coast peoples, were not so much addicted to sodomy. The royal commentaries of the Incas shows that the evil was of a comparatively modern growth. In the early period of Peruvian history the people considered the crime unspeakable, if a Cusco-Indian, not of Eucarial blood, angrily addressed the term pederast to another, he was held infamous for many days. One of the generals having reported to the Cacapacupanquai that there were some sodomites, not in all the valleys, but one here and one there, nor was it a habit of all the inhabitants but only of certain persons who practiced it privately, the ruler ordered that the criminals should be publicly burnt alive in their houses, crops and trees destroyed. Moreover, to show his abomination, he commanded that the whole village should so be treated if one man fell into this habit. Lib. 3. Cap. 13. Elsewhere we learn, there were sodomites in some provinces, though not openly nor universally, but some particular men and in secret. In some parts they had them in their temples, because the devil persuaded them that the gods took great delight in such people, and thus the devil acted as a traitor to remove the veil of shame that the Gentiles felt for this crime and to accustom them to commit it in public and in common. During the times of the conquistadors, male concubinage had become the rule throughout Peru. At Cuzco, we are told by Nuno de Guzman in 1530 the last which was taken, and which fought most courageously, was a man in the habit of a woman, which confessed that from a child he had gotten his lying by that filthiness, for which I caused him to be burned. V. F. Lopez FN number 416. Draws a frightful picture of pathologic love in Peru. Under the reigns which followed that of Inca Capac Amori, the country was attacked by invaders of a giant race coming from the sea. They practiced pederasty after a fashion so shameless that the conquered tribes were compelled to fly. p. 271. Under the pre-imperial immorta, or priestly dynasty, Peru had lapsed into savagery and the kings of Cuzco preserved only the name. Tautsis hont et tautsis mesias provena inter de vices infames, la bestialite et la sodomy. Les femmes tu et inter fences de voir la nature vestrida tautsis droits. Whiles plurient ensemble ens reunions zorla miserable et ardans licalels et int tumbis. Zorla mepresav et licalels et int dratis. Le mandat et drenvers, le hom sema int et int jalade ens de otas. Els chachaint, meas en vain, le moens de remediero mal, els employ int de herbs et de resets diabolics kiel remena int bianquelx individus, meas ni pouve int rita le progas incessants du vice. Sit Atarda chose his constituent veritable monage, Kiora jusquilitablisment du gouvernement des Incas, p. 277. When Sing Chirocco, the ex-CVTH of Montesinos and the Xist of Garcilaso, became Inca, he found morals at the lowest ebb. Nil a prudence delinca, nil a lois savias quilivate promulguis neveind extirpa interamentla beshkunta nature. I1 repretav econ novel violence, et les femmes en furent si jalouses qu'un grand nombre d'elles durant les maris. Les davins et les sorciers passaient les journées et fabriquaient, avec certains herbes, des compositions magiques qui rendaient faus sex qui en mangaient, et les femmes en faisaient prendre, soit dans les aliments, soit dans la literature. A sex don't tell et int jalouses, p. 291. I have remarked that the Tupi races of the Brazil were infamous for cannibalism and sodomy, nor could the latter be only racial as proved by the fact that colonists of pure Lusitanian blood followed in the path of the savages. Senior Antonio Augusto de Costo Aguirre FN number 417, is outspoken upon this point. A crime which in England leads to the gallows, and which is the very measure of abject depravity, passes with impunity amongst us by the participating in it of almost all or of many, de quasi todos, ou de mutos, if the wrath of heaven were to fall by way of punishing such crimes, delictos, more than one city of this empire, more than a dozen, would pass into the category of the Sodoms and Gomorrhanes, p. 30. Till late years pederasty in the Brazil was looked upon as a peccadillo, the European immigrants following the practice of the wild men who were naked but not, as Columbus said, clothed in innocence. One of Her Majesty's consuls used to tell a tale of the hilarity provoked in a fashionable assembly by the open declaration of a young gentleman that his mulatto patient had suddenly turned upon him, insisting upon becoming agent. Now, however, under the influences of improved education and respect for the public opinion of Europe, pathological love amongst the Luso-Brazilians has been reduced to the normal limits. Outside the sotatic zone, I have said, love vice is sporadic, not endemic, yet the physical and moral effect of great cities where puberty, they say, is induced earlier than in country sites, has been the same in most lands, causing modesty to decay and pederasty to flourish. The Badawi Arab is wholly pure of love vice, yet Sana'a, the capital of Al-Yaman and other centers of population, have long been and still are thoroughly infected. History tells us of Zuchanatiya, tyrant of Arabia Felix, in AD 478, who used to entice young men into his palace and caused them afterwards to be cast out of the windows. This unkindly ruler was at last bonniarded by the youth Zerush, known from his long ringlets as Zunaus. The Negro race is mostly untainted by sodomy and tribadism. Yet John dos Santos FN number 418, found in Kakongo of West Africa certain Chibudi, which are men attired like women and behave themselves womanly, ashamed to be called men, are also married to men, and esteem that of natural damnation and honor. Madagascar also delighted in dancing and singing boys dressed as girls. In the empire of Dahomey I noted a corps of prostitutes kept for the use of the Amazon soldiers. North of the Sotatic zone we find local but notable instances. Master Christopher Barrow FN number 419, describes on the western side of the Volga a very fine stone castle, called by the name Riak, and adjoining to the same town called by the Russes, Sodom, which was swallowed into the earth by the justice of God, for the wickedness of the people. Again, although as a rule Christianity has steadily opposed pathological love both in writing and preaching, there have been remarkable exceptions. Perhaps the most curious idea was that of certain medical writers in the Middle Ages, Usus et amplexus puri, bene temperatus, salutaris medicine, Dardi. Bale notices, under Via, the infamous book of Giovanni della Casa, Archbishop of Benevento, de Laudibus Sodomy, FN number 420, vulgarly known as Capitolo del Forno. The same writer refers, under 64, to the report that the Dominican order, which systematically decried love vice, had presented a request to the Cardinal di Santa Lucia that sodomy might be lawful during 3 months per annum, June to August, and that the Cardinal had underwritten the petition be it done as they demand. Hence the Fede Venus of Battista Mantovano. Bale rejects the history for a curious reason, Venery being colder in summer than in winter, and quotes the proverb O mod qui non pardi a, pimbrasa ret bien boia. But in the case of a celibate priesthood such scandals are inevitable, witness the famous Jesuit epitaph Sigit and Jesuit, etc. In our modern capitals, London, Berlin and Paris for instance, the vice seems subject to periodical outbreaks. For many years, also, England sent her pederasts to Italy, and especially to Naples, whence originated the term il vizio Inglese. It would be invicious to detail the scandals which of late years have startled the public in London and Dublin, for these the curious will consult the police reports. Berlin, despite her strong devour of the Phariseeism, Puritanism and chauvinism in religion, manners and morals, is not a whit better than her neighbours. Drive Gasper, FN number 421, a well-known authority on the subject, adduces many interesting cases, especially an old Count Cagus and his 6 accomplices. Amongst his many correspondents one suggested to him that not only Plato and Julius Caesar but also Winckelmann and Platon belonged to the society, and he had found it flourishing in Palermo, the Louvre, the Scottish Highlands and St. Petersburg, to name only a few places. Frederick the Great is said to have addressed these words to his nephew, Je puis vous assurer, par mon expérience personnelle, case plaisir est agréablement cultivé. This suggests the popular anecdote of Voltaire and the Englishman who agreed upon an experience and found it far from satisfactory. A few days afterwards the latter informed the sage of Ferney that he had tried it again and provoked the exclamation, once a philosopher, twice a sodomite. The last revival of the kind in Germany is a society at Frankfurt and its neighborhood, self-styled Les Cravates Noires, in opposition, I suppose, to Les Cravates Blanches of a. Bellot. Paris is by no means more depraved than Berlin and London, but, whilst the latter hushes up the scandal, Frenchmen do not, hence we see a more copious account of it submitted to the public. For France of the 16th century consult the Histoire de la prostitution chez tous les peuples du monde, and La France devenue Italienne, a treatise which generally follows l'Histoire and reused décols by Bussy, Comte de Burton. FN number 422, the headquarters of male prostitution were then in the Champ Fleury, that is, Champ de Flore, the privileged rendezvous of low courtesans. In the 16th century, Queen le Français était folle, as Voltaire sings, invented the term bêche philosophique. There was a temporary recrudescence, and, after the death of Bidazet de Mer I Robert, March, 1779, his Apologie de la Sec down in Rhine was published in L'Espion Anglais. In those days the Allée des Veuves in the Champs-Élysées had a fief reserved des burghers, FN number 423. Veuve in the language of Sodom being the maîtresse en titre, the favourite youth. At the decisive moment of monarchical decomposition Myra FN number 424 declares that pederasty was reglementée and adds, le gout des pédérastes, coic moins invoqué du temps d'Henri III. The French Heliogabalus, sous l'irindesque les hommes se provoquent mutuellement FN number 425. Sous les portiques du Louvre, that des progrès considerables. On salt case Setteville, Paris, est un chef d'apostrophe de police, en conséquence, il y a des lieux publics autorisés et certifiés. Légions jens qui se destinent à la profession, vent son usement in classes, car les systèmes réglementaires s'y tendent jusque-là. On les examine, sex qui peuvent être agents set patients. Qui vent beaux, vermels, bienfaits, petits, sont réserves pour les grands seigneurs, ou se font payer très cher par les évêques les financiers. Sex qui vent prives dels testicules, ou intermis de l'art, car notre langue est plus geste qui nos amours, qui n'ont pas pas du tisserand, mais qui donnent et réservent, formant la seconde classe, els vent en coaches. Parce que les femmes innocent tandis qu'elles servent aux hommes. Sex qui n'y sont plus susceptibles direction tant ils sont usés, qu'elles ont tous ces organes nécessaires au plaisir, s'inscrivent comme patients purs, et composent la troisième classe, mais ceux qui président ces plaisirs, vérifient l'impuissance. Pour certificat, on les place toutes sur un métal souvert par la moitié inférieure. De fais les carescent urmaïx, pendant quontreis infraptusment avec des orties naissants les des desires venriens. Apes en quarture de certesai, on l'introduit dans l'anes en puis volant rougi cause an irritation considerable. On pose zoléic boulos produits par les orties, de la moutarde fin de cordebec, et long passé la glande au camphor. Sex qui resistant à ces errors et ni donnant aucun sign direction, servant compassion's aid and tears de pays seulement. FN number 426. The Restoration and the Empire made the police more vigilant in matters of politics than of morals. The favourite club, which had its mot de passe, was in the Rue d'Oyen, Old Quarter St. Thomas de Louvre, and the house was a hotel of the 5th century. 2 street doors, on the right for the male gynecum and the left for the female, opened at 4 p.m. in winter and 8 p.m. in summer. A decoy lad, charmingly dressed in women's clothes, with big haunches and small waist, promenaded outside, and this continued till 1826 when the police put down the house. Under Louis Philippe, the conquest of Algiers had evil results, according to the Marquis de Boissy. He complained without ambages of emirs Arabs in French regiments, and declared that the result of the African wars was an effrayable debordement pederastique, even as the virile resulted from the Italian campaigns of that age of passion, the 5th century. From the military the full spread to civilian society, and the vice took such expansion and intensity that it may be said to have been democratized in cities and large towns, at least so we gather from the Dossier des Agissements des Pédérastes. A general gathering of La Sainte Congregation des Glorieux Pédérastes was held in the old Petit Trou des Marais where, after the theatre, many resorted under pretext of making water. They ranged themselves along the walls of a vast garden and exposed their podices. Bourgeois, Richards and nobles came with full purses, touched the part which most attracted them and were duly followed by it. At the Allée des Veuves the crowd was dangerous from 7 to 8 p.m. No policeman or rondinant dared venture in it. Cords were stretched from tree to tree and armed guards drove away strangers, amongst whom, they say, was once Victor Hugo. This nuisance was at length suppressed by the municipal administration. The empire did not improve morals. Balls of sodomites were held at number 8 Place de la Madeleine where, on January 2, 64, some 150 men met, all so well dressed as women that even the landlord did not recognize them. There was also a club for sotadic debauchery called the Saint Guard and the Dragons de l'Impératrice. FN number 427, they copied the imperial toilette and kept it in the general wardrobe, hence fell Impératrice meant to be used carnally. The site, a splendid hotel in the Allée des Veuves, was discovered by the Procureur General, who registered all the names, but, as these belonged to not a few senators and dignitaries, the Emperor wisely quashed proceedings. The club was broken up on July 16, 64. During the same year La Petite Revue, edited by M. Lord Larky, son of the General, printed an article, Les Caps de Sodom. It discusses the letter of M. Castagnery to the Prince de Leon and declares that the vice had been adopted by plusieurs corps de troops. For its latest developments as regards the chantage of the dance, Pathix, the reader will consult the last issues of Dr. Dardy's well-known Etudes. FN number 428, he declares that the servant class is most infected, and that the vice is commonest between the ages of 15 and 25. The pederasty of the knights may briefly be distributed into 3 categories. The first is the funny form, as the unseemly practical joke of masterful Queen Buda, Volume 3, 306, and the not less hardy jest of the slave princess Zumarad, Volume 4, 226. The second is in the grimmest and most earnest phrase of the perversion, for instance where Abu Nawaz FN number 429, debauches the 3 youths, Volume V, 64-69. Whilst in the third form it is wisely and learnedly discussed, to be severely blamed, by the Shaken or Reverend Woman, Volume V, 154. To conclude this part of my subject, the éclaircissement des obscanites. Many readers will regret the absence from the Knights of that modesty which distinguishes Amadis de Gaulle, whose author, when leaving a man and a maid together says, "And nothing shall be here related, for these and such like things which are conformable neither to good conscience nor nature, man ought in reason lightly to pass over, holding them in slight esteem as they deserve." Nor have we less respect for Palmerin of England, who after a risque scene declares, "Herein is no offence offered to the wise by wanton speeches, or encouragement to the loose by lascivious matter. But these are not Oriental ideas, and we must e'en take the Eastern as we find him." He still holds natural and nonsense terpia, together with mundi somnia munda, and, as Bacon assures us, the mixture of a like cloth add to pleasure. So the Arab enjoys the startling and lively contrast of extreme virtue and horrible vice placed in juxtaposition. Those who have read through these 10 volumes will agree with me that the proportion of offensive matter bears a very small ratio to the mass of the work. In an age saturated with cant and hypocrisy, here and there a venal pen will mourn over the pornography of the knights, dwell upon the ethics of dirt and the garbage of the brothel, and will lament the wanton dissemination of ancient and filthy fiction. This self-constituted censor morum reads Aristophanes and Plato, Horace and Virgil, perhaps even Martial and Petronius, because veiled in the decent obscurity of a learned language, he allows men Latin liqui, but he is scandalized at stumbling blocks much less important in plain English. To be consistent he must begin by bowdlerizing not only the classics, with which boys' and youths' minds and memories are soaked and saturated at schools and colleges, but also Boccaccio and Chaucer, Shakespeare and Rabelais, Burton, Sterne, Swift, and a long list of works which are yearly reprinted and republished without a word of protest. Lastly, why does not this inconsistent Puritan purge the Old Testament of its allusions to human ordure and the pudenda, to carnal copulation and impudent whoredom, to adultery and fornication, to onanism, sodomy and bestiality? But this he will not do, the whited sepulchre. To the interested critic of the Edinburgh Review, number 335 of July, 1886, I return my warmest thanks for his direct and deliberate falsehoods. Lies are one-legged and short-lived, and venom evaporates. FN number 430. It appears to me that when I show to such men, so respectable and so impure, a landscape of magnificent prospects whose vistas are adorned with every charm of nature and art, they point their unclean noses at a little heap of muck here and there lying in a field corner. Section V on the prose rhyme and the poetry of the Knights. A. The Sajja. According to promise in my foreword, p. 13, I here proceed to offer a few observations concerning the Sajja or rhymed prose and the Shi'r, or measured sentence, that is, the verse of the Knights. The former has in composition, metrical or unmetrical, three distinct forms. Sajja mutawazi, parallel. The most common is when the ending words of sentences agree in measure, assonance and final letter, in fact are full rhyme. Next is Sajja mutaraf, the affluent, when the periods, hemistichs or couplets end in words whose terminal letters correspond, although differing in measure and number. And thirdly, Sajja muwazana, equilibrium, is applied to the balance which affects words corresponding in measure but differing in final letters. FN number 431. Al-Sajja, the fine style or style fleury, also termed al-Badiya, or euphuism, is the basis of all Arabic euphony. The whole of the Quran is written in it, and the same is the case with the Maqamat of al-Hariri and the prime masterpieces of rhetorical composition. Without it no translation of the Holy Book can be satisfactory or final, and where it is not the assemblies become the prose of prose. Thus universally used the assonance has necessarily been abused, and its success has given rise to the saying al-Sajja's Fajr prose rhymes are best. English translators have, and wisely I think, agreed in rejecting it, while Germans have not. Mr. Preston assures us that rhyming prose is extremely ungraceful in English and introduces an air of flippancy. This was certainly not the case with Friedrich Rickert's version of the great original, and I see no reason why it should be so or become so in our tongue. Terence, Pref. p. 7, declares that the effect of the irregular sentence with the iteration of a jingling rhyme is not pleasant in our language. He therefore systematically neglects it and gives his style the semblance of being scamped with the object of saving study and trouble. Mr. Payne, 9. 379, deems it an excrescent spawn of the excessive facilities the rhyme afforded by the language, and of Eastern delight in antithesis of all kinds whether of sound or of thought, and, aiming elaborately at grace of style, he omits it wholly, even in the Proverbs. The weight of authority was against me, but my plan compelled me to disregard it. The dilemma was simply either to use the Sajja or to follow Mr. Payne's method and arrange the disjecta membra of the original in their natural order, that is, to remodel the text. Intending to produce a faithful copy of the Arabic, I was compelled to adopt the former, and still hold it to be the better alternative. Moreover, I question Mr. Payne's dictum, 9. 383. That the such a form is utterly foreign to the genius of English prose, and that its preservation would be fatal to all vigour and harmony of style. The English translator of Palmerin of England, Anthony Munday, attempted it in places with great success, as I have before noted, Volume 8. 60, and my late friend Edward Eastwick made artistic use of it in his Gulistan. Had I rejected the cadence of the cooing dove because in English, I should have adopted the balanced periods of the Anglican marriage service FN number 432, or the essentially English system of alliteration, requiring some such artful aid to distinguish from the vulgar recitative style the elevated and classical tirades in the Knights. My attempt has found with reviewers more favour than I expected, and a kindly critic writes of it, these melodious frame-meets, these little eddies of song set like gems in the prose, have a charming effect on the ear. They come as dulcet surprises and mostly recur in highly wrought situations, or they are used to convey a vivid sense of something exquisite in nature or art. Their introduction seems due to whim or caprice, but really it arises from a profound study of the situation, as if the tale-teller felt suddenly compelled to break into the rhythmic strain. The verse. The chirometrical part of the Knights is considerable, amounting to not less than 10,000 lines, and these I could not but render in rhyme, or rather in monoeme. This portion has been a bugbear to translators. De Sacy noticed the difficulty of the task, p. 283. Lane held the poetry untranslatable because abounding in the figuratigeness, paranomasia or paragram, of which there are 7 distinct varieties, FN number 433, not to speak of other rhetorical flourishes. He therefore omitted the greater part of the verse as tedious and, through the loss of measure and rhyme, generally intolerable to the reader. He proved his position by the bold literalism of the passages which he rendered in truly prosaic prose, and succeeded in changing the facies and presentment of the work. For the shir, like the saja, is not introduced arbitrarily, and its unequal distribution throughout the Knights may be accounted for by rule of art. Some tales, like Omar bin al-Numan and Tuadad, contain very little because the theme is historical or realistic, whilst in stories of love and courtship as that of Rose in Hood, the proportion may rise to 1/5 of the whole. And this is true to nature. Love, as Addison said, makes even the mechanic, the British mechanic, poetical, and Joe Hume of material memory once fought a duel about a fair object of a dispute. Before discussing the verse of the Knights, it may be advisable to enlarge a little upon the prosody of the Arabs. We know nothing of the origin of their poetry, which is lost in the depths of antiquity, and the oldest bards of whom we have any remains belong to the famous epoch of the War al-Bassus, which would place them about AD 500. Moreover, when the Muse of Arabia first shows she is not only fully developed and mature, she has lost all her first youth, her beauty double, and she is assuming the characteristics of an age beyond middle age. No one can study the earliest poetry without perceiving that it results from the cultivation of centuries, and that it has already assumed that artificial type and conventional process of treatment which presages inevitable decay. Its noblest period is included in the century preceding the apostolate of Muhammad, and the oldest of that epoch is the prince of Arab songsters, Imr al-Qais, the wandering king. The Christian fathers characteristically termed poetry Vinam Demanoram. The stricter Muslims called their bards enemies of Allah, and when the Prophet, who hated verse and could not even quote it correctly, was asked who was the best poet of the peninsula, he answered that the man of Al-Qais, that is the worshipper of the Prophet's idol, would usher them all into hell. Here he only echoed the general verdict of his countrymen who loved poetry and, as a rule, despised poets. The earliest complete pieces of any volume and substance saved from the wreck of old Arabic literature and familiar in our day are the 7 qasidas, purposodes or tendance elegies, which are popularly known as the gilded or the suspended poems, and in all of these we find, with an elaboration of material and formal art which can go no further, a subject matter of trite imagery and stock ideas which suggest a long ascending line of model ancestors and predecessors. Scholars are agreed upon the fact that many of the earliest and best Arab poets were, as Muhammad boasted himself, analphabetic. FN number 434, or rather could neither read nor write. They addressed the ear and the mind, not the eye. They spoke verse, learning it by rote and dictating it to the ra'i, and this reciter again transmitted it to the musician whose pipe or zither accompanied the minstrel's song. In fact, the general practice of writing began only at the end of the 1st century after the flight. The rude and primitive measure of Arab song, upon which the most complicated system of meters subsequently arose, was called al-rajats, literally the trembling, because it reminded the highly imaginative hearer of a pregnant she-camel's weak and tottering steps. This was the carol of the camel driver, the lovers lay and their warriors chaunt of the heroic ages, and its simple, unconstrained flow adapted it well for extempore effusions. Its merits and demerits have been extensively discussed amongst Arab grammarians, and many, noticing that it was not originally divided into hemistichs, make an essential difference between the Shayar who speaks poetry and the Rajas who speaks rajats. It consisted, to describe it technically, of iambic dipodia, uu, the first 3 syllables being optionally long or short. It can generally be read like our iams and, being familiar, is pleasant to the English ear. The dipodia are repeated either twice or thrice. In the former case, rajats is held by some authorities, as Al-Akfash, Sa'id ibn Masada, to be mere prose. Although Labid and Ant are composed in iambics, the first qasida or regular poem in rajats was by Al-Aglab al-Jibitemp. Muhammad, the Alfiya grammar of Ibn Malik is in rajats Mazdorij, the hemistichs rhyming and the assonance being confined to the couplet. Al-Hariri also affects rajats in the 3rd and 5th assemblies. So far Arabic meter is true to nature. In impassioned speech the movement of language is iambic. We say I will, not I will. For many generations the sons of the desert were satisfied with nature's teaching, the fine perceptions and the nicely trained ear of the bard needing no aid from art. But in time came the inevitable prosodist under the formidable name of Abu Abd al-Rahman al-Khalil, Ahmad, Amru, Tamim al-Farahidi, of the Farahid sept, Al-Azdi, of the Azd clan, Al-Yahmadi, of the Yahnid tribe, popularly known as Al-Khalil ibn Ahmad al-Basri, of Basora, where he died at 68, scanning verses they say, in AH 170, equals 786-87. Ibn Khalikan relates, 493, on the authority of Hamza al-Isfahani how this father of Arabic grammar and discoverer of the rules of prosody invented the science as he walked past a coppersmith's shop on hearing the strokes of a hammer upon the metal basin, 2 objects devoid of any quality which could serve as a proof and an illustration of anything else than their own form and shape, and incapable of leading to any other knowledge than that of their own nature. FN number 435. According to others he was passing through the fuller's bazaar at Basra when his ear was struck by the dak-dak, Arabic letters, and the dakak-dakak, Arabic letters, of the workman. In these 2 onomatopoeics we trace the expression which characterizes the Arab tongue. All syllables are composed of consonant and vowel, the latter long or short as b and b, or of a voweled consonant followed by a consonant as bal, bo, Arabic. The grammarian, true to the traditions of his craft which looks for all poetry to the Badawi, FN number 436, adopted for metrical details the language of the desert. The distich, which amongst Arabs is looked upon as one line, he named bait, nighting place, tent or house, and the hemistich misra, the one leaf of a folding door. To this scenic simile all the parts of the verse were more or less adapted. The meters, our feet, were called arkan, the stakes and stays of the tent, the the syllables were usual roots divided into three kinds. The first, or sabab, the tentrope, is composed of two letters, a voweled and a quiescent consonant as lam. FN number 437. The watad or tent peg of three letters is of two varieties, the majmu, or united, a foot in which the two first consonants are moved by vowels and the last is jasmated or made quiescent by a pocope as lakad, and the mfug, or disunited, when the two moved consonants are separated by one jasmated, as kabla. And lastly, the facile or intervening space, applied to the main pole of the tent, consists of four letters. The meters were called bua or seas, plur, of ba, also meaning space within the tent walls, the equivocal alluding to pearls and other treasures of the deep. Al-Khalil, the systematizer, found in general use only 5 daira, circles, classes or groups of meter, and he characterized the harmonious and stately measures, all built upon the original rajats, as al-Tawil, the long, FN number 438, al-Kamil, the complete, al-Wafir, the copious, al-Basit, the extended, and al-Kafif, the light. FN number 439, these embrace all the Mu'alakat and the Hamasa, the great anthology of Abu Tamam, with the crave of variety and the extension of foreign intercourse had multiplied once, and Al-Khalil deduced from the original 5 daira, 15, to which Al-Akfash, ob. AD 830, added a 16th, Al-Kabab. The Persians extended the number to 19, the first 4 were peculiarly Arab, the 14th, the 15th and 17th peculiarly Persian, and all the rest were Arab and Persian. FN number 440. Arabic meter so far resembles that of Greece and Rome that the value of syllables depends upon the quantity or position of their consonants, not upon accent as in English and the Neo-Latin tongues. Al-Khalil was doubtless familiar with the classic prosody of Europe, but he rejected it as unsuited to the genius of Arabic, and like a true Eastern Gelti, he adopted a process devised by himself. Instead of scansion by bites and spondees, iams and jockeys, anapasts and similar simplifications, he invented a system of weights, wuzan. Of these there are 9 FN number 441, memorial words used as quantitative signs, all built upon the root fal which has rendered such notable service to Arabic and Hebrew. FN number 442, grammar and varying from the simple fil, in Persian file, to the complicated mutafilun, anapist plus iam. Thus the prosodist would scan the shaname of Ferdowsi as filan, fil, dash. These weights also show another peculiarity of Arabic verse. In English we have few if any spondees. The Arabic contains about 3 longs to 1 short, hence its gravity, stateliness and dignity. But these longs again are peculiar, and sometimes strike the European ear as shorts, thus adding a difficulty for those who would represent Oriental meters by Western feet, ictus and accent. German Arabists can register an occasional success in such attempts, Englishmen none. My late friend Professor Palmer of Cambridge tried the tour de force of dancing on 1 leg instead of 2 and notably failed. Mr. Lyell also strove to imitate Arabic meter and produced only prose bewitched. FN number 443, Mr. Payne appears to me to have wasted trouble in observing the exterior form of the stanza, the movement of the rhyme and, as far as possible, the identity in number of the syllables composing the beats. There is only one part of his admirable invention concerning which I have heard competent readers complain, and that is the metrical, because here and there it sounds strange to their ears. I have already stated my conviction that there are 2 and only 2 ways of translating Arabic poetry into English. One is to represent it by good heroic or lyric verse as did Sir William Jones. The other is to render it after French fashion, by measured and balanced prose, the little sister of poetry. It is thus and thus only that we can preserve the peculiar cachet of the original. This old world oriental song is spirit-stirring as a blast of that dread horn, albeit the words be thin. It is heady as the golden wine of Libanus, to the tongue water and brandy to the brain the clean contrary of our 19th century effusions. Technically speaking, it can be vehicled only by the verse of the Old English ballad or by the prose of the Book of Job. And Badawi poetry is a perfect expositor of Badawi life, especially in the good and gladsome old pagan days ere al-Islam, like the creed which it abolished, overcast the minds of men with its dull grey pall of realistic superstition. They combined to form a marvellous picture, those contrasts of splendour and squalor amongst the sands of the sand. Under airs pure as ether, golden and ultramarine above and melting over the horizon into a diaphanous green which suggested a resection of the Kaf, that unseen mountain wall of emerald, the so-called desert, changed face twice a year, now brown and dry as summer dust, then green as hope, beautified with infinite verdure and broad sheetings of rainwater. The vernal and autumnal shiftings of camp, disruptions of homesteads and partings of kith and kin, friends and lovers, made the life many-sided as it was vigorous and noble, the outcome of hardy frames, strong minds and spirits breathing the very essence of liberty and independence. The day began with the dawn drink, generous wine bought with shining ore, poured into the crystal goblet from the leather bottle swinging before the cooling breeze. The rest was spent in the practice of weapons, in the favourite arrow game known as al-Mazer, gambling which at least had the merit of feeding the poor, in racing for which the Bedouin had a mania, and in the chase, the foray and the fray which formed the serious business of his life. And how picturesque the hunting scenes, the greyhound, like the mare, of purest blood, the falcon cast at Franklin and Coney, the gazelle standing at gaze, the desert ass scudding over the ground waves, the wild cows or bovine antelopes browsing with their calves and the ostrich chickens flocking round the parent bird. The Mizamara or night talk round the campfire was enlivened by the lute girl and the gleeman, whom the austere prophet described as roving distraught in every vale, and whose motto in Horatian vein was, "Today we shall drink, tomorrow be sober, wine this day, that day work." Regularly once a year, during the 3 peaceful months when war and even blood revenge were held sacrilegious, the tribes met at Ukad, Okaz, and other fairsteads, where they held high festival, and the bards strave in song and prided themselves upon doing honour to women and to the successful warriors of their tribe. Brief, the object of Arab life was to be free, to be brave, to be wise, while the endeavours of other peoples was and is to have wealth, to have knowledge, to have a name, and while moderns make their epitome of life to be, to do and to suffer. Lastly, the Arab's end was honourable as his life was stirring. Few Bedouin had the crowning misfortune of dying the straw death. The poetical forms in the Nights are as follows: the Misra or hemistich is half the bait which, for want of a better word, I have rendered couplet. This, however, though formally separated in MSS, is looked upon as one line, one verse, hence a word can be divided, the former part pertaining to the first and the latter to the second moiety of the distich. As the Arabs ignore blank verse, when we come upon a rhymeless couplet we know that it is an extract from a longer composition in monoam. The kitta is a fragment, either an occasional piece or more frequently a portion of a ghazl, ode, or qasida, elegy, other than the matla, the initial bait with rhyming distichs. The ghazl and qasida differ mainly in length. The former is properly limited to 18 couplets, the latter begins at 15 and is of indefinite number. Both are built upon monoam, which appears twice in the first couplet and ends all the others, e.g., a plus bar plus car, etc., nor may the same assonance be repeated, unless at least 7 couplets intervene. In the best poets, as in the old classic verse of the France, the sense must be completed in one couplet and not run on to a second, and, as the parts cohere very loosely, separate quotation can generally be made without injuring their proper effect. A favourite form is the rubai or quatrain, made familiar to English ears by Mr. Fitzgerald's masterly adaptation of Omar I Khayyam. The movement is generally AA plus bar, but it also appears as AB plus CB, in which case it is a kit or fragment. The Murabba, tetrastichs or fourfold song, occurs once only in the Nights, volume I. 98. It is a succession of double baits or four-line stanzas rhyming AA plus BC plus DC plus AC. In strict form, the first three hemistichs rhyme with one another only, independently of the rest of the poem, and the fourth with that of every other stanza, for example, AA plus A plus CB plus DB. The Makamas, cinquains or pentastichs, Nightcnulksif, represents a stanza of two distichs and a hemistich in monoime, the fifth line being the bob or burden. Each succeeding stanza affects a new rhyme, except in the fifth line, for example, AB plus CCCCB plus DDDDB and so forth. The Milwil is a simple popular song in 4 to 6 lines. Specimens of it are given in the Egyptian grammar of my friend the late Dr. Wilhelm Spitter. FN number 444, the Muwasha, or ornamented verse, has two main divisions. One applies to our acrostics in which the initials form a word or words. The other is a kind of musdas, or sextines, which occurs once only in the Nights, vi. It consists of 3 couplets or 6-line strophes. All the hemistichs of the first are in monoime. In the second and following stanzas the 3 first hemistichs take a new rhyme, but the fourth resumes the assonance of the first set and is followed by the third couplet of number 1, serving as bob or refrain, for example, A plus B plus Q and so forth. It is the most complicated of all the measures and is held to be of Morisco or Hispano-Moorish origin. Mr. Lane, Lex, lays down, on the lines of Ibn Khaldun, I. 476, etc., and other representative literati, as are sole authorities for pure Arabic, the precedents in following order. First of all ranks the Jahili, ignoramus, of the ignorance, for these pagans left hemistichs, couplets, pieces and elegies which once composed a large corpus and which is now mostly forgotten. Hamid al-Roya, the reciter, a man of Persian descent, Ob. AH 160 equals 777, who first collected the Mu'allaqat, once recited by rote in a seance before Caliph al-Walid 2,000 poems of pre-Muhammadan bards. FN number 445, after the Jahi stands the Muqaddam or Muhadram, the spurious, because half pagan half Muslim, who flourished either immediately before or soon after the preaching of Muhammad. The Islami or full-blooded Muslim at the end of the 1st century A.H. equals 720, began the process of corruption in language, and, lastly he was followed by the Muwallad of the 2nd century who fused Arabic with non-Arabic and in whom purity of diction disappeared. I have noticed, section E, that the versical portion of the Nights may be distributed into 3 categories. First are the olden poems which are held classical by all modern Arabs, then comes the medieval poetry, the effusions of that brilliant throng which adorned the splendid court of Harun al-Rashid and which ended with al-Hariri, Ob. AH 516, and, lastly, are the various pieces de circonstance suggested to editors or scribes by the occasion. It is not my object to enter upon the historical part of the subject. A mere sketch would have neither value nor interest, whilst a finished picture would lead too far. I must be contented to notice a few of the most famous names. Of the pre-Islamites we have Adib bin Zayd al-Ibadi, the celebrated poet of Ibn Khaldun, I. 188, Nabigat, the full-grown, al-Zabyani who flourished at the court of al-Naman in Ad. 58602, and whose poem is compared with the suspended, FN number 446, and al-Mu'tamim as the pertinacious satirist, friend and intimate with Tarafa of the prize poem. About Muhammad's day we find Imr al-Qais, with whom poetry began, to end with Zualrama, Amr bin Mahdi Karab al-Zubaydi, Labid, Ka'b ibn Zuhair, the father one of the Mulak poets, and the son author of the Bird or Mantle poem, see Volume 4. 115, and Abbas bin Murders who lampooned the Prophet and had his tongue cut out, that is received a double share of booty from Ali. In the days of Caliph Omar we have Al-Qamar bin al-Arthur followed by Jamil bin Mama of the Banu Wara, Ob. AH 82, who lived at Sir. Then came Al-Qatalia, the dwarf, Ironice, the lover of Batana, who was so lean that birds might be cut to bits with her bones. The latter was also a poetess, Ibn Qul. I. 87, like Hind bint al-Numan who made herself so disagreeable to Al-Hajjaj, Ob. AH 95, Jarir al-Qatafa, the noblest of the Islami poets in the 1st century, is noticed at full length by Ibn Khaldun, I. 294, together with his rival in poetry and debauchery, Abu Firaz Hammam or Homaim bin Ghalib al-Farazdak, the Tamimi, the Umayyad poet without whose verse half Arabic would be lost, FN number 447. He exchanged satires with Jarir and died 40 days before him, AH 110. Another contemporary, forming the poetical triumvirate of the period, was the debauched Christian poet Halaktul al-Taglibi. They were followed by Allah was al-Ansari whose witty lampoons banished him to Dalak Island in the Red Sea, Ob. AH 179 = 795. By Bashar ibn Burd and by Yunus ibn Habib, Ob. AH 182. The well-known names of the Harancycler al-Ismaili, rhetorician and poet, whose epic with Antar for hero is not forgotten, Ob. AH 2I6, Isaac of Mosul, Ishaq bin Ibrahim of Persian origin, Alut be the poet, Ob. AH 228. Abu al-Abbas al-Rakashi, Abu al-Atahiyya, the lover of Akbar, Muslim bin al-Walid al-Ansari, Abu Tamam of Tay, compiler of the Hamasa, Ob. AH 230, a muwallad of the 1st class, says Ibn Khaldun I. 392, the famous or infamous Abu Nawas, Abu Mazab, Ahmad ibn Ali, who died in AH 242, the satirist Ibn al-Ghuzai, Ob. AH 246, and a host of others quoth none prescribe be a logamist. They were followed by al-Bahturi the poet, Ob. AH 286, the royal author Abdullah ibn al-Mataz, Ob. AH 315, Ibn Abd the-Sahib, Ob. AH 334, Mansur al-Hallaj the martyred Sufi, the Sahib ibn Abad, Abu Faraz al-Hamdani, Ob. AH 357, al-Nami, Ob. AH 399, who had many encounters with that model chauvinist al-Mutanabi, nicknamed al-Mutanabi, the wide awake, killed AH 354, al-Man'atsi of Manasjid, Ob. 427, al-Tigray author of the Lamiyat al-Ajam, Ob. AH 375, al-Hariri the model rhetorician, Ob. AH 516, al-Hajri al-Erbli, of Abla, Ob. AH 632, Bahaldin al-Sanjari, Ob. AH 622, al-Katabor the scribe, Ob. AH 656, Abdan al-And Alusai the Spaniard, al-6th century, and about the same time al-Nawaji, author of the Halbat al-Kumayt or race course of the bay horse poetical slang for wine. FN number 448. Of the 3rd category, the pieces d'occasion, little need be said. I may refer readers to my notes on the doggerels in Volume 2. 34, 35, 56, 179, 182, 186 and 261, in Volume V. 55 and in Volume 8. 50. Having a mortal aversion to the details of Arabic prosody, I have persuaded my friend Dr. Stingas to undertake in the following pages the subject as far as concerns the poetry of the nights. He has been kind enough to collaborate with me from the beginning, and to his minute lexicographical knowledge I am deeply indebted for discovering not a few blemishes which would have been nuts to the critic. The learned Arabist's notes will be highly interesting to students. Mine, Section V, are intended to give a superficial and popular idea of the Arab's verse mechanism. The principle of Arabic prosody, called Arats, pattern standard, or Ilm al-Arats, science of the Arats, in a so far resembles that of classical poetry, as it chiefly rests on metrical weight, not on accent, or in other words a verse is measured by short and long quantities, while the accent only regulates its rhythm. In Greek and Latin, however, the quantity of the syllables depends on their vowels, which may be either naturally short or long, or become long by position, that is if followed by two or more consonants. We all remember from our school days what a fine string of rules had to be committed to and kept in memory, before we were able to scan a Latin or Greek verse without breaking its neck by tripping over false quantities. In Arabic, on the other hand, the answer to the question, what is metrically long or short, is exceedingly simple, and flows with stringent cogency from the nature of the Arabic alphabet. This, strictly speaking, knows only consonants, half, pl, huruf, the vowels which are required, in order to articulate the consonants, were at first not represented in writing at all. They had to be supplied by the reader, and are not improperly called motions, harakat, because they move or lead on, as it were, one letter to another. They are three in number: a, fatha, I, kasra, u, zama, originally sounded as the corresponding English vowels in bat, bit and but respectively, but in certain cases modifying their pronunciation under the influence of a neighbouring consonant. When the necessity made itself felt to represent them in writing, especially for the sake of fixing the correct reading of the Quran, they were rendered by additional signs, placed above or beneath the consonant, after which they are pronounced, in a similar way as it is done in some systems of English shorthand. A consonant followed by a short vowel is called a moved letter, muharuka. A consonant without such vowel is called resting or quiescent, sakina, and can stand only at the end of a syllable or word. And now we are able to formulate the one simple rule, which determines the prosodical quantity in Arabic. Any moved letter, as ta, li, mu, is counted short. Any moved letter followed by a quiescent one, as taf, fun, mus, that is any closed syllable beginning and terminating with a consonant and having a short vowel between, forms a long quantity. This is certainly a relief in comparison with the numerous rules of classical prosody, proved by not a few exceptions, which for instance in Dr. Smith's elementary Latin grammar fill 8 closely printed pages. Before I proceed to show how from the prosodical unities, the moved and the quiescent letter, first the metrical elements, then the feet and lastly the meters are built up, it will be necessary to obviate a few misunderstandings, to which our mode of transliterating Arabic into the Roman character might give rise. The line, "Love in my heart they lit and went their ways," volume I, 232, runs in Arabic. Akam wal wajda fi kalbi wasaru, Mac. ed. I. 179. Here, according to our ideas, the word akam would begin with a short vowel a, and contain 2 long vowels a and u acute. According to Arabic views neither is the case. The word begins with alif, and its second syllable ka closes in alif after fatha, a, in the same way as the third syllable mu closes in the letter wa, w, after zama, u. The question, therefore, arises, what is alif? It is the first of the 28 Arabic letters, and has through the medium of the Greek alpha nominally entered into our alphabet, where it now plays rather a misleading part. Curiously enough, however, Greek itself has preserved for us the key to the real nature of the letter. in the initial is preceded by the so-called spiritus lens, apostrophe, a sign which must be placed in front or at the top of any vowel beginning a Greek word, and which represents that slight aspiration or soft breathing almost involuntarily uttered, when we try to pronounce a vowel by itself. We need not go far to find how deeply rooted this tendency is and to what exaggerations it will sometimes lead. Witness the gentleman who, after mentioning that he had been visiting his favourite haunts on the scenes of his early life, was sympathetically asked how the dear old ladies were. This spiritus lens is the silent H of the French hum and the English honor, corresponding exactly to the Arabic hamza, whose mere prop the alif is, when it stands at the beginning of a word. A native Arabic dictionary does not begin with Bab al-Alif, gate or chapter of the Alif, but with Bab al-Hamza. What the Greeks call alpha and have transmitted to us as a name for the vowel A, is in fact nothing else but the Arabic hamza alif, moved by fatha, that is bearing the sign for at the top, tilde, just as it might have the sign zama, tilde, superscribed to express u, tilde, or the sign kasra, tilde, subjoined to represent I. In each case the hamza alif, although scarcely audible to our ear, is the real letter and might fitly be rendered in transliteration by the above-mentioned silent H, wherever we make an Arabic word begin with a vowel not preceded by any other sign. This latter restriction refers to the sign apostrophe, which in Sir Richard Burton's translation of the Nights, as frequently in books published in this country, is used to represent the Arabic letter in whose very name it occurs. The ayn is described as produced by a smart compression of the upper part of the windpipe and forcible emission of breath, imparting a guttural tinge to a following or preceding vowel sound, but it is by no means a mere guttural vowel, as Professor Palmer styles it. For Europeans, who do not belong to the Israelitic dispensation, as well as for Turks and Persians, its exact pronunciation is most difficult, if not impossible to acquire. In reading Arabic from transliteration for the purpose of scanning poetry, we have therefore in the first instance to keep in mind that no Arabic word or syllable can begin with a vowel. Where our mode of rendering Arabic in the Roman character would make this appear to be the case, either hamza, silent H, or ayn, represented by the sign, is the real initial, and the only element to be taken in account as a letter. It follows as a self-evident corollary that wherever a single consonant stands between two vowels, it never closes the previous syllable, but always opens the next one. Our word akamu, for instance, can only be divided into the syllables a, properly hakamu, never into akamu or akamu. It has been stated above that the syllable k is closed by the letter alif after fatha, in the same way as the syllable mu is closed by the letter wa, and I may add now, as the word f is closed by the letter y. To make this perfectly clear, I must repeat that the Arabic alphabet, as it was originally written, deals only with consonants. The signs for the short vowel sounds were added later for a special purpose, and are generally not represented even in printed books, for example in the various editions of the Nights, where only quotations from the Quran or poetical passages are provided with the vowel points. But among those consonants there are three, called weak letters, huruf, which have a particular organic affinity to these vowel sounds, the guttural hamza, which is akin to, the palatal ya, which is related to I, and the labial wa, which is homogeneous with you. Where any of the weak letters follows a vowel of its own class, either at the end of a word or being itself followed by another consonant, it draws out or lengthens the preceding vowel and is in this sense called a letter of prolongation, harf al-mad. Thus, bearing in mind that the hamza is in reality a silent H, the syllable ka might be written ka, similarly to the German word sa, where the H is not pronounced either, but imparts a lengthened sound to the A. In like manner mu and fi written in Arabic mu and fi respectively, and form long quantities not because they contain a vowel long by nature, but because their initial mu haruka is followed by a sakina, exactly as in the previously mentioned syllables daf, fun, mus. FN number 449. In the Roman transliteration, Akamur forms a word of 5 letters, 2 of which are consonants, and 3 vowels. In Arabic it represents the combination H-A-K-M-U-W, consisting also of 5 letters but all consonants, the intervening vowels being expressed in writing either merely by superadded external signs, or more frequently not at all. Metrically it represents 1 short and 2 long quantities, u, dash, forming in Latin a trisyllable foot, called Bacchius, and in Arabic a quincliteral rukn, pillar, or juice, part, portion, the technical designation for which we shall introduce presently. There is one important remark more to be made with regard to the hamza. At the beginning of a word it is either conjunctive, hamzat al-wasl, or disjunctive, hamzat al-qat. The difference is best illustrated by reference to the French so-called aspirated H, as compared with the above-mentioned silent H. If the latter, as initial of a noun, is preceded by the article loses its vowel, and, ignoring the silent H altogether, is read with the following noun almost as one word. Lahom becomes lham, pronounced lom, as lo-ami becomes lami. This resembles very closely the Arabic hamza wasl. If, on the other hand, a French word begins with an aspirated H, as for instance heroes, the article does not drop its vowel before the noun, nor is the H sounded as in the English word hero, but the effect of the aspirate is simply to keep the 2 vowel sounds apart, so as to pronounce eros with a slight hiatus between, and this is exactly what happens in the case of the Arabic hamza kat. With regard to the wasl, however, Arabic goes a step further than French. In the French example, quoted above, we have seen it is the silent H and the preceding vowel which are eliminated. In Arabic both the hamza and its own haraka, that is the short vowel following it, are supplanted by their antecedent. Another example will make this clear. The most common instance of the hamza wasl is the article al, the hal equals the Hebrew hal, where it is moved by fatha. But it has this sound only at the beginning of a sentence or speech, as in alhamdu at the head of the fatiha, or in alo at the beginning of the 3rd surah. If the 2 words stand in grammatical connection, as in the sentence praise be to God, we cannot say alhamdulillahi at the junction, wasl, between the dative particle li and the noun which it governs must take place. According to the French principle, this junction would be effected at the cost of the preceding element, and li would become la-i. In Arabic, on the contrary, the kasrated l of the particle takes the place of the following fathated hamza, and we read li instead. Proceeding in the fatiha we meet with the verse Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'inu, thee do we worship and of thee do we ask aid. Here the hamza of Iyaka, properly hiyaka with silent h, is disjunctive, and therefore its pronunciation remains the same at the beginning and in the middle of the sentence, or, to put it differently, instead of coalescing with the preceding wintu wa iyaka, the 2 words are kept separate by the hamza, reading wa iyaka, just as it was the case with the French la heroes. If the conjunctive hamza is preceded by a quiescent letter, this takes generally kasra, talat al-layla, the night was longsome, would become talati al-layla. If, however, the quiescent letter is one of prolongation, it mostly drops out altogether, and the haraka of the next preceding letter becomes the connecting vowel between the 2 words, which in our parlance would mean that the end vowel of the first word is shortened before the elided initial of the second. Thus fil bayti, in the house, which in Arabic is written fiyh, albeit I, and which we transliterate fil bayti, is in poetry read fil bayti, where we must remember that the syllable fil, in spite of its short vowel, represents a long quantity, because it consists of a moved letter followed by a quiescent one. Fil would be overlong and could, according to Arabic prosody, stand only in certain cases at the end of a verse, that is in pause, where a natural tendency prevails to prolong a sound. The attentive reader will now be able to fix the prosodical value of the line quoted above with unerring security. For metrical purposes it syllabifies into a camel vajda fikal by wasaru, containing 3 short and 8 long quantities. The initial unaccented is short, for the same reason why the syllables d and waso, that is, because it corresponds to an Arabic letter, the hamza or silent h, moved by fatha. The syllables ka, fi, by, sa, ruah, long for the same reason why the syllables mul, waj, ka, laso, that is, because the accent in the transliteration corresponds to a quiescent Arabic letter, following a moved one. The same simple criterion applies to the whole list, in which I give in alphabetical order the first lines and the meter of all the poetical pieces contained in the MAC edition, and which will be found at the end of this volume. This appendix is not included in the electronic text. The prosodic unities, then, in Arabic are the moved and the quiescent letter, and we are now going to show how they combine into metrical elements, feet, and meters. The metrical elements, uzu, are 1. The sabab, FN number 450, which consists of 2 letters and is either kafif, light, or sikil, heavy. A moved letter followed by a quiescent, that is a closed syllable, like the aforementioned taf, fun, mus, to which we may now add fa equals far, I equals I, u acute equals uy, form a sabab kafif, corresponding to the classical long quantity. 2 moved letters in succession, like mute, and la, constitute a sabab sikil, for which the classical name would be pyrrhic, uu. As in Latin and Greek, they are equal in weight and can frequently interchange, that is to say, the sabab kafif can be evolved into a sikil by moving its second half, or the latter contracted into the former, by making its second letter quiescent. 2. Their watad, consisting of 3 letters, one of which is quiescent. If the quiescent follows the 2 moved ones, their watad is called majmu, collected or joined, as fu equals fuy, mafa equals mafa, ilan, and it corresponds to the classical iambus, u-shif. On the contrary, the quiescent intervenes or separates between the 2 moved letters, as in fa-i equals fa-i, latu equals latu, tafi. Their watad is called mfruk, separated, and has its classical equivalent in the jockey-u. 3. The facila, FN number 451, containing 4 letters, that is 3 moved ones followed by a quiescent, and which, in fact, is only a shorter name for a sabab sikil followed by a sabab kafif, as mut plus fa, or a la plus tun, both of the measure of the classical anabrist, uu-. 2. These 3 elements, the sabab, watad and facila, combine further into feet arkan, pl. Of rakn, or adza, pl. Of juice, 2 words explained supra p. 236. The technical terms by which the feet are named are derivatives of the root fal, to do, which, as the student will remember, serves in Arabic grammar to form the ors and or weights, in accordance with which words are derived from roots. It consists of the 3 letters fa, f, ain, apostrophe, lam, l, and, like any other Arabic root, cannot strictly speaking be pronounced, for the introduction of any vowel sound would make it cease to be a root and change it into an individual word. The above fal, for instance, where the initial fa is moved by fatha, a, is the infinitive of verbal noun, to do, doing. If the ain also is moved by fatha, we obtain fil, meaning in colloquial Arabic he did. The classical or literary form would be fuala. Pronouncing the first letter with sama, u, the second with kasra, I, that is, fuil, we say it was done, classically fula. Many more forms are derived by prefixing, inserting or subjoining certain additional letters called herfalsada, letters of increase, to the original radicals, fuil, for instance, with an alif of prolongation in the first syllable, means da, maful, equals mafu, where the quiescent fa is preceded by a fathated mim, m, and the zamated ain followed by a lengthening wa, means done, mufala, where, in addition to a prefixed and inserted letter, The feminine termination a is subjoined after the lam, means to do a thing reciprocally. Since these and similar changes are with unvarying regularity applicable to all roots, the grammarians use the derivatives of fal as model forms for the corresponding derivations of any other root, whose letters are in this case called its a, ein and lam. From root, for example, which has kaf, k, for its first letter of a, ta, t, for its second letter or I, and ba, b, for its third letter or lam. Fal would be cat equals to write, writing, fil would be ktab equals he wrote, fuil would be kutab equals it was written, fuil would be katab equals writer, scribe, mafil would be make do acute be equals written, letter, mufala would be mukatab equals to write reciprocally, correspondence. The advantage of this system is evident. It enables the student, who has once grasped the original meaning of a root, to form scores of words himself, and in his readings, to understand hundreds, nay thousands, of words, without recourse to the dictionary, as soon as he has learnt to distinguish the radical letters from the letters of increase, and recognizes in them a familiar root. We cannot wonder, therefore, that the inventor of Arabic prosody readily availed himself of the same plan for his own ends. The tafil, as it is here called, that is, the representation of the metrical feet by current derivatives of fal, has in this case, of course, nothing to do with the etymological meaning of those typical forms. But it proves none the less useful in another direction. In a simply naming a particular foot it shows at the same time its prosodical measure and character, as will now be explained in detail. We have seen supra p. 236 that the word akam consists of a short b-syllable followed by two long ones, u, dash, and consequently forms a foot, which the classics would call Bacchius. In Latin there is no connection between this name and the metrical value of the foot. We must learn both by heart. But if we are told that its tafil in Arabic is falan, we understand at once that it is composed of the watad majmufa'u, u, and the sabab kafiflan, dash, and as the watad contains three, the sabab two letters, it forms a quinquitral foot or juz kamasi. In combining into feet, the watad has the precedence over the sabab and the fasila, and again the watad majmu over the watad mfuk. Hence the prosodists distinguish between ajzu asliya or primary feet, from asl, root, in which this precedence is observed, and ajza fa'ya or secondary feet, from far equals branch, in which it is reversed. The former are 4 in number: 1. Fa apostrophe uq.lun, consisting, as we have just seen, of a watad majmu followed by a sabab kafif equals the Latin Bacchius, u dash. 2. Mafe.I.lun, that is watad majmu followed by two sabab kafif equals the Latin Anipitritus primus, u dash. 3. Mufe.ilachun, that is watad majmu followed by facila equals the Latin iambus followed by anapist, u. 4. Fa apostrophe I.la.10, that is watad mfuk followed by two sabab kafif equals the Latin Anipitritus secundus, u. The number of the secondary feet increases to 6, for as no's 2 and 4 contain two sabab, they branch out into two derived feet each, according to both sabab or only one changing place with regard to the watad. They are 5. Fa.ln, that is sabab kafif followed by watad majmu acute equals the Latin Encreticus, u. The primary fa apostrophe uq.lun becomes by transposition lun.fu. To bring this into conformity with a current derivative of fal, the initial sabab must be made to contain the first letter of the root, and the watad the two remaining ones in their proper order. Fa is therefore substituted for lun, and ilun for fu, forming together the above fa.ln. By similar substitutions, which it would be tedious to specify in each separate case, mafe.I.lun becomes 6. Mus.taf.lun, for I.lun.mafa, that is two sabab kafif, followed by Watad Majmu equals the Latin Epitritus tertius, dash U, or 7. Fa.delay.10, for lun.mafe.I, that is Watad Majmu between two sebab k5 equals the Latin Epitritus secundus, U. 8. Mutafe.ln, for ilachun.mufa, the reversed mufe.ilachun, that is facile followed by Watad Majmu acute equals the Latin anabrist succeeded by iambus, U. The last two secondary feet are transpositions of number 4, Fa'(I.LA.10, namely 9. Maf.do acute.latu, for La.tan.fa, that is 2 sebab k5, followed by Watad Mfuk equals the Latin Epitritus quartus, dash, U. 10. Mus.taf'(I.lun, for 10.fa'(I.la, that is Watad Mfuk between two sebab kaf if equals the Latin Epitritus tertius, dash U. Fn number 452. The branch foot Fa.ln, number 5, like its root fa'(U acute.lun, no. 1, is quinclateral. All other feet, primary or secondary, consist necessarily of 7 letters, as they contain a triliteral Watad, see super I. 2, with either 2 biliteral sebab k5, I. 1, or a quadrilateral facile, I. 3. They are, therefore, called sebai equals 7-lettered. 3. The same principle of the Watad taking precedence over sebab and facile, rules the arrangement of the Arabic meters, which are divided into 5 circles, where, pl. of da'ira, so called for reasons presently to be explained. The first is named A. Da'irat al-Mukhtalif, circle of the varied meter, because it is composed of feet of various length, the 5-lettered falun, supra 2, 1, and the 7-lettered mafalun, 2, 2, with the secondaries falun, mustaf.tilun and fa.hilatan, 2, 5, 7, and it comprises 3 biwa or meters, pi, of ba, c, the toil, madid and basit. 1. Al-toil, consisting of twice fa'(U acute.lun mafe.tilun fa'(U acute.lun mafe.tilun. The classical scheme for which would be U dash U dash U dash U dash. If we transfer the Watad for U from the beginning of the line to the end, it would read lun.mafi lun.mafi which, after the substitutions indicated above, 2, 7 and 5, becomes 2. Al-Madid, consisting of twice fa.hilatan fa.tilun fa.hilatan fa.tilun, which may be represented by the classical scheme U dash U U dash U. If again, returning to the toil, we make the break after the Watad of the second foot, we obtain the line ilun.fu, lum.mafa ilun.for ulun.mafa, and as metrically ilun.fu, 2 sebab followed by Watad, and lun.mafa, 1 sebab followed by Watad, are equals ilun.mafa and lun.for respectively. Their tafil is affected by the same substitutions as in 2, 5 and 6, and they become 3. Basit, consisting of twice mustaf.tilun fa.tilun mustaf.tilun fa.tilun. In conformity with the classical scheme, U, 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 U. Thus 1 meter evolves from another by a kind of rotation, which suggested to the prosodists an ingenious device of representing them by circles, hence the name da'ira, round the circumference of which on the outside the complete tafel of the original meter is written, while each moved letter is faced by a small loop, each quiescent by a small vertical stroke Fn number 453, inside the circle. Then, in the case of this present Da'irat al-Mukhtalif for instance, The loop corresponding to the initial F of the first filen is marked as the beginning of the toil, that corresponding to its L of the sababfun as the beginning of the madid, and that corresponding to the ein of the next mathulen as the beginning of the basit. The same process applies to all the following circles, but our limited space compels us simply to enumerate them, together with their buer, without further reference to the mode of their evolution. B. Der Irat al-Mutlif, circle of the agreeing meter, so called because all its feet agree in length, consisting of 7 letters each. It contains 1. Al-Wafir, composed of twice. Mu fe dot elachun mu fe dot elachun mu fe dot elachun, 2. 3. Equals u, where the iambus in each foot precedes the anabrist, and its reversal. 2. Al-Kamil, consisting of twice. Muta fe dot ilan muta fe dot ilan muta fe dot ilan, 2. 8. Equals u, where the anabrist takes the first place in every foot. C. Der Irat al-Mujdalab, circle of the brought-on meter, so called because its 7-lettered feet are brought on from the first circle. 1. Al-Hazaj, consisting of twice. Mafe dot ilan mafe dot ilan mafe dot ilan, 2. 2. Equals u dash 2. Al-Rajats, consisting of twice. Mustaf dot ilan mustaf dot ilan mustaf dot ilan. And, in this full form, almost identical with the iambic trimeter of the Greek drama, u. 3. Al-Ram, consisting of twice. Fa dot ilatan fa dot ilatan fa dot ilatan. The trochaic counterpart of the preceding meter. Equals u dash. D. Der Irat al-Mushtabih, circle of the intricate meter, so called from its intricate nature, primary mingling with secondary feet, and 1 foot of the same verse containing a watad majmu, another a watad mfug, that is the iambic river alternating with the trochaic and vice versa. Its buer are 1. Al-Sari, twice. Mustaf dot tilan maf apostrophe ucute dot latu, 2. 6 and 9, equals, dash u. 2. Al-Mansarif, twice. Mustaf dot tilan matthew acute dot latu mustaf dot tilan, 2. 6. 9. 6, equals, dash u. 3. Al-Kafif, twice. Fa dot ilatan mustaf apostrophe I dot lun fa dot ilatan, 2. 7.10.7, equals, u. 4. Al-Muzari, twice. Mafe dot ilan fa apostrophe I dot latin mafe dot ilan, 2. 2.4.2, equals u. 5. Al-Muktazib, twice. Math apostrophe ucute dot latu mustaf dot tilan math apostrophe ucute dot latu, 2. 9.6.9, equals, u. 6. Al-Mujtas, twice. Mustaf apostrophe I dot lun fa dot ilatan mustaf I dot lun, 2. The 10th of July 2010, equals, u. E. Der Irat al-Muttafiq, circle of the concordant meter, so called for the same reason why circle B is called the agreeing, that is because the feet all harmonize in length, being here, however, quinquitral, not 7-lettered as in the matlif. Al-Khalil, the inventor of the ilm-al-arats, assigns to it only 1 meter. 1. Al-Mutakrib, twice. Falan, 2. 1, equals u. Later prosodists added 2. Al-Mutadarak, twice. Fulan, 2. 5 equals U. The feet and meters as given above are, however, to a certain extent merely theoretical. In practice, the former admit of numerous licenses and the latter of variations brought about by modification or partial suppression of the feet final in a verse. In Arabic poem, qasida, or if numbering less than 10 couplets, qata, consists of baits or couplets, bound together by a continuous rhyme, which connects the first two lines and is repeated at the end of every second line throughout the poem. The last foot of every odd line is called arats, in contradistinction of arats in the sense of prosody, which is mask, pl. Aras, that of every even line is called zab, pl. Azrab, and the remaining feet may be termed hashwy, stuffing, although in stricter parlance a further distinction is made between the first foot of every odd and even line as well. Now with regard to the hash on the one hand, and the arats and zab on the other, the changes which the normal feet undergo are of two kinds, zuhaf, deviation, and ila, defect. Zuhaf applies, as a rule, occasionally and optionally to the second letter of a sabab in those feet which compose the hashwa body part of a verse, making a long syllable short by suppressing its quiescent final, or contracting two short quantities in a long one, by rendering quiescent a moved letter which stands second in a sabab sikil. In Mustathilan, 2. 6. Equals, dash u dash, for instance, the s of the first syllable, or the f of the second, or both may be dropped and it will become accordingly mutathilan, by substitution mathulan, u dash, or mustualan, by substitution, muftulan, dash u dash, or mutualan, by substitution fulatan. FN number 454. This means that wherever the foot mustaf.tilan occurs in the hash of a poem, we can represent it by the scheme UU, that is the epitritus tertius can, by poetical license, change into diambus, coriambus or peon quartus. In mu falachan, 2. 3. Equals UU, and mutafulun, 2. 8. Equals u dash. Again, the sababalan mut may become kafif by suppression of their final haraka and thus turn into mufi altan, by substitution mathulan, 2. Equals u dash dash, and mathulan, by substitution mustafilan, 2 6. Equals, dash u as above. In other words, the 2 feet correspond to the schemes u underscore and uu, where respondi can take the place of the anablist after or before the iambus respectively. Ella, the second way of modifying the primitive or normal feet, applies to both sabab and watad, but only in the arats and zab of a couplet, being at the same time constant and obligatory. Besides the changes already mentioned, it consists in adding 1 or 2 letters to a sabab or watad, or curtailing them more or less, even to cutting them off altogether. We cannot here exhaust this matter any more than those touched upon until now, but must be satisfied with an example or two, to show the proceeding in general and indicate its object. We have seen that the meter basit consists of the 2 lines. Mustaf.tilan fa.tilan mustafilan fulan. This complete form, however, is not in use amongst Arab poets. If by the zuhaf kabn, here acting as ila, the alif in the final fulan is suppressed, changing it into fulan, uu dash, it becomes the first tarats, called makbuna, of the basit, the first zab of which is obtained by submitting the final fulan of the second line to the same process. A second zab results, if in fulan the final n of the watadilan is cut off and the preceding l made quiescent by the ila cat, thus giving fulan by substitution falan, dash. Thus the formula becomes colon. Mustafilan fulan falan. As in the hash y, that is the first 3 feet of each line, the cabn can likewise be applied to the medial fulan, and for Mustaphilan. The poetical licenses, explained above, may be introduced. This first tarot or class of the basit with its two Zabor subdivisions will be represented by the scheme. U, 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 U dash. U, U dash, U dash. That is to say, in the first subdivision of this form of the basit, both lines of each couplet end with an unabwist, and every second line of the other subdivision terminates in a spondee. The basit has 4 more aras, 3 called majua, because each line is shortened by a juz or foot, 1 called mashjura, halved, because the number of feet is reduced from 4 to 2. And we may here notice that the former kind of lessening the number of feet is frequent with hexametrical circles, B, C, D, while the latter kind can naturally only occur in those circles whose couplet forms an octameter, A, E. Besides being majua, the second darat is sahiha, perfect, consisting of the normal foot Mustaphilan. It has 3 as rub, 1. Mustaphilan. U with an overlong final syllable, C supra P. 238, produced by the alitasial, that is addition of a quiescent letter at the end, Mustaphilan, by substitution Mustaphilan, 2. Mustaphilan, like the arats, 3. Maffilan, produced by the ilakat, see the preceding page, Mustaphilan. By dropping the final N and making the L quiescent becomes Mustaphilan by substitution Maffilan. Hence the formula is Mustaphilan Fulan Mustaphilan, Mustaphilan Mustaphilan Fulan Mustaphilan, Maffilan. Which, with its allowable licenses, may be represented by the scheme. U dash. U dash U dash, U dash. The above will suffice to illustrate the general method of the prosodists, and we must refer the reader for the remaining classes and subdivisions of the basit as well as the other meters to more special treatises on the subject, to which this essay is intended merely as an introduction, with a view to facilitate the first steps of the student in an important, but I fear somewhat neglected, field of Arabic learning. If we now turn to the poetical pieces contained in the Nights, we find that out of the 15 meters known to Al-Khalil, or the 16 of later prosodists, instances of 13 occur in the Mac. N. Addition, but in vastly different proportions. The total number amounts to 1,385 pieces, some, however, repeated several times, out of which 1,128 belong to the first 2 circles, leaving only 257 for the remaining 3. The same disproportionality obtains with regard to the meters of each circle. The Mektlif is represented by 331 instances of toil and 330 of basit against 3 of madad, the Mutlif by 321 instances of Kamil against 143 of Wafir, the Mujdalab by 32 instances of Romal and 30 of Rajats against 1 of Hazaj, the Mashtabi by 72 instances of Kafif and 52 of Sari against 18 of Mansuri and 15 of Mujtas, and lastly the Mutafik by 37 instances of Mutakarib. Neither the Mutadarak, E2, nor the Muzari and Muktazib, D. 4.5, are met with. Finally, it remains for me to quote a couplet of each meter, showing how to scan them, and what relation they bear to the theoretical formulas exhibited on p. 242 to p. 247. It is characteristic for the preponderance of the toil over all the other meters, that the first 4 lines, with which my alphabetical list begins, are written in it. One of these belongs to a poem which has for its author Bahā al-Din Zuhair, born AD 1186 at Mecca or in its vicinity, Ob. 1249 at Cairo, and is to be found in full in Professor Palmer's edition of his works, p. 164. Sir Richard Burton translates the first bait, volume I. 290. And I quit Cairo and her pleasances. Where can I hope to find so gladsome ways? Professor Palmer renders it. Must I leave Egypt where such joys abound? What place can ever charm me so again? In Arabic it scans. U, dash, U, Ahlu Misrin Watabi Namahil FN number 455, dash, Amakan Imbada Hali Yashe Aiku. In referring to 3, A, I, P, 242, it will be seen that in the Hashfalun, U dash, has become Falu, by a Zuhaf called Cabs, suppression of the fifth letter of a foot if it is quiescent, and that in the Arits and Zab Mafulan, dash, has changed into Mafulan, by the same Zuhaf acting as Ila. The latter alteration shows the couplet to be of the second Zab of the first Arits of the toil. If the second line did terminate in Mafulan, as in the original scheme, it would be the first Zab of the same Arits. If it did end in Falan, or Mafuil, U dash, it would represent the third or fourth subdivision of this first class respectively. The toil has one other Arits, Falan, with a twofold Zab, either Falan also, or Mafulan. The first instance of the basit occurring in the nights are the lines translated volume I. P. 25. Containeth time at wane of days, this of blessing, that of bane, and holdeth life at wane of halves, this of pleasure, that of pain. In Arabic, Mac. N. I. 2. U. Aldadu Yomani Zamnan was a Hazaru. Walazu Chatrani Zasaf one was Akadaru. Turning back to P. 243, where the errors and asrab of the basit are shown, the student will have no difficulty to recognize the bait as one belonging to the first Zab of the first Tarats. As an example of the Madid, he quote the original of the lines, volume V. 131, dash. I had a heart, and with it lived my life. 'Twas seared with fire and burnt with loving low. They read in Arabic colon. Dash, Karnali Kalban Shubayhi. Dash, Faktawa Binary Watarak. If we compare this with the formula, 3, A, 2, P, 242, we find that either line of the couplet is shortened by a foot. It is, therefore, Majzu. The first Arits of this abbreviated meter is Fulatan, -u, and is called Sahiha, perfect, because it consists of the normal third foot. In the second Arits, Fulatan loses its end syllable ten by the ila halves, suppression of a final sabab kafif, and becomes Fula, -u, for which Fulan is substituted. Shortening the first syllable of Fulan, that is eliminating the alif by kabn, we obtain the third Arits Fulan, as that of the present lines, which has two asrab, Fulan, like the Arits, and Falan, -- here, again by kabn, further reduced to Fil, Ishaq of Mosul, who improvises the piece, calls it so difficult and so rare, that it went nigh to deaden the quick and to quicken the dead. Indeed, the native poets consider the meter madid as the most difficult of all, and it is scarcely ever attempted by later writers. This accounts for its rare occurrence in the nights, where only two more instances are to be found, Mac. N. 2. 244 and 3. 404. The second and third circle will best be spoken of together, as the Wafir and Kamil have a natural affinity to the Hazaj and Rajats. Let us revert to the line colon. Akamu el wajda fi kalbi wasaru. Translated, as it were, into the language of the prosodists it will be colon. Mathulan FN number 456, Mathulan Falan. And this, standing by itself, might prima facie be taken for a line of the Hazaj. 3. C. I, with a third mathulan shortened by halves, see above, into math for which fulan would be substituted. We have seen, p. 247, that and how the foot mu falachan can change into mathulan, and if in any poem which otherwise would belong to the meter hazaj, the former measure appears even in 1 foot only along with the latter, it is considered to be the original measure, and the poem counts no longer as hazaj but as wafir. In the piece now under consideration, it is the second bait with the characteristic foot of the wafir first appears : ew, dash, ew, dash, natanilu bawase kaniha. Ew, dash, wakad bayuda el mazaru, alam azaru. Anglais, Volume 3. 296, dash. Far lies the camp and those who camp therein, far is her tent shrine where I ne'er shall tent. It must, however, be remarked that the hazaj is not in use as a hexameter, but only with the narats majzu or shortened by 1 foot. Hence it is only in the second darats of the wafir, which is likewise majzua, that the ambiguity as to the real nature of the meter can arise. FN number 457, and the isolated couplet : ew, dash, Yaradwel ma you and yet a manau. Ew, dash, Wayabalau will a mayuridu. Man wills his wish to him accorded be, but Allah naught accords save what he wills. Volume 4. 157. Being hexametrical, forms undoubtedly part of a poem in wafir although it does not contain the foot mu falachan at all. Thus the solitary instance of hazaj in the Nights is Abu Nuwas abomination, beginning with : ew, dash, alatas or ilagiri. Ew, dash, fa indi madinu el gairi, mac. N. 2. 377. Steer ye steps to none but me who have a mine of luxury. Volume V. 65. If in the second darats of the wafir, mafay ilan, ew, dash, is further shortened to mathulan, ew, dash, the meter resembles the second darats of rajats, where, as we have seen, the latter foot can, by license, take the place of the normal mustathalan, dash, u. The Kamil bears a similar relation to the Rajats, as the Wafir bears to the Hazaj. By way of illustration we quote from Mak. N. 2. 8 the first 2 baits of a little poem taken from the 23rd Assembly of Al-Hariri : ew, ya katiba el dunya el daniyati inaha. Dash, sharak wel rada wa kararat wel akdari. Ew, daran mathema zakat fiyomiha. Dash, abkat garden badla ha minute starry, in Sir Richard Burton's translation, Volume 3. 319, dash. O thou who's the world unworthy, learn 'tis house of evils, 'tis perdition's net, a house where whoso laughs this day shall weep the next, then perish house of fume and fret. The arats of the first couplet is mutafulan, assigning the piece to the first or perfect, sahiha, class of the kamil. In the hashwa of the opening line and in that of the whole second bait this normal mutafulan has, by license, become mustafilan, and same change has taken place in the arats of the second couplet, for it is a peculiarity which this meter shares with a few others, to allow certain alterations of the kinzuhaf in the arats and zab as well as in the hashwai. This class has 3 subdivisions. The zab of the first is mutafulan, like the arats the zab of the second is fulachan, dash, a substitution for mutaful which latter is obtained from mutafulan by suppressing the final n and rendering the l quiescent. The zab of the third is falan, dash, for mitfa, derived from mutafulan by cutting off the watadilan and dropping the medial of the remaining mutafa. If we make the ain of the second zab fulachan also quiescent by the permitted zuhafisma, it changes into falatan, by substitution maffilan, dash dash, which terminates the rhyming lines of the foregoing quotation. Consequently the two couplets taken together belong to the second zab of the first tarets of the camel, and the meter of the poem with its licenses may be represented by the scheme. U, 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 U. Dash. Taken isolated. On the other hand, the second bait might be of the meter rajats, whose first arats mustaffilan has two azrab, one equal to the arats, the other maffilan as above, but here substituted for mustaffil after applying the ilakat, CP 247, to mustaffilan. If this were the meter of the poem throughout the scheme with the licenses peculiar to the rajats would be U, 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 dash. The pith of Al-Hariri's assembly is that the knight-errant, not to say the arrant wight of the romance, Abu Said of Syracuse before the Wali of Baghdad, his pretended pupil, in reality his son, to have appropriated a poem of his by lopping off 2 feet of every bait. If this is done in the quoted lines, they read, U, Ya Katiba El Dunya El Dandi. U, Yati Inaha Sharak Wel Rada. U, Daran Mathema Zakat. U, Theomahub Katgada. With a different rhyme and of a different variation of meter. The amputated piece belongs to the 4th ab of the 3rd arats of Kamil, and its second couplet tallies with the second subdivision of the second class of rajats. The rajats, an iambic meter pure and simple, is the most popular, because the easiest, in which even the Prophet was caught napping sometimes, at the dangerous risk of following the perilous leadership of Imru el-Qais. It is the meter of improvisation, of ditties, and of numerous didactic poems. In the latter case, when the composition is called urjaza, the 2 lines of every bait rhyme, and each bait has a rhyme of its own. This is the form in which, for instance, Ibn Malik's Alfiya is written, as well as the remarkable grammatical work of the modern native scholar, Nasif al-Yaziji, of which a notice will be found in Chenery's introduction to his translation of Al-Hariri. While the Hazaj and Rajats connect the 3rd circle with the 1st and 2nd, the Romal forms the link between the 3rd and 4th daira. Its measure thulatan, -u dash, and the reversal of it, mafilatu, -u, affect the trochaic rhythm, as opposed to the iambic of the 2 first named meters. The iambic movement has a ring of gladness about it, the trochaic a wail of sadness. The former resembles a nimble pedestrian, striding apace with an elastic step and a cheerful heart. The latter is like a man toiling along on the desert path, where his foot is ever and anon sliding back in the burning sand, raml, whence probably the name of the meter. Both combined in regular alternation, impart an agitated character to the verse, admirably fit to express the conflicting emotions of a passion-stirred mind. Examples of these more or less plaintive and pathetic meters are numerous in the tale of Ans al-Wujud and the Wazir's daughter, which, being throughout a story of love, as has been noted, volume v. 33, abounds in verse, and, in particular, contains 10 out of the 32 instances of Romal occurring in the nights. We quote, Romal, first zab of the first tarats, Mac. N. 2. 361. U, U, Eneli el Bulbli Sortan Fiel Saha. U, Ashgala el Ashika and Hasni el Water. The Bulbul's note, when as dawn is night, tells the liver from strains of strings to fly, volume v. 48. Sari, second zab of the first tarats, Mac. N. 2. 359. U, Wathakite in Kadkala Benohi. Yadaman Shakranala Balwati. I heard a ring dove chanting soft and plaintively, I thank thee, O Eternal, for this misery. Volume V. 47. Kafif, for law perfect form, Sahih, both in Zab and Arats, Mac. N. 2. 356. Ew, dash, ew, you, ew, dash, Yalima nashdakil gramalazi by. Ew, dash, ew, you, ew, dash, wash ujuni wafikati and habibi. O to whom now of my desire complaining so shall I bewail my parting from my fear compelled thus to fly. Volume V. 44. Mujtas, the only arats, Majzuasahiha, that is shortened by 1 foot and perfect, with equals up, Mac. N. 2. 367. U, dash, Redu Alaya Habibi. Dash, Lahajitan Li Bimalan. To me restore my dear, I want not 12 untold. Volume V. 55. As an instance of the Mansarif, I give the second occurring in the nights, because it affords me an opportunity to show the student how useful a knowledge of the laws of prosody frequently proves for ascertaining the correct reading of a text. Mac. N. I. 33. We find the line. Abwatan Majdamu at Katwais are. This would be Rajats with a license Muftilan for Mustafilan. But the following lines of the fragment evince that the meter is Mansarif, hence, a clerical error must lurk somewhere in the second foot. In fact, on page 833 of the same volume, we find the piece repeated, and here the first couplet reads. Abwatan Majdamana Katasiwa. Elazamaj Hati Wasafki Dami. 4 things which ne'er can join unless it be to storm my vitals and to shed my blood. Volume 3. 237. The mutakrib, the last of the meters employed in the nights, has gained a truly historical importance by the part which it plays in Persian literature. In the form of trimetrical double lines, with a several rhyme for each couplet, it has become the Nibelungen stanza of the Persian epos. Ferdowsi's immortal Book of Kings and Nizamis is Kandhanama are written in it, not to mention a host of masnoas in which Sufic mysticism combats Mohammedan orthodoxy. On account of its warlike and heroical character, therefore, I choose for an example the knightly Jamrkan's challenge to the single fight in which he conquers his scarcely less valiant adversary Khurajan, Mac. N. 3. 296. Ana el Jamrkana Koyan el Janani. Jamuel the Werisi Takshokitli. Here the third syllable of the second foot in each line is shortened by license, and the final kasra of the first line, standing in pause, is long, the meter being the full form of the mutakrib as exhibited p. 246, 3. E. 1. If we suppress the kasra of al-Janani, which is also allowable in pause, and make the second line to rhyme with the first, saying, for instance, you dash ana el Jamrkanu koyu el Janan. You dash Laakshok Italishij al Zaman. We obtain the powerful and melodious meter in which the Shahnameh sings of Rustam's lofty deeds, of the tender love of Rudaba and the tragic downfall of Sayush. Shall I confess that in writing the foregoing pages it had been my ambition to become a conqueror, in a modest way, myself, to conquer, I mean, the prejudice frequently entertained, and shared even by my accomplished countryman, Ruckert, that Arabic prosody is a clumsy and repulsive doctrine. I have tried to show that it springs naturally from the character of the language, and, intimately connected, as it is, with the grammatical system of the Arabs, it appears to me quite worthy of the acumen of a people, to whom, amongst other things, we owe the invention of algebra, the stepping stone of our whole modern system of mathematics, I cannot refrain, therefore, from concluding with a little anecdote anent Al-Khalil, which Ibn Khaldun tells in the following words. His son went one day into the room where his father was, and on finding him scanning a piece of poetry by the rules of prosody, he ran out and told the people that his father had lost his wits. They went in immediately and related to Al-Khalil what they had heard, on which he addressed his son in these terms. Had you known what I was saying, you would have excused me, and had you known what you said, I should have blamed you, but you did not understand me, so you blamed me, and I knew that you were ignorant, so I pardoned you, l'envoy. Here end, to my sorrow, the labours of a quarter-century, and here I must perforce say with the poet's poet. Behold, I see the haven nigh at hand, to which I mean my weary course to bend, via Mainshet, and bear up with the land,